we think the first two lines are, for those of us who feel we are already Buddhists, we are reiterating our reliance on the Buddha and his teachings. That's the first two lines. And then the second two lines is the Lamas would say, set our motivation. We might say, what's our purpose? What's our goal? Why are we together? So simply, we're here together to listen, think about, analyze, contemplate, and then eventually, of course, internalize this advice, because it's advice. This is the bottom line. Why? So we can develop our own amazing potential, so we can be a benefit to others. That's the plan. And if you know it's on page, whatever it is, tell people the page. Which one? 16. 20. Sorry, darling. Okay, no worries. So page 20. Okay. Okay, everybody, if you know it. Sangye chadang soke chognam la jancho badu dagni kyap suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penche sangye dropa shog Sangye chadang soke chognam la jancho badu dagni kyap suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penche sangye dropa shog Sangye chadang soke chognam la jancho badu dagni kyap suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penche sangye drupa shog. Okay, so let's just summarize yesterday. Why we need to distinguish between love and attachment, for example, or low self-esteem and humility, or arrogance and pride. It's arrogance or self-confidence. What this is indicating, as we began to discuss yesterday, this is the clear thing that's unique to the Buddhist psychological model that is not in the materialist models, no matter how brilliant they are. It's super clear and almost deceptively simple. We can divide all the contents of our mind into these two categories of neurotic, deluded, miserable, I-based, fear-based, unhappy sources of suffering, mine and others, and the virtues, the reasonable states of mind. It's such a simple way to divide, but it's utterly confusing to us in the modern world, because as we've been saying, we give equal status to these two lots of states of mind, and it's sort of like saying, which Buddha does, that you can rid the mind utterly of all the rubbish. It's like you're going to cut half your person off, like you're walking around like a half a person, because all of our psychology and neuroscience assumes these are normal parts of a normal person. We give equal status to neurosis, misery, anger, depression, anxiety, love, compassion, intelligence. So that's the major difference, the fundamental precise difference between the Buddhist model and the rest, and the modern psychological models and neuroscience. And because it's shocking initially, it really, and as we've been discussing yesterday, it's really hard to see the difference, because we assume they're a normal part of a normal person, so normal that you'd be weird if you didn't have attachment, if you didn't have anger, if you didn't have love. That's one of the first problems. But the second one is they all come together like a big soup. It's not as if you have a moment of attachment and a moment of love, then it's easy to distinguish. It's like the weeds and the herbs in the garden. They're totally growing together. You cannot distinguish. That's the difficult job. That's the part, that's being a Buddhist. This is the job of being a Buddhist. Like we talked yesterday, if you take the Lam Rim as our basis, the very first level, entry-level junior school, the essence of that level of practice is abide by the laws of karma. Control your body and speech. Behave nicely. Don't harm others. Why? Because I don't want future suffering. Then you go to the next level, and now you've got the space to actually get to the root of the problem, which is the mind. And of course, in this view, in the Four Noble Truths, effectively, attachment is the main source of all our suffering. It's initially a joke to see that. First, because we have a different definition, like we talked, good, how can we work with good attachment? That's how we ask. Well, the use of this word in Buddhism is very precise. It's not referring to anything good. One can be skillful on the bodhisattva path, and certainly in Tantra, you can utilize it when you're wise, when you've harnessed it. But to understand that it's in its nature, attachment is a deluded, neurotic, disturbing, ridiculous state of mind, the symptom of a mentally ill person. We have to have this kind of clarity, but it's really hard for us. It's really hard to see it, Because if you can get rid of all delusions, well, like we talked yesterday, the etymology of the word Buddha, Bud implies the utter eradication from your mind. Hear these words, they're so simple. Of all neuroses, all attachment. Hear that, please. So if that's what Buddha is saying we can do, you'd better know the difference. It's sort of obvious. It's actually that word tells us the job of being a Buddhist. It's really simple. It's hard to do it, but it's intellectually and technically simple. And we have to first know what the job is to do, to rid the mind of the rubbish. So why should we? Because it causes us suffering. So we talked yesterday, look at the things that conspire against us doing this. One is we truly believe the outside world is the main cause of suffering and happiness. Two, we don't pay attention until it's vomiting out the mouth. It's a bit late. So these are the major obstacles. And the three, we can't tell the difference because we think it's normal. So all these things are conspiring against us doing the job. So we've got to think of this stuff really clearly, But we can know all the words, but until we start putting our money where our mouth is, nothing will change, And it's an incredibly difficult job to do because we have all these wrong assumptions and because it's so deep. As Buddha's view, we know very well. Buddha's view is we got eons of past lives that have totally programmed us in this stuff. I mean, attachment, really, according to the Four Noble Truths, attachment is the main cause of suffering. Of course, we know finally it's not. The root delusion, ignorance, maripa, known colloquially as ego grasping, when it's clinging to the misconception that clings to the inherent I, that is the root of all of samsara. But effectively, in this world that we live in, attachment is. So we better know what it is, We better know what it is. Like I said yesterday, it's multifaceted. This primordial first level of energy that we get born with is dissatisfaction, because we've been practicing attachment for eons. Dissatisfaction because you don't think you have got enough, and then you don't think you are enough. So naturally, next step is you hanker after something. And what else but the external objects, the things you see and taste and touch and smell and look at and think about, all the outside world, that world looms large for us. The outside world is life as far as we're concerned. So then we hanker something after something, they're convinced there's something out there we can find, such that when we get it, we'll get happy, we'll get satisfied. But the Buddha's telling us it's a mistake. It's not moralistic. He's not saying don't have delicious cakes or handsome boyfriends, but don't have expectations that won't fulfill your needs. Then you're always just disappointed. And that's the suffering of attachment, always disappointed, because it's not a valid view of the world. So then attachment is the energy of manipulating and hankering to get it and manipulating to get it, and then expecting all this amazing happiness to come from the object, and then the utter disappointment and devastation when it turns out to be a false expectation. Or before that, especially with people and things, is the possessiveness. This is mine. These are all the function of attachment, And then, of course, as we began to talk yesterday, the deepest, most primordial attachment, which you really don't even start to hear about until we get to the bodhisattva path, and we hear about the 8 worldly dharmas, this weird phrase, These are the most primordial levels of attachment that pervade our mind all day. And especially we talked about, and this is where it comes into all our relationships. This is the most painful, most primordial, so primordial we don't even notice it, because it's there so continuously, is this attachment to be liked. Simple way to put it. They say in Buddhism, it's attachment to reputation. It sounds kind of high. It's attachment to the world out there approving of us. And you think about that, analyze, why would we need someone to tell me that I'm doing a good job? Because I don't believe I am. And we rely upon the signs from all the outside, the smile, the nice words. And we go, phew, I must be okay. Someone says so. That's how deep this attachment is. It's continuous. Since we're born, we've had it. Looking out there, people, to get the signs to indicate back to us that I must have done the right thing, said the right thing, which is how so that becomes our main motivation. So we're continually manipulating. The basis of our actions now is based upon this, which means we manipulate people to make sure they do give us the right response, so then we're able to do it, which means we're cowardly, fearful, living in pain and suffering, utterly inauthentic, and have no idea what we really think and feel, which is why we all go crazy, They say the yogis in the mountains who've given up everything, all the grosser level of attachment, are still thinking about what the people in the village are thinking about them. So our mind is full of these thoughts all the time. When we think something, we're thinking of saying it to someone else. When we think of doing something, we're thinking of somebody approving or thinking that's what they think we should do. It's so total, we don't notice it because it's so pervading our mind, Everything is in reference to what other people think. It sounds shocking, but this is the most primordial attachment. In fact, I think it's the attachment that's the closest to the root delusion, the sense of a separate dualistic me, And this is the irony and the tragedy of ego, that we think we're creeps, we think we're nothing, we think we're nonsense. So attachment is actually the symptom of a deeply mentally ill person. This is a fact. I mean, Buddha doesn't use the term mentally ill. We've made that up. But look at the word affliction, the term that the Tibetans and the Indians use, you know. Lama Yeshe never used it. He knew immediately it was a dumb word. No one uses it. I don't know how Lama Yeshe knew, but he just knew. It's like Lama Yeshe was born a hippie, I think. He must have been born a hippie. He knew how to talk to modern Western people when he first met us. It was incredible, actually. He never, when I edit him, he never uses the word affliction. And it's the main word in all the literature. He's amazing. He made up half his own words to try and convey to us the way these unhappy states of mind work, you know. In Mahamudra, that book, I identified 21 synonyms, half of which Lama made up, in his effort to convey to us the meaning of an affliction. So in English, it's just an arcane word. We know the word. But when, you know, and we, you know, so when we think of, I'm a Buddhist, oh, I've got afflictions. But if you're a Westerner, oh, I've got bipolar, oh, I've got personality disorder, I've got HDID or PTSD, all these words, you know. But affliction is sort of like a Buddhist disease. I mean, holy God, you know. It's just Buddha's view of the mind. Buddha didn't use the word psychology, he didn't speak Greek. But what else is he but a psychologist? Just the most genius one, that's all. I say that happily. So he's talking about these unhappy states of mind, the so-called afflictions. What's an affliction? Well, at least Geshe Sopa, some of the lamas would say a mental affliction. We're getting closer to it now. An affliction is like having a pain in the knee or difficulties in your life. An affliction also is in the mind. So that's an affliction. So Geshe Sopa calls mental affliction. Well, what's another term in the West? Mental illness. An illness is an affliction. So mental illness is an accurate translation of affliction. And it's precise. But it's shocking to us to hear this, isn't it? Because we think mentally ill people are way over down there and I'm normal. Well, Buddha says it's just a question of degree. And I say this sincerely, not just to be joking. We are all mentally ill. It's just a question of degree, that's all. There are some that are seriously mentally ill, yes. And most of us are regular mentally ill, with ordinary attachment and anger and jealousy and neurosis and anxiety, and up and down like yo-yos, and paranoia, all these words. We're all like that. That's mental illness, people. And Buddha has a solution to get rid of mental illness. That's it. Very simple. And you've quit mental illness when you become a Buddha. Finally, you become normal. A normal person is a Buddha. Everything else is mentally ill. Honestly, it's a way of saying it. We know Buddha doesn't talk these words. This is English Australian words. We get it. So we had better distinguish them from the virtues, the second category: love, compassion, intelligence, kindness. These are our saving grace. These are actually the defining characteristics of a human. Buddhist psychology, you see, refers to all beings in the universe, all the spirits, the hell beings, the animals, the bugs. This is what's shocking. Modern Buddhist psychology refers to every living being. Every living being. All these realms of existence are simply expressions of the different delusions. That's it. So having a human mind, we've got the delusions the same as the animals. I mean, what is it? They say 98% of the DNA is the same as all the monkeys and the apes, you know? And you can say that we're like replicas of each other. They're just a bit ugly, a bit uglier. I'm not being rude. And they've got no access to virtue. That's the difference. So we've got a human mind, at least. Eons ago, before this human planet, or maybe not even eons ago, maybe it's only a few thousand years ago, I really wonder when humans really did start on this planet. If you think a human is defined by virtue, not by looking like an ape, you know, that's not a human, that's an ape. So I really wonder when humans, I mean, if a human is defined by virtue, I wonder when humans started, maybe a few thousand years ago. I mean, using the Buddhist analysis, think about that. We're so used to the physical one of going from the ape to the, you know, all that business, because that's what we go by in the West, isn't it? The physical. So at some point there was a body that became a suitable vessel for human mind on this planet. I remember on the BBC World Service one time in Kathmandu, I heard talking about this, and who are the people, which Greek word is it, who look into anthropologists? They look back and they in the Hindu civilization, India, they found evidence of cultures where there were no weapons. Well, guess what that says? There was no anger. How often on the planet are you going to find no anger? Not much. Look at the world. So that seems to me that was the beginning of decent humans. Maybe the Indians were the ones. Maybe the Buddha came along about the same time as humans. I mean, I'm just talking, using the Buddhist analysis. no delusions. Look at us now. We're like the animals and we're cleverer than the animals. So human life before this bag of bones, looking like a bunch of apes, was actually, they saw subtle light bodies, where you can become enlightened very quickly. There was no overt delusion. The delusions were kind of latent, but then gradually the delusions start to manifest, attachments start to manifest. And then what has it caused? Penises, eyes, vaginas, the relationship between them. But now we're not satisfied with just vaginas. We have to have anuses and mouths and ears and God knows what else, as well as animals, degenerate times, people. Am I being rude again? Are we communicating? Yes. We created this body. We created girls' and boys' bodies and girls' bodies and non-binary bodies and transgender bodies. And we're all the creators of all this. Can't look around and say, you blame your mother for it. And it's from attachment. This is a desire realm, Buddha says. It is the expression of attachment, this realm. Objects of the five senses for beings who've got the five senses. This dualism of junk out there in our mind here. We created this. We're the boss. So attachment is primordially pervasive, outrageous, unbelievably profound. Not just, oh, I like chocolate cake. As Lama says, I always quote, I could tell you about attachment for one whole year. We'll never begin to understand it until we first learn the words, like I told you, back at Manjushri Institute. Ondi was there, weren't you? We were all there. You old ladies down there. It was me, like an old lady like me. We were all down there together, wasn't it? They all live up there. We all studied together, with Geshe Tekchok. We studied Lorig, this mind text, bare bones, like the technicals, like the recipe for a cake. Then you have to make the cake. So all these years, we have to gossip about it and talk about it, beginning to get some taste of it, the flavor of it, like Lama says, by looking into your own mind, not out there, here. It's all here, staring at us. We have to investigate it. That's being a Buddhist. So we have to identify attachment. But not just when it's vomiting out. That's our biggest problem. The biggest problem in the West, like that analogy I use about, you've never heard of mechanics. You've never heard of a car mechanic. You've never such a thing existed. And you've got a brand new car and you drive it and you drive it and you drive it with an assumption that it's going to keep going. And one day at 100 miles an hour on the motorway, oh, my wheels are falling off. What should I do? Well, it's a little bit late to ask. But that's how we treat our body, our mind. We have car mechanics, we have engineers, we have plumbers, we have electricians, we have maintenance for the bodies. We understand preventative. And this is a serious point. We do not have preventative for our mind. We don't even know such a thing exists. We wait till the drama happens. That's why poor therapists are so busy, We wait till you kill your husband or he wants to kill you. It's ridiculous. There are Buddhist techniques, if nothing else, are preventative. You get to know your mind before it vomits out the mouth. You get to know your mind before you are inert in bed with depression. And that's the job we have to do. It's not mystical. If we can understand this, it makes it simple. It's hard to do it, but the technique is simple. You learn to focus the mind, a bit of practice every morning. You do your other practices. And then throughout the day, you bring to bear that skill of stepping out of your head for 5 minutes. You can't help but hear the thoughts. You don't get engaged in them. But in your daily life, you get the habit of while you're doing the dishes, while you're talking to hubby, while you're driving the car. Whereas normally you'd only notice the dishes, the hubby in the car. But now you're also noticing the rumblings inside here, all the crazy stories. That's being a Buddhist. Like we said yesterday, controlling your body and speech. Hindus do that, communists do that, good people do that. That's nothing special. Buddha's got his own take on it, but that's fundamentally good ethics. When you get to the second scope, middle scope, and you start to look at your mind, that's unique to the Buddha. That's when you become a Buddhist. Being your own therapist. So being your own therapist doesn't mean talking about what your boyfriend did to you. Buddha doesn't care about that. If you notice this is very, very, very shocking to us. But we check this. When you study listen to this. This is shocking, but we don't notice. When you study the Buddhist model of the mind, you are studying literally, precisely, exactly the cognitive states themselves. There is no discussion of when Buddha talks about anger as an exaggeration and what your mummy did. So check out what your mummy did and try and work it out and see it and then try and forgive her. No, he just says anger is an exaggeration of your mother's bad qualities. He doesn't care whether she raped you or whatever. Anger is a disturbing state of mind and it's yours. He doesn't discuss the external events. He discusses the mind. And this is the hardest one for us. It doesn't mean external events don't play a role. It doesn't mean you shouldn't leave your mother. None of that's implied. But our job is to know the mind itself. That's pretty intense. That comes from these genius Indians well before the Buddha, these brilliant skills they invented, you know. When we don't look in the mind, you know, we'll never distinguish attachment from love or attachment from anything else, you know. First know the theory, then you put meat on the bones from working on your mind. And then, of course, if we look broadly, the distinguishing between any of the delusions and the virtues. And they sort of, there are pairs of them. You can see it. Like one of the big confusions is, you know, let's say, arrogance and low self-esteem. Now, we love in our culture to confess to low self-esteem because we feel sorry for ourselves. And as long as we don't feel like we're blaming ourselves, we're able to confess to low self-esteem. But who ever confesses to arrogance? Nobody. But you know what? Low self-esteem is the flip side of pride. Low self-esteem is deflated pride. This is shocking to hear. If we didn't have arrogance, if we didn't have pride, we would never have low self-esteem. We'd be content, we'd be humble, and we'd be self-confident. It's a very interesting mix, you know. All the delusions have this characteristic of being scary, miserable, I-based, and inflated. They're inflated views. So low self-esteem is an inflated view of your own lack of worth, and pride is an inflated view of your own worth. But we can't bear the thought of being thought of as proud, you know. But it's one of the main delusions in the West, I think. That's why we suffer so terribly. So if you analyze that, you know, low self-esteem is like, how dare people be better than me? It's like not happy. Humble people are happy to find people who are better, and they rejoice because they're comfortable. They've got nothing to prove. But so low self-esteem is the most painful state of mind. It's sort of like, how dare these other people be better than me? Look at all these better people than me. Or even when you're depressed. No, not depressed, a different one. Anyway, to see these two have the relationship. So if a person were fulfilled in themselves from their hard work, or their hard work in a past life, and they get born like this, they would be self-confident, but they would be humble. Nothing to prove. They delight in someone else being better. Oh, good, show me how to do it better. They're not threatened by it. Low self-esteem, we're really threatened by other people who are better, and we take it personally, like they're insulting us by showing us that they're better than us. So we go, I'm loathsome. We hate ourselves. I mean, we understand this. It is so unbearably painful. Because all delusions exaggerate. They exaggerate. That's their function. And this is interesting. Let's really look into this one. The virtues are said to be valid cognitions. What does that mean? You know, it's very curious. A valid cognition is one that's in sync with reality. An invalid cognition, or whatever the word is a state of mind that is not in sync with its object. The object is one thing and you see something else. But a valid cognition, broadly speaking, like is seeing the object roughly as it is, whether conventionally or ultimately. So 1 + 1 is 2 is a valid cognition. We've agreed conceptually in the world, in math, that we've decided, and we can prove it, that 1 + 1 is 2. That's a valid cognition. 1 + 1 is 3 is not a valid cognition. So that's why, so this is the interesting point. Buddha says we suffer because we have these neurotic states of mind, these invalid cognitions, attachment, anger. So we have to then see what do you mean by what's not valid about it? This is the point that it's very hard for us to see. We know it's disturbing. When we study low, we realize there are two main characteristics. And in the middle scope, we learn mainly the first one, to see how it's disturbing to us. And that should be enough for us to renounce it. But as we get more skillful and we get to get down to emptiness, we start to learn about wrong cognitions. Then we start to realize, well, attachment is one of those too, and anger is one of those, and pride is one of those. But they're all misconceptions. Misconceptions. They're invalid cognitions. And that's why we suffer, Buddha says. So it's like, well, for eons, we've had $50 notes, £50 notes, or £5 notes, but we're convinced it's 50 so much that we see 50. We believe it's 50. We go to spend 50. We anticipate 50. And what's the result? Disappointment every time. We've been doing it for eons, Buddha says. And then tomorrow you forget. And you go off again trying to spend 50 and you get disappointed. That's what we've been doing for eons. We're junkies, bashing our heads against brick walls for eons. And then we forget the next day. Attachment is a misconception. It over-exaggerates the delicious aspects of the person, the thing, and then their function in making me happy. And it's totally, deeply ingrained. It's not overtly articulate. It's automatic. Your mother doesn't need to teach you. Like those monkeys or one of those type of people, monkeys or one of those lot. They're very attached to sex. They wake up, they come out of this life, they come out of their mummy's womb as a boy, maybe it's a girl too, I don't know, but they turn around and they have sex with their mum and their brother and their sister and their dad and their grandpa. They're really attached to sex. No one taught them. Programmed with attachment to that particular object. That's it. Eons and eons. So the thing appears to you as more delicious and it's programmed in your mind and then you believe it. This is what keeps us stuck in samsara. So we have to prove that these cognitions aren't valid. They're not, and this is the point. This is why they cause us to suffer. A £5 note is not worth 50. So you have a misconception. Objects that are seen through the lens of attachment are not inherently delicious and are the source of your happiness. They're not that. It's a misconception. It's not moralistic. It's scientific and practical. But this is what's hard to see. Bad enough, as Lama Yeshe says, that things appear back to us in the wrong way. Bad enough that the £5 note appears like a 50, but the killer is we believe it. So that's why the first level of practice is don't believe in your karmic appearances, as Renunciation says. This is the daily hard work. Don't believe in your karmic appearances. Everything is our karmic appearances. So delusions are invalid, are not valid, not in a moralistic way, but in a scientific way, because they're conceptions. And that's what's hard to see. Because when you say anger is a conception, it sounds like a joke, doesn't it? What we see is the emotion, the body, and the spit coming, and the crazy words coming out the mouth. But anger is obviously the mind. So you can have a person who's really angry but has controlled behavior. And if they know their mind, they'll write down their angry thoughts for you. And then another person, you simply record an angry person shouting and yelling. You're going to have 2 bits of paper with words on them. Anybody with half a brain reading those words can go, wow, these people are angry. You don't have to hear the shouting to see anger. It's the thoughts, it's the mind. That's why anger's in the mind. The body's just an expression of it. That's all. The body just vomits it out, you know. But our tragedy is we don't notice it here until it's out of the mouth, or until you can't get out of bed one morning, or until you stab your husband after 40 years, you know. Oh, dead husband, what happened? I didn't know I was angry, because we don't notice. This is our tragedy. And that's the skill Buddha gives us, to start to see the mind before it rumbles to the surface. Then you could say, arguably, you could manage your life. No matter what happens, you're able to navigate it without losing the plot. So the difference between delusions and virtues, what are they? Well, one's a valid cognition. And why is love, this is an interesting point, why is love valid? Not just say because it sounds nice, or people like to be happy, blah, blah. Love is a valid cognition because it's rooted in interdependent arising, and dependent arising is reality. Check it, look at it. Like, where's my boyfriend? Kerry, he's not here. Let's pretend Kerry was here. Is he here? Oh, there he is. My boyfriend, look. So there's Kerry, and let's say, you know, let's say, I forget what I was going to say now. What was I saying?
I've got 3 questions.
What?
I've got 3 questions.
Good, keep them. Keep them for now.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Well, maybe this is a new tack we're going on that's going to be quite difficult to go through. So come ask me your questions. Go.
Oh, right. The first one is to explain, you talked about the mirror of the mind.
Yesterday, yeah.
And how to clean it and keep it. I'd like you to explain that again, please.
Okay, wait on, so one at a time. Go. Say it out loud, darling.
Okay, so so that's the first one. And the second one is how is perception direct cognition?
Okay, go on.
Because that was, I just didn't get that.
Go.
And my third one is kind of like a bit strange, but can a person reincarnate into a grown-up? Like if a person dies, do they have to reincarnate into a baby?
I understand.
Rebirth?
It's a good point. Okay.
Thank you.
So the first one is, now I forget, what was the first one? What was the first one, honey?
Oh, sorry.
What?
Please, could you explain the
Oh,
mirror of the mind again and cleaning
the mirror.
it? Thank you.
It's just an analogy they use to help us understand how our mind cognizes things. And when we first think of it, we don't think that we cognize things. We don't think we experience life out there as like our mind as a mirror. It's a weird kind of idea. We've got to get used to it. It's a lovely way to see it. We just see things outside. So let's say you've got an angry tendency and you don't know you've got an angry tendency because you think you're a nice person, and then an ugly person pokes their tongue at you and then you get angry. So of course our analysis of that is there's an ugly person poking their tongue and look, they made me angry. That's how we think, right? So we don't think anger's here first. We think they caused my anger. So we see all the world like that. That's because of ego grasping and then because of attachment and aversion. So the whole world looks out there, very absolute, out there, absolutely separate from me. Absolutely separate from me, having nothing to do with me, where this little scared little rabbit is being thrown into the midst of this chaos. We've got to manage, you know. So the whole outside world for us has nothing to do with me. That's the first mistake. I mean, Lama Zopa says everything is our karmic appearance, meaning, as we know from karma, well, we haven't talked about it much today. Yesterday, we will before we finish, because I want to talk about purification. But, you know, we actually, due to past imprints, we're going to discuss this. Karma, it causes us to get a human body. It causes us to have a certain kind of mind. It causes us to meet the people who are going to harm us or help us. They're all our karmic appearance. And it even causes the environment to impact on us in a certain way. So the whole outside world for the Buddha is the exact opposite. It has got everything to do with me. It's an utterly different view. That takes time. So then that's the first one. Now the next one is this idea of it, you know, mirror. And it makes sense when we understand that what's in our mind causes what out there is what causes what's out there to appear back to me the way it does. Our mind is interpreting every second. So yes, a person did poke their tongue at you. They did, fact. But we think that caused my anger. No, anger's already there. And I'm not, this person's insulting me now because I've insulted them before, and my seeds have ripened. So that's the next one. Getting that view becomes more spacious. We begin to own it. So then we start to realize that, as Lama Zopa says, the whole world out there appears back to us in, they say this in Buddhist psychology, in the aspect of what is in our mind. So think of the mirror. I'm this person and I'm reflecting the outside world back to myself. So if anger's in my mind, my mirror is all dirty and jagged. So the person appears ugly and the story happens. If my mind is full of attachment, then the person will appear delicious and divine. If my mind is loving, the world will appear very, very differently. So we really do know this, but we've got to think about it. So in that sense, our mind is like a mirror. You understand?
Thank you very much.
And the thing is, the way conceptual, when we learn the epistemological model of the mind, and it's, you know, we're not going to discuss that here. We only looked at one aspect of it, got sensory and mental. But when you start to look at the way the mental conscious functions at the level of conceptuality, it's super mind-bogglingly outrageous the way the conceptual mind works. It's super, super subtle and technical and extraordinary. So conceptuality is a totally false way of cognizing the universe. We don't see a cup at all. We have, first of all, what happens is, like this story yesterday, see shape and color, that's direct. That's direct perception. Shape and color appear straight away, unimpeded by anything. Then the rest of the story, as I said, quicker than Google, my mental consciousness is accessed, and all my memories, all my concepts, all my memories come up, out comes the concept, an ugly thermos. Well, even just thermos. What happens conceptually is this: everything in my mind, and nothing I've ever seen, heard, tasted, touched, or smelled since the beginning of this time is not stored there. Everything is stored there in my billion computer memory. So the millisecond my eye consciousness sees the direct perception of color, then mental consciousness is accessed, and then what appears in my mind is every single thing that is not a thermos. Every billions and billions of things, all like a filing system in my mind that are not thermoses pop up. And then finally the non-thermos pops up. And that's the thermos. Whoever thought their thoughts went like that? Oh, I've got a thought. Blah, blah. And that's pretty skillful, isn't it? Who saw this? These genius yogis, you know. And we can too when we get insight and wisdom and shamatha. It's insanely, absurdly ridiculous. Everything that is not a thermos in the universe you've ever had stored in your mind will come first, and you'll negate it, and then up will come non-thermos. And what appears to your mind is a non-thermos. It's like the way they write code, you know, totally conceptual. That's just a fun interesting. Just that's interesting. So conceptuality is a false, but we pretend we think we see a cup, but it's just a story, and then the visuals, and we programmed ourselves in thinking that. So we have to really, I mean, looking into the way conceptuality works is incredible. So direct perception, for your other question, is unimpeded. There's no, they talk about with conceptuality, there's an image in the middle. We have an image of a thermos based on the memory, it pops up. So we see things through the medium of an image, not the thing itself. Our eyes and see, our senses can only see shape and color. The rest is this fabrication constructed by our conceptual thoughts, but it's programmed in us. So we have this illusion of something. It's not meant to be tricky. It's just very interesting. And it's a limited way of cognizing. It's limited. It's brilliant. It's clever. So direct perception in the mental consciousness is only when you've got subtle single point of concentration and you've begun to access the subtler level of your mind beyond conceptuality and beyond the senses. We can't even think of what that means now. Okay? And the third one, yes, the holy beings can do that. The third one. So there's this wonderful story of holiness. Lama Yeshe told this years ago. He's said to be a Buddha, okay? Now, if he is, we can't tell. He looks like a nice guy, doesn't he? But we don't know if he's a Buddha. We're not clairvoyant. But they say he is. And if he is, that means he's manifesting at this moment millions of bodies and millions of universes to benefit millions of sentient beings, which sounds hilarious to us. That's his capability. The lowest level bodhisattva who becomes an Arya bodhisattva once they realize emptiness, they can already manifest their bodies, their minds in 100 forms simultaneously. That's their power. So there's this wonderful story, his holiness in Tibet. I always tell this story. Rinpoche told it. In the early 60s, soon after they arrived, the Tibetan government, His Holiness in Dharamsala, they're negotiating like crazy with the Indian government because, I mean, they want to continue their lineages. They don't want all these holy beings to die holding their knowledge and not passing it on. They need to pass it on. That's why you got to have monasteries, the situation in which you pass on the knowledge from the old minds to the young minds. So the lineages stay alive because it's a living lineage, you know. So they're desperate to get land and they're negotiating with the Indian government for all the hundreds of thousands of acres that finally the Indian government did give them down south. It's like little Tibet down there, all the monasteries and there's, you know. So anyway, the story roughly is this. His Holiness sent his minister down to Delhi from Dharamsala. It's like you've got to get the taxi down from Pathankot and you get to the train and then you you go down 12 hours. Now they fly. It's different. Not the trains, aeroplanes. So the Indian minister was in Delhi, where the bureaucracy is, and trying to have a meeting with the Tibetan. Sorry, the Tibetan minister was trying to get a meeting with the Indian fellow, and he couldn't. I mean, bureaucracy being the way it was. So he gave up and got fed up and went back to Dharamsala. And instead of His Holiness, it's impossible, I can't get a meeting. He said, His Holiness said, it'll be okay, go back down to Delhi. So he did. So that day he was in the meeting, in the office, waiting for the meeting, and the Indian minister's little boy was in the office, and he was chatting to the Tibetan, and he expressed the wish for a dog. Well, the Tibetan fellow was delighted to grease the wheels. I'll get you a dog. So he goes out, and there's a sadhu, and he's got a dog. Can I buy your dog? He buys the dog, goes in, gives it to the little boy. He's happy. He runs to daddy. Daddy's happy. Everything works, you know. So the sadhu and the dog were manifestations of His Holiness. So that sadhu did not need to be born in a womb, nor did the dog. And that's not a real sadhu and it's not a real dog. The Buddha can manifest in whatever form they like, in any shape or form they like to benefit sentient beings. That's their power, right, based on their compassion and wisdom. Right. Do you understand?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, darling. And as the Tibetans say, you don't know who anybody is, so don't judge. Yeah. It's a nice saying, you know, it's pretty powerful. Okay, let's look at how love is a valid concept, but attachment's not. What the meaning of that is. It's not moralistic, you know. And it's all rooted in the idea of them both being underpinned by and being conceptual stories. So a valid concept, like I said, broadly speaking, is one that's in sync with its object. It's a correct assessment of the object. So simply speaking, like I said, ordinary conventional reality, we've agreed on colors. So the way the lighting is and the way our eyes work and the way we all have agreed in English, we would say that's red. So we'd argue that's a conventional valid cognition, pretty straightforward. 1 + 1 is 2 is a valid cognition, pretty straightforward. Conventional. We've got lots of conventional truths. So attachment is a concept. Love is a concept. And that's what's hard to see because we just feel the physical component, which is the tip of the iceberg of the expression of those concepts. So first of all, being a concept in the first place is not finally a right cognition. It's still a concept, but within the fact of there being concepts, it's a valid one. So love, for example, is a valid cognition because what qualifies something as valid is it's in sync with reality. The final reality or the conventional reality is dependent arising. And then attachment is not a valid one because it's not in touch with dependent arising. Now look at this just experientially. I always use this example. Let's say Kerry and I are just friends and you see us from a distance and we're chatting to each other. We can see, we're very intuitive. We can see immediately our body language. We're being friendly. We're leaning towards each other. We're smiling. I'm cracking a joke. He listens to me. I listen to him, you know. We can see it conventionally. Now, what's going on in our minds? Predominating there is love. Love simply means I'm delighting in his happiness. Maybe some compassion when he hears about my headache or something and he has compassion. We can see the expression of it when it's in our mind. Our body expresses it. So love and compassion are prevailing at that moment. Now look what happens when suddenly Kerry says something wrong that I misinterpret. Look at our bodies. We jerk backwards. You can see immediately, oh my God, what's happened there? Somebody said something. Now what's happened? Attachment arises and then anger. How dare you say that to me, Kerry? And he says, I did not say that. I did not, blah, blah, blah. We know this. What's happened? Virtues were prevailing and virtues are, relatively speaking, in sync with reality. Ultimately, when you realize emptiness, but virtues are conventionally in sync with reality, dependent arising. Dependent arising simply means everything's working nicely. Everything's working all nicely and interdependently. All the bits and pieces are working together. So, you know, when the environment is working nicely, all the elements all work nicely together. When people are working nicely, there's no arguments and people smile at each other, the next door neighbors and hello on the road and you know, open the door for you. People are predominantly working nicely together due to past virtue. Same with two people. Suddenly, attachment arises. So immediately, and then aversion arises, and immediately that takes over. And suddenly before we were like we were connected, weren't we? There's a sense of interdependence, of connectedness. The idea that I and me are kind of blurred. Suddenly, there's me and I, you and him, totally separate. As Lama Yeshe says in his Mahamudra book, you know, when the consequence of ego grasping, the root delusion, it produces, that dualism produces me and you. And when you realize emptiness and cut all the delusions, as well as the conventional, the conceptual, the branch ones, there's no longer a separate sense of you and me. Can you imagine? So it's clear delusions are rooted in ego grasping. They're not valid. There's an overinflated sense of a precious me being offended by a mean, ugly him over there. That's not reality. So I think it's not too complicated to think this, you know. So valid and not valid is not moralistic. It's practical. It's like seeing £5 for 50. You're not in touch with reality, babe. When I'm seeing him through my lenses of anger, I'm not seeing him in reality. I'm seeing my own projection of my precious self-hurt, my self-pity. It sounds mean to say self-pity because we do get harmed by people. The world is suffering. People do terrible things to each other. We have to understand this technically. And then, of course, see the pain it causes us. Not guilt, the pain, like we were talking yesterday, purification. We cannot afford to put ourselves down and sit there thinking, I'm bad, the terrible things I've done, it's no good, it's shocking, it's bad. We must immediately regret and say, what can I do to fix it? Not fix a dead person, you killed him, you can't help that. I can't bring back my baby when I always talk about abortion. I had one when I was living in London when I was 23. I can't bring the baby back, but I can recognize I've sowed seeds in my mind. This is a purification practice, and recognize I don't want the future suffering. I don't want my future suffering. And I can then purify that seed before it ripens as more suffering. And then I can vow not to do it again and have compassion. That's what we fix. You don't fix a dead person. You don't fix the person you punch in the nose unless you pay for their surgery. You must not sit in this ego grasping one of I'm bad, I'm no good. It's a horrible state of mind. Just causes more suffering for ourselves because it's rooted in it's a misconception. It's an over-exaggeration of my badness. All the delusions in their function is to over-exaggerate. That's the first thing you learn in the definition in low rig. Attachment is a conceptual state of mind that over-exaggerates the nice qualities of something. Aversion is a conceptual state of mind that over-exaggerates the ugly qualities of something. Pride is a conceptual state of mind that over-exaggerates my importance. Low self-esteem is a conceptual state of mind that over-exaggerates my lack of importance. They always inflate. We're like from pillar to post between the two extremes all the time. So we've got to retain the self-confidence and not chuck the baby out with the bathwater when we give up pride, which is how we think, because we don't see the difference. So you retain your self-confidence, but you get 1,000 times more, and it's rooted in humility. I mean, I always think of His Holiness, you know. When we think of humble, we think of a quiet little mousy person, you know. He is not that. He's powerful, charismatic. He runs the bloody world. He's huge person, huge personality. I remember when I was at Lama Yeshe, so kindly appointed 10 of us to be his security guards when Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa FPMT and other centers invited His Holiness to Europe in '82. I'll never forget as long as I live. First, I felt like I won the lottery. I couldn't believe Lama chose me, you know, I couldn't believe it. He made us wear lay clothes. So I was in Italy and I bought these nice maroon boots up to my knee. Susanna helped me buy them. And then I thought I'd better wear lipstick as well. I had hair, so I thought I'd look like a lady and I wore lippy, you know. And I was wearing little uniforms. And Lama always looked at me and laughed and said, I think I like you better like that. So anyway, it was an amazing experience for 6 weeks traveling with His Holiness, watching close up how people responded to him. So he was powerful. Like it was an insight, a real eye-opener to see the way he ran press conferences. And that was back then when he was not so well known. Certainly late since then, he's just got it down. He walked straight in. I mean, in '96 in Australia, it was the same. You can see it. He barges into the press conference. He manages the whole thing. Within 2 minutes, he's taken over. He's the boss, telling these people, those people, do this, do that, and he's out the door. What happened, you know? Because he runs the show. He's a boss. We don't think humble people run the show. We think humble people are mice. That's because we conflate self-confidence. We conflate low self-esteem with humility. Total mistake. But he's humble. He will tell you everybody is his best friend. Anybody who's ever been with him is overwhelmed by his power, his charisma, but his humility. Like everyone, you know, like I remember in the '96 visit to Sydney, and PMG invited him there to give Kala Chakra. And when we did an issue of Mandala about it, I think I interviewed like 100 people who'd had contact with him, the media, across the board, every person, non-Buddhist, whatever, were moved and touched by him. Every person, people in tears, just the effect he had on people, you know. I remember in Italy, when he first came in '82, and Lama Yeshe invited His Holiness to do Gyawa Gatso, first time he gave, I think, empowerment, you know, the tantric aspect of, highest tantric aspect of Chenrezig. And there's 700 people there in a big tent and everything. And then the job I had was to stand outside the little house called the Villetta, where His Holiness used to stay. I mean, it was ridiculous. We had to be security guards. We didn't do a good job, but he was so kind to us, Lama Yeshe, you know. So I sat in my little uniform, trying to communicate with the real guards, these dudes with their machine guns from Pisa. The local government sent these terrorist squad coppers with their machine guns. And in the beginning, they were really cynical. Look at this weird guy with a red skirt on, right? By the end of the 10 days, he had him in the palm of his hand. Just would clap him on the back, give him a big smile. They were in the palm of his hand. Just the power of his personality, you know. You saw this time and time again. Just his kindness and his power. It's amazing to see it. So he is powerful, but he's humble. So we should remember that. We get so confused, we have to be humble, you know. But this is a ridiculous story. I always tell it, but it's stupid. I know you'll laugh. It's ridiculous. But I always thought about a Buddha, you got to be humble. I thought, what do you mean humble? I want to be a big, fat, loud Buddha. And I thought that's okay to be a big, fat, loud Buddha, as long as you're humble. His Holiness is a good example. Do you understand my point? So we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater and think when you give up patience that you become passive. When you give up anger, you become passive. No, sorry, when you get patience, you give up. We don't chuck the baby out with the bathwater and think when you give up anger, you become passive. When you become humble, you become low self-esteem. They're our mistake because we can't see the difference between the virtuous one, which is valid and appropriate, and the non-virtuous, deluded one, which is not valid. So we confuse them. And once we can understand the difference using Buddhist psychology, and this is kind of, we understand this to some degree, but it's really clear in Buddhist psychology, really precise. There are two distinct categories. They're like chalk and cheese. Then we understand. Because we've all got different personalities. Some people are quiet and that's how they are, but they're Buddha. Some people are big and noisy and they can become a Buddha. It's okay. So what do you think? Ask me some questions about this point in particular, about emotions being conceptual and the over-exaggeration of the deluded ones and the validity of the positive ones. Do you want to ask me some questions about that precisely? Or anything you like. Good, good, good. Okay, who is it?
Hi.
The camera, you've got to fix it. You've got to have the, for the future, Kerry, for the future, you've got to have the camera hanging here right in front. See, I can never, when I'm looking, they don't know I'm looking at them. See? Okay. Do you understand? Fix it next time for other people. So you're allowed to be bossy, except it makes people nervous, especially you English people. Okay, what's the question?
Go on, Heather.
Who is it? Who's asking?
It's
Hi. Hi, Robina. Thank you.
Hello, sweetheart.
It's really helpful what you're saying and about being humble is not about being passive. And I'm thinking about the mirror and how things appear to us. So if you have an angry mind, things appear angry.
Yeah, exactly.
But also you were saying, but of course in life, bad things happen. People
Yes.
abuse you. Your best friend is mean to you,
That's
blah,
right.
blah, blah.
That's right.
Can you say something about in the moment when something bad is happening to you, someone
Yes.
is mean to you, they steal your phone, they punch you, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
How then is a good way to respond to that? So obviously you're not passive, but you don't want to be angry. But of course, there's also a natural response. Well, of course you're angry because somebody just punched you, but yeah.
Okay, good. It's a really good question. Okay, so let's look at that. So, okay, it's a bit like you're asking me. So you're asking me when I'm on the freeway, I'm about to crash. How should I deal with it? Are you hearing my point now? In a sense, you're saying that, aren't you? When a bad thing happens, what is the right way to respond is what you're asking me, isn't it? Broadly speaking, would you agree with that? Okay, good. Now listen to this. The answer, and is logical, is the answer is the extent to which you have practiced before the event, knowing how to drive, knowing how to navigate your mind. That is the answer. In other words, if you've never driven a car and you're on the freeway pretending to drive at 100 miles an hour and you're about to crash, you have zero tools in your toolkit. The best you can do is damage control. So if you've never looked at your mind, and we tend not to until the event happens, you don't have much resources. The best you can do is not kill the person. And then you learn from it afterwards. So the answer is you've got to go back to the building blocks, back to the basics, and develop a practice. The more you're able to drive, the more skill you have when the drama happens. And that's exactly the answer. So you do your best if you've never done, that's why in the beginning, if we've never worked on our anger, the first thing is we punch or shout or burst into tears. So slowly we have to at least learn from it, and then start the practice of seeing our minds, understanding what anger is, every day purifying, and slowly we become more skillful. And eventually, and I'm just using my own self as an example. I don't have any high realizations guaranteed, but I have definitely tried hard to work on my mind and the things that we're discussing. You suddenly left my screen. Where are you? There you go. I can say with certainty that I have enthusiasm for trying to work on my mind. So I can say that anger for sure was a major one of my problems. My words would come out of my mouth immediately. And I used to pride myself on being so direct, you understand, but very hurtful. So I can say with certainty over the years, it's not just a question of suppressing the anger, but because anger is a conceptual story, and the more you see your mind, the more you unpack all these conceptual stories, and then slowly at a more quiet level, you reconfigure those conceptual stories. So I can say now with certainty the things that would have made me angry literally do not make me angry now, because I interpret them differently. It's a slow process. Are you with me? Unmute, darling. There you go.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
well, you get my
Yeah,
point.
that's
It's a
really
gradual,
helpful.
slow. So this is why, sweetheart, this is why we mentioned it briefly yesterday, but we often don't pay attention to this. Kind of sounds boring. This is why in all the packaging of the Buddhist teachings, in the order according to the capacity of the disciple, the very first level of practice, entry level junior school grade 1, is control the speech and the body first. So that means at least don't vomit out abusive words. At least with your sister, your mother, your husband, don't vomit out the words. And I swear to you, this is a profound practice, because at least you stop doing the damage. And then you can really start to work on your mind, and eventually you even change your mind. So this is the most, I mean, if the world behaved nicely to each other and didn't just respond angrily or ridiculously, you know, the world would be a fundamentally different place. So it's not just a boring practice, control your behavior. It's a profound practice. So the first one is, at least you know the dangers. You're going to go to the house, to the party. You know who's there. You know in advance the dangers. You make a powerful decision. I'm going to control my speech. And you'll be amazed at the difference when you do. At least you don't say the words. And then that brings to every day, if you do this and you're not sure about what happened, you know, you're not anticipating the car accident, but suddenly if it does happen, and because you've controlled your speech every day, you'll at least control your speech and be able to be reasonable before you do too much damage. So that's not passivity, that's intelligence. And then the more you give up anger and attachment, the less, how dare, you shouldn't have done that, why did you do that, if only you didn't do that, or guilt, I'm a bad person, if only I hadn't done that. That's all this nonsense kind of concepts. That's all meaningless. So when you're more in touch with reality and something happens, you see what it is, you see it's ridiculous, but you start dealing with it. What's the action here? What will be useful? Not just shout, rant and rave. I remember Martin Luther King, always quote him. He said, it's good to find fault. It's good to see suffering and racism and sexism in the world. But then you say, what can I do to help? So the key point is, what's the action? So from that person being mean to you, what's the action? Get your purse back, run away. Instead of, how dare, who do you think you are? Shout, 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 point fingers, point fingers. That's impotent, useless nonsense. You with me?
Yeah.
Takes time, practice, reconfiguring our concepts. You understand, darling?
Yeah.
Good, good,
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
What else is there? You see, delusions are ranting and raving. They're useless. Virtues are proactive, practical. That's what happened. What's the solution? What can I do about it? It's proactive. It cut out all the rubbish, you know. How dare, who if, blah, blah, rave, rave. All that goes. All that disappears. What's the action? What can I do? It did happen. My wallet did get stolen. The person did punch me. What can I do? That's when you really start to practice, you know, and sort of then half the problems go, because you're not ranting and raving and having a panic attack. What else? Any more there? Any more here? I keep never knowing the time again. What's the time, sweetheart? 10 past 11. Okay, we'll have a tea break soon. Have a tea break in a minute. I think. Do we want a tea break, or you want till lunch again? Do you want a tea break, or you want to wait till noon to have lunch? Do you care? Do you want? People? No answer. Well, I'll have to decide then. Okay, we'll keep going. Yes, sweetheart.
It's not really a specific question, but I was just wondering if you've worked with people who have quite severe mental afflictions like schizophrenia, or people whose minds work quite differently from the typical, like people with autism.
I mean, I know people like that. Absolutely. Of course. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So then, question?
And kind of, do these like Buddhist principles and ways of being apply to them as well? And
What do you mean Buddhist principles apply to them?
just like the way the meditating and the
No, wait a minute. What do you mean the
mindfulness.
Buddhist principles, do they apply to them? What do you mean by that?
I mean, just the ways of living in a Buddhist life and like meditating and
No, I didn't.
mindfulness.
Who mentioned the word meditate today? I have not said the word once yesterday or today.
That's true.
So what I'm talking about is practice.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is practice. I didn't mention the word meditate.
But are they not interlinked?
I didn't say the word. I just didn't say the word meditate.
Okay.
I'm telling you day to day, heavy duty, hands-on, in your face practice, working on your mind every day, not on your cushion. The practice on your cushion is like doing your push-ups and getting your body primed so you can go and do decent things. Like you want to run around, if you want to go play tennis, right? You say, Roger Federer, please show me how to play tennis. And he sees you're 20 kilos overweight and useless. He'll send you off to do your push-ups and your jogging and your nutrition. You'll say, but what's that got to do with playing tennis? That's what you've got to do to prepare yourself. That's your preliminary practices. Then you can start to play tennis. I'm telling you, to playing tennis here, sitting on your cushion, doing lots of practices and purifications, they prepare you to do it. So yeah, they play a role, but that's not the main practice.
I see.
So go on. So what's your, again, ask your question.
I haven't fully formulated it, but
Well, try now. You're talking about people extremely mentally ill.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the question about them?
Is it not really difficult for them to apply this way of
course it is.
living? Right.
That's where the compassion wing comes in, Petals. You've got some maniac kid who's, you know, completely mentally ill and extremely deluded and extremely attached and extremely angry. You can't tell. I mean, even ordinary anger. When I was a little girl, my mother told me to sit down and meditate. I would have laughed at her. It was impossible, utterly impossible. So you help them. So one of the major things is, and I saw that with myself as a child, there were 7 kids in our family. We all love, I mentioned this yesterday to Alessandro when I met his wife and his 3 kids. We never think of this. We think there's a bunch of kids, you know, put the kids together. So in our family, there were 7 children in 6 beds. My father was an alcoholic, and don't worry, all the dramas, everybody's got dramas. So it was a chaotic family, okay? Lots of shouting and yelling and screaming and dramas and crying. I mean, how could anybody in the name of God in heaven possibly work on their minds in that situation? Impossible. One sister became catatonic, one sister became anorexic, I got more angry. Each of them had her own style. Now, I was so naughty by the time I was 12, and I was walking down Murrumbina Road with my mother's high heels and some lipstick I stole from Woolies and some pink fluorescent earrings, trying to seduce the greengrocer's son. And my mother discovered it, and she got completely freaked out. And I remember she was looking, I'm only 5 feet now, I must have been littler then. She was looking down at me, and she said, "You have the audacity." And I used to like reading books. I thought, audacity, how do you spell that? O-R-D, I couldn't work out how to spell audacity. But she sent me to boarding school because she was freaked out about me. But what I'm telling you is this, I transformed into a saint. All my qualities were already there, but everybody only saw the anger, including me, because the situation was so violent, so dramatic, you understand? I'm not blaming anybody, but we respond to our conditions. So because my anger was volatile and my crazy nature, I wouldn't have known how to behave. It was impossible. Don't ask a poor little child to behave. But put me in a new environment, I became like a miracle. I went to my own bed. I went to mass every day. I loved God. I was a completely changed person. I see that with my gangster friends in prison. My Latino gangsters on the streets of Los Angeles, there's no other way to behave. Put them in prison, they become amazing practitioners. So with children, for example, you can't say, watch your mind, control your speech. Ridiculous. That's a child, ordinary child. You have to protect them. So crazy people, protect them. That's a compassion wing. You can't get a crazy person to sit and look at their mind. Even ordinary people like us can't do it. You protect, you're kind, you know their mind well, you protect them from harming, and you take care of them, and you love them and are kind to them. Do you see my point?
Yeah, I see. But what can they do as individuals?
I just answered your question. Clearly, I'm just telling you, you didn't hear me. I couldn't do anything. Can't you hear that, sweetheart? When I was a little girl, I'm not even, okay, I'm mentally ill like everybody, but not totally extremely out of my brain mentally ill. As a child, it was impossible to do something. Are you understand my point?
Yeah,
so
I
really
guess I
extremely
didn't want
crazy
to hear
people,
that.
not much, just love them, give them a nice condition, make them smile and love them and hug them and give them nice conditions. Do you understand, sweetheart? That's how we help people, darling. And that's why if we know it for ourselves. I didn't know that as a child. Do you understand, darling? We make sure we are kind to ourselves, keep away from the troublemakers, keep away from the crazy people who make us crazy. We should be humble. Our mind is the main point, but conditions play a major role. Do you understand, sweetheart? It's kindness. We're so brutal with ourselves, you know. Are we communicating, darling? Good. I'm very happy. I think have a 15-minute tea break, okay? Come back in 15 minutes. Quick tea break. Quick tea and cake break or something. Then we'll have lunch. I mean, all the Zoom things I've done, that's the personal part of it, seeing the person's face, seeing each other's faces. People are so intimate when they see their face. I found that, Jerry. Yeah. I really think. Okay, people, come on, let's finish. Just for 20 minutes while we have lunch. Have a little bit more, whatever you want. So, I think I have more questions, please. I think more questions will be good. Can you click on the got it? Can you click on the got it? I can't see the people. There we go, that's well done. So any more questions, people? Any more questions? Things to think about, things to talk about? what we've just discussed, this distinction between the delusions, what delusions are, how they're conceptually based. This is the heart of the Buddhist psychological model, I tell you. So any questions about that? Any questions? Susie, you got a question?
We're talking about it and we're not.
Okay, what's your question?
Please can you help us with, please can you help us with pride and arrogance and how they differ, and low self-esteem, but arrogance and pride and
They're the same.
They're the same. Okay, thank you.
That's all. Beth had another question. Beth, is that what the question was?
Low self-esteem.
That's the question. That's all. They're the same. I mean, you could argue slightly different, but in the end, the delusion is an overinflation of our importance. And I think what's interesting about that, most of us would never think we've got that, would we? Would we see that in our minds? We mostly don't think we've got it, do we? I think the one that really feels like we've got low self-esteem. Would people agree with that? Or not? No? It's interesting, isn't it? So you see, okay, let's look at, see, the interesting thing, we might say pride and jealousy and anger and attachment in the West, even we know these words in modern psychology, but we don't really see them as having an intimate relationship. And that's what's fascinating about the Buddhist way of seeing. Everything is rooted in the ego grasping, the root delusion. Everything subsumes to that one. So there's this intimate connection between them all, and they're all just viewpoints, you know? So even, for example, if we look at the relationship between anger and attachment, I talk about this often enough. Anger is the response when attachment, which is this emotional hunger, doesn't get what it wants. I mean, that's a revelation. I know when I heard Rinpoche say that, sometimes the lamas say that, but they sort of say it in passing. But for me, that was mind-blowing to suddenly see the relationship. I mean, I knew in my life I was angry, but suddenly to see that it was rooted in attachment was a complete revelation. And of course, it is for the Buddha, because attachment is the main one. The main voice of ego grasping. Attachment is the first one it goes to. Then the others branch out from there. It's a very intimate relationship they all have. So this is something, again, that really we need to see when we look into our own minds, you know. In other words, you know, like when Kerry doesn't look at me properly or whatever, the more he doesn't do what my attachment wants, the more I will explode. And we can see the pain. And see, that's the thing about when we hear Buddha say that our delusions cause our suffering, we feel kind of offended, like he's blaming us. And in a sense, he simply is. But it's so painful for us to hear this, because in our model, we have to find something out there that gets us off the hook. But it's not my fault. Look what my father did to me. And that's how we really feel. And it's hard to hear past that. Because the irony of ego is it wants to get off the hook. It doesn't want to be, it's not responsible. That's why guilt is not taking responsibility. Anger is not taking responsibility. It's hard to hear this. It's painful. Because as soon as we think as soon as we hear that it's my fault, we launch into guilt. I'm a bad person. That's not what Buddha is saying. That's the over-exaggeration. But to see the direct relationship, anger is literally the response, the millisecond, the underneath one, this emotional hunger to always get what I want, to always get the nice things. It's like a really fragile baby in there who can only handle everything going nicely, which is the going my way. I mean, it sounds cruel for us to hear it, but it's, of course, it's by definition self-centeredness. It's obvious. But when we hear that, we hear it as criticism. We have to hear it as kindness of the Buddha, explaining to us, petals, beloveds, these are why you suffer. That's why we have to train our minds to be kind to ourselves in seeing our delusions, not beat ourselves up, which is the irony of ego. That really takes hard work, you know. So anger is this outrage, and you personify each of these delusions. They're voices in your mind. So personify them. What is it saying? How dare you do that to me? And then it says, because I don't deserve it. That's the pain of anger, isn't it? The outrage. This is totally fascinating to look at. So then see how it's directly related to attachment, which is this emotional hunger that underpins it, that's there all the time, to get only the nice things, the nice feelings, the nice smell, the nice taste, the nice words, the nice experience, the nice feedback, the nice everything. It's a junkie that can't bear unpleasant things. That's attachment. most primordially, you know. So we spend our lives trying to get it what it wants, trying to calm the poor little fragile child down there. And then outrage when it doesn't. And of course, that manifests in a multitude of ways according to our personalities. So some, you know, people like me who are volatile, it's easy to see it. It's straightforward, you know, I could never deny. But it's other people, some of you people are very kind and patient and kind people, and you never shout. The irony is, it's harder for you to see your anger because you don't think you have it. But when you look at anger at the more subtle level, which is the bare bones state of mind, it's merely aversion. So attachment, oh, that's lovely. Aversion, oh, that's horrible. They're bare bones instinct, you know. So aversion is the state of mind that anger is a volatile expression of, which includes the body shouting and yelling, isn't it? But it's aversion in the mind. So people are more quiet. Look at your aversion. It happens, I mean, this is the other thing too, there's levels of it. So that means every time something goes wrong, and we talked yesterday, the baby things in throughout daily life when they go wrong, the tiny things, the red light, the breaking the cup, the kid not doing what you want, the husband being mean to you, little baby events, baby events, baby events. We don't pay attention to those. But what is the response every time? Aversion, irritation, annoyed, frustrated. They are all polite words for mild aversion, mild anger, and they build up. That's the key to see. They don't just go in one ear and out the other. They build up. That means we don't deal with them at that moment. And what does that mean? You don't argue with it. So it builds up. And then one day, the straw breaks a camel's back, you know. You can't get out of bed one morning because you're profoundly depressed. Depression is a build-up of endless moments of aversion, of thwarted attachment, built up days, weeks, months, years, you know. It's really quite intricate. And this is happening every second. There's something or other happening every second. And and that's like the wheels start to wobble, but we don't pay attention until they're falling off. That's our major problem in the West, you know. So the relationship between these states of mind is fascinating. So let's look at it. Let's look then at this, the analysis that a classic little Buddhist would do if you're doing it properly. You're trying your best to do it properly. That would mean, if you look at the Four Noble Truths, and first Buddha says there is suffering. Let's look at the first kind of suffering. Forget the more subtle ones even. First kind of suffering is when the bad things happen. It's called the suffering of suffering. It's when the bad things happen, straightforward. Suffering is that. Then what are the causes? Buddha tells us in the second Noble Truth. There are hundreds of causes. It's dependent arising, but there are two main ones. And even though we all quote it nicely, oh yeah, two main causes of suffering, karma, delusions. We say it, we don't get it. He's telling us the boyfriend, yeah, we think the boyfriend's the main cause of the suffering. No, the child, no. The mean person, no. The government, no. The body, no. The sickness, no. Wrong, wrong, wrong. They're not main cause of your suffering. What is? Your mind, Petal. Oh, shocking to us, our response to it. Even the body is an external thing. Even the body is external, is a secondary cause of our suffering and happiness. Even the body. The main cause of our suffering and happiness is in the mind. One is the past action that sowed a seed in your mind. And then the second one is the delusion for a suffering, or a virtue for a moment of happiness that informed that action. Then these eventually ripen when you meet a friend and he smiles at you. That moment of happiness, two main causes, your past action of kindness driven by a virtue. The boyfriend looks mean at you. That moment of suffering, two main causes, the past action, 22 lives ago, yeah, could be. And then the delusion that informs it. And this is as many moments as you've got in a day is as many moments of happiness and suffering you have. So it's like millisecond by millisecond, this karmic process is working, you know. So obviously, if you decide you're going to take on board Buddha's view and that you're going to see that your past actions and your delusions are the main cause of this present suffering, it tells you the solution. But we fight and yell and scream all our lives trying to go against this one. It's too hard for us because we hear it wrongly. We hear it as blame. We hear Buddha beating us up. So we then launch into self-pity and loathing and guilt. We're so extreme, you know. So how do you apply these rules in your daily life? Okay, a moment of suffering comes, a headache. No, forget that's another person usually. One of headaches as well. Sickness is a big one. Let's look at the boyfriend, simple. You know, so the boyfriend is an action, does a mean action. And then that triggers, this is the best way to call, the role that the external world has, including the body, is like a secondary cause. In Buddhism, when you study, in secondary causes, this causes, direct causes, substantial causes, main causes, all of these, many kinds of causes. And they simply talk about causes and conditions. So the main cause of that moment of suffering is a seed I planted in the past when I did a negative action based on a delusion to that particular person. Karma's personal, pretty much. But now suddenly all the conditions come together and it pops up, it ripens as a moment of my suffering. So if I'm trying to work on my mind, how does that look? Well, I've got to have two views, a view of karma and the mind. So I've got to learn about karma, the fundamentals. We've got to start, we haven't done that yet, but afternoon's going to run out of time, but we'll do it. Got to learn at least the nuts and bolts of karma, apply that. So it works like this. So karma, there are 4 ways in which our past actions ripen in the present, just 4. If you understand these 4, it describes your entire life to you. 1 is the type of body you get. So we got a human body. We won the lottery. Like at the time of our death, Lama Yeshe talks about this in detail in his book, How to Face Death Without Fear. At the time of death, just before we stop breathing, a particular karmic seed in our bank vault of billions of karmic seeds, a miraculous one, of a virtuous one of non-killing, practice, as Lama Yeshe says, in the context of living in vows of not killing in the past. One of those was triggered, which already programmed us, even before we stopped breathing, to go to our present mother's human womb a few weeks later. Already programmed. So then that's the first cause. So we get the body. Now, in this body, there is a mind. There is a mind, not the brain, there's a mind. And the way that mind works is the second way our karma ripens. So you can have a body like Hitler, it looks like a nice body, and you have a body like Mother Teresa, nice, but the difference between them is their mind. Obviously, they've got fingers and toes and noses, but they've got minds, and the difference is their minds. So that's the tendencies in their minds. So we can see from her behavior, she had a few good ones, and we can see from his behavior, he had a few bad ones. So they're all their tendencies from past actions, past habits, basically. So you bring your habits with you. So the second way our karma ripens is in terms of our habits, tendencies. Good at music, good at football, good at killing, good at love, good at kindness, whatever. Third one is called experiences. The ones are called intentions, similar to the cause. You've done them before. This one is experiences similar to the cause. So we can see we're very social beings, aren't we? We don't live in isolation. We live among beings. So we can see we've got countless past history with countless beings. So we keep bumping into each other. And of course, we keep doing to each other the most recent set of actions, probably is the way to put it. So we all know in our life, if we've looked at it simply, from the time we're born up till now, we can divide all the beings we've met into 2 categories. Very simple. Those that are mean to us and those that are kind to us. And we see they go from category to category. We can have same people doing different things. We know that. Very simple. So we've got history with each other. And so this logical law of karma, a natural law that runs the universe, or within which the universe runs, that no one made up and no one is running, all this occurs naturally. It's a natural law. So you can't meet a person you haven't met before, and they couldn't possibly do anything to you that you haven't done to them before. It's impossible, because you're doing it to them before. It's the cause, one of the causes of why they're doing it to you. This is said to be a natural law. Got to get used to that idea. It's not just random. It's not punishment. It's not reward. There's no punisher and rewarder in Buddhism because there's no creator. So experiences similar to the cause is all the experiences of happiness and all the experiences of suffering. Pretty much those 2. Think about it. At the hands of others. So now if we take all this on board, and the fourth one, sorry, is environmental karma. This comes to understanding our sickness. So let's say, okay, just forget the boyfriend. Just say, look at sickness, for example. Lots of us have sickness. Some have serious sickness. Some have sickness till the day they die. We know that. So that's the body out of whack, isn't it? So now let's look at that scenario as an example of a scenario in which we are trying to be Buddhists, trying to apply the Buddha's understanding of the causes of that sickness. Because if you want to find a solution to something, you have to first identify the problem and then identify the causes, and then you apply the solution. If you can't identify the problem, well, you can't find the causes. And if you can't identify the causes, you can't find the solution. Not just to this moment of suffering, which is already happening. You can't stop that, but you can learn for the future. You can learn from your experiences. So really practice is learning from our experiences. So let's say you've got sickness. Well, the analysis is this. Well, this suffering I'm having in my body. What is the cause of this? Well, it's, so if it's the body, it's from misusing your body in the past and harming. So, for example, killing has 4 results. The main result is the lower realm rebirth. The second result is have a tendency to kill. The third result is someone killing you or you're dying young. And the fourth one is being sick. That's environmental. Environmental result of past killing, one of the residual results of past killing, is that the physical world itself harms you, doesn't nourish you. So you'll have a weak body. Food you eat will cause you suffering. The air is polluted. The water's polluted. In other words, the elements out there are disharmonious. This is very simple. This is why you're sick. You've done past killing and past harming with your body. So the elements are not conducive. So now if you take, the Vajrayana view, which is gross body, subtle body, very subtle body, this is very fascinating. And this is the Tibetan medical system. So, so let's look at the subtle level of the sickness. What is the cause of it in the evolutionary sense, karmic evolutionary sense? So Lama Yeshe says, for example, even just now having a moment of anger. Anger is your mind. So in the subtle body is the 72,000 subtle channels going throughout our entire body. Within those channels or the subtle nervous system are all these different wind energies, prana. I mean, the Tibetan medical doctors study this for 14, 15, 12 years or something. And it's the balance of these wind energies that is what health is about. And that's their job, to balance the winds. That's just subtle physicality. So, but the interesting point of the Vajrayana, as His Holiness says, there are minds in the universe, trillions and trillions and trillions of mind streams. And all of those mind streams are inextricably linked to their own set of the 4 elements, because the 4 elements is what matter is made of. That's not how we think in the modern world anymore. We used to think that, but it's still the system they use here. There's matter and there are minds, that's it. And matter is the 4 elements. So the configuration of those 4 elements is just called the environment. And then there's a configuration of these elements, which is also the environment. This is physical, this is external. The body's external, the mind is internal. So what's the cause of it? Well, as Lama Yeshe said, even just a moment of anger, that first of all, everything you think programs your mind. Nothing goes astray. Your mind is programmed. And because your mind is inextricably linked to these wind energies coursing through your entire nervous system, your mind is all over your body. That's not how we think in the modern world, is it? It's different. It's brains and things. Your states of mind, your mental consciousness, your love, your compassion, your anger, your psychosis, all the different mental states are connected to their wind energies, all running through these channels. So your Tibetan doctor will feel your pulses. She feels the imbalance of certain winds, and she knows that's related to your attachment energy. So that's why she knows you're having complete panic attacks. That's why she knows your body has got you've got a complete berserk out of whack winds. Some people have serious, they can't move their bodies. They're lying in bed and can't even lift their finger. They get exhausted. All those exhaustion diseases that Western world doesn't say are true. What are they called?
ME?
What are they called?
ME or chronic fatigue?
Chronic fatigue, all these. This totally fits with the Buddhist one, the Tibetan Buddhist one. This one of the subtle wind energies, right? And it's connected to your mind. So Lama Yeshe says, even just a moment of anger, first programs your mind with anger. Simultaneously, it pollutes the winds it is linked to. That eventually ripens as physical illness. It takes time to go. And then even longer term, that impacts upon the external elements. And then you get born in a world where the elements are configured wrongly. You can't eat anything. You get sick all the time. Everything is coming from our past actions. The universe is created by our minds. And it fits with this Vajrayana model. So when you understand that logic, you take responsibility. You know you're sick because of your own past actions. Then you don't go and kill yourself. I must have been a bad person. Yeah, join the universe. Because any good health you have, like in that prayer we did yesterday, I say that every Saturday practically when we do this prayer for the pandemic, and the Moshe got all the monks and nuns to do this prayer. If you've got, may everybody have good health and well-being. If we've got that, and even if you're sick, you still have that to some degree, but we get overwhelmed by the badness. We forget the good health bits. So most of us even have a relatively healthy body, and you sort of don't have major pains and major this, get a bit fat and indigestion, whatever. But generally speaking, you can say you've got health and well-being. What a miracle. Do not take this for granted. And this is our tragedy with karma. It's only when the bad thing happens that we say, why is this happening to me? But when we've got the good things, we sit on our laurels and take it for granted. This is the big tragedy. So every day we should be weeping in happiness that we're still alive. I mean, why you die is because your petrol tank of morality of non-killing runs out and you die. No medical cause, as they say. You just run, your petrol runs out and your breath stops. That's because of killing. So if we're still alive, it's a miracle. It's our petrol tank of non-killing karma. It's still got gas in the tank, petrol. How miraculous. Not just, oh, aren't I lucky? No, past non-killing is why you're not dead yet. Past non-killing is why you have a relatively healthy body. Past non-killing is why Warren Buffett, who's 90-something, I always mention him, he's this famous American fellow, mega rich, you know, that I read his biography, and his daughter said, I've never seen water pass his lips. He is famous for his really practical, his ordinary diet. Since he's about 4 years old, he's lived on cheeseburgers, vanilla ice cream, and a flavored Coca-Cola. I remember one time in one big fancy business meeting with 40 billion billionaires on the 27th floor with 50 courses. Can I have a cheeseburger, please? He lives in the same old house he always lived in, drives his old Toyota, gave his $55 billion to Bill Gates. He's probably made another $55 billion since then. So besides anything else, he's got generosity karma. But he's not dead yet, he's 90. He ought to be dead from the medical point of view, so he must have lots of petrol in his non-killing karmic tank. So when you know these things, you can apply it. Well, first, aren't I fortunate I'm not dead yet, you think, even when you're sick? Then I know my sickness is due to my past negativity. So then you think, because if you're trying to be a Buddhist, aren't I fortunate? Now I'm finishing the karma. And you take care of yourself, of course you do. But then you'd be no self-pity. You'd be, you know, if you're really brave, and as we get better at this, you'd understand the cause. You know that your past actions are the cause. That any other moments you might have no sickness, you might feel good, then you delight in that too, because that's also due to your past karma. Your virtue, your good, your non-killing. This is the non-killing one, is fundamental as a fundamental morality, a practice of morality, non-killing. Practice in the context of living in vows. That's the crucial piece. So we know how to interpret it, and then without self-pity, we work on it, we try to get better, we go to the doctor, we do this, we do that, we eat well, but we know. And then you also, the other thing that's really important to understand, because in our culture, we're so addicted to being, this is a big lump of me, isn't it? And we mainly identify with being the body. As I said yesterday, and as Lama Yeshe says, we make the body the boss. No, the body's external, it's the 4 elements, it's the same elements as that carpet. It happens to be my mind is conjoined with these 4 elements. So the mind is not the body. So our problem is, because we're so connected to the body, the millisecond is a small pain in the knee, not to mention a big pain all over your body, you know, we assume that I have to be miserable. We assume we have to have aversion to it. We assume that. But when we realize the body and the mind are separate, we can decide. So deciding, my friend Sunny in prison, living in this nightmare, 17 years of hell, accused of murder, she decided, I knew I had the choice to change my mind. It's exactly the same with illness. This is a revelation. And this is the part that's hard to hear, because I can't imagine people living in pain. I thought that was unbearable to me. That's incredible. That you can, when you change your interpretation of the illness, you change your experience of it. So the extreme examples are like Lama Zopa, high being. The first night he went to the hospital in Australia in 2011, when we were all at our teacher centre in Australia, and he had this stroke. And he was in the hospital. So Venerable Roger started a video. So he videoed a message to us. And there's Lama Zopa on the video screen with his stroke, first day of his stroke. And he looks like all bloated and fat. He sounds like a senile drunk. And he's laughing hysterically. These Catholic nuns at this hospital could not believe these wacky, weird monks. This poor guy who's got a stroke, laughing, joyful, funny, and all his monk attendants all laughing and happy, you know. It's just too weird for words, like he's backward or something. So we can understand extreme examples like that, these great bodhisattvas who use every millisecond of any opportunity to develop even more compassion for sentient beings. I mean, I can't understand. It's like insane. All his experience of being in that hospital, it seems to me like it increased his compassion, which was already limitless, to like limitless degrees. Every second of that suffering. So all we can do is start hearing that and apply it baby steps by baby steps by baby steps. And the thing is this, if you're in prison, it's not the prison, this is too hard for us, that actually is the main cause of our suffering. It's not being wrongly accused that is the main cause of our suffering. Your husband's unkindness is not the main cause of your suffering. Your husband's kind behavior is not the main cause of your happiness. Having a beautiful house is not the main cause of your happiness. Having a healthy body is not the main cause of your happiness. The mind is. The mind is. Of course it's hard. This is really advanced practice, people. But if we don't know it, how can we practice it? So having sickness and then having a happy mind with it, you could literally say Lama Zopa did not suffer. I always quote this story. Kirti Samshad, one Lama, holy Lama who's passed away, Kirti Senchab Rinpoche, I'll never forget this word. He said, for example, a high-level bodhisattva. For that person, cutting off their hand and feeding it to a starving animal is as inconsequential as a leaf falling off a tree. So that's Lama Zopa, meaning their mind is so totally trained in this wish to benefit others and to use up all their suffering and to see it as good and to transform their mind and to realize emptiness, blah, 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 because they realize nothing has an inherent nature. They're able to totally reconfigure their view to what it is. But we are addicted because of attachment to see unhappy feelings as bad. So this is huge practice, but this is the logic. So then we are free. That's what freedom means. And then our mind is happy. Then our mind is happy. Of course, it takes time, but we have to understand the logic of it, and then we start where we are very humbly. You know? But if we don't know this analysis, how can we apply the thinking? How can we identify correctly the causes and then apply it if we don't know it properly? We have to be precise and hear it the right way. You know? It takes work. It's all masses of work. That's why my friends, the ones who are really practicing in prison, in these garbage dumps, are happy. That's why people, you know, who are sick, maybe, for example, who are learning to be happy and learn because they're practicing. And also with the sickness one, you can also, by practicing virtue now and goodness, you purify your mind, you purify the winds, and you can heal yourself. So a friend of mine, Venerable Honu, a nun, you know Venerable Honu here? Did she ever come here? She lived in London for a while. Did you ever meet her? Australian nun. She was riddled with cancer. She went home to die. And she just reported back to Camlo recently that she's healed. The doctors can't even talk about it. They're so shocked. There's no explanation for it, you know, because her winds were healed. Not everybody, and that doesn't always follow. That's as if you. Doesn't always follow that if your cancer doesn't get healed, that you're not purifying. It doesn't follow. But it's one of the karmic results. If you practice virtue, you can heal because the mind impacts. So virtue in the mind purifies the winds connected to it, and that ripens in the future as good health and even impacts upon the external elements, you know. So anyway, just talking. This is the basic ones of karma. If we don't understand this, how can we apply it? It's like saying, what's the cause of flowers? Oh, it's botany. Well, can you explain it to me? No. Well, what good are you? Useless. You have to learn the nuts and bolts. Minimum ones. That's all. And then you have to study the mind. What is an attachment? What is delusion? What is anger? What is love? What is compassion? If you don't know the nuts and bolts, basic nuts and bolts, how can you give yourself answers? So how can you ever solve the problem? You can't, very simply. Believing in Buddhism and doing your prostrations and being devoted are not enough. They're tools you use to help you apply the nuts and bolts, you know. That's why His Holiness always tells us to study, you know, to understand the logic of karma and the mind. This is the nuts and bolts of the path, isn't it? And then we have to understand compassion. So karma, let's just briefly say before lunch 12 time, what?
It's just gone 12.
What's lunch? Let's go for lunch then. We'll do this, well, after lunch, 2 people want to take refuge, so we'll do that. And some people, people who want to renew their refuge, you feel like you want to, but you've got to be clear about the person you choose to take that with. So you've got to know the person and check that person and make sure you want to connect with that person because you make a relationship with that person. So you be clear about that. So we'll do for 2 people who want to do it for the first time after the class. We'll talk a bit about refuge and vows later anyway. And I'll also talk about karma and purification after lunch. Enjoy your lunch, darlings. Let's just see lunch differently. Think of lunch. Yes, it's carrots and tomatoes and lentils and whatever, but usually seen through the lenses of attachment, so we get all excited. But now let's think about it just for a second. Dependent arising, the fruit of lots of people's hard work, kind cook. and the people who made the gas and the stove and the pots and the pans, and the people who shopped it, and the people who delivered it here, and the people who grew it, and all the creatures who died for it, all the people who died. So don't feel too holy because you're a vegan or vegetarian, because millions of creatures died, you know. So we think of all this and we think we're going to eat this food to be fat and healthy so we can repay their kindness. Even just that is a miraculous thought to have, that lessens your attachment, mitigates the attachment. And then we think of offering it as well. Imagine all the beings in the universe, all the Buddhas and gurus and all the sentient beings experiencing the bliss of receiving this delicious nectar. Lama Sangye Lama Che, Deshin Lama Gedun Te, Kungi Jepo Lama Te, Lama Namla, Che Pa Bung. And then enjoy your lunch. And then also, if you like to chat away, talk about what we've discussed. That makes it worthwhile. But we've got 2 hours scheduled. We don't need 2 hours. I don't think so. Do we?
No.
So come back when you feel ready. Don't get constipation or indigestion or anything. Come back about so down, maybe an hour and a bit. What do you think? Hour, see how you go. If we're all going to stay here, are you? Or are you going to go out? All staying here. That makes it easier. Okay. All right, see you soon, sweethearts. Thank you so much. So kind. Thank you. Shall we? Did you realize you people was back in 1 hour on Zoom? Just nod or say no. Yeah, you did. Okay. Let's hope. All right. Okay. Questions, people? Anything from what you've discussed over lunchtime? I'm sure there was busy discussions besides about the weather and the politics and the football or something. Any questions? No questions. Doesn't matter. Okay. Nobody there? Lou's got a question? You got a question, Lou? No, okay. Okay, so then let's look at the Four Noble Truths. So okay, you got the wisdom wing and the compassion wing. The wisdom wing is all the nuts and bolts of what you do on your own mind, which is junior school and high school, lowest and middle scope. You're working on your body and speech, control the servants of the mind, and then you can work on your mind. And from this, if you graduated there, I'll say it like that, then you're on the Hinayana path and you would realize emptiness and you get out of this, you wouldn't come back. You achieve your own liberation from suffering and its causes. But you can do more. You can go to university, which is the compassion wing. But this, all the teachings about karma, all the teachings about the mind, that's the nuts and bolts of the work we do on ourselves. Then you have the compassion wing, which is now you cultivate bodhicitta. Quite a different discussion. It's all based on the first level, but it's a different approach, you know. You continue to work on your mind all the way from here to enlightenment, but the emphasis is different, the basis is different, the motivation is different. Very distinctly different. So if we take the Four Noble Truths, like we said, you've got the suffering of suffering, first level. So then you look at the causes, my past action, driven by a delusion. It's very simple. I mean, it's not complicated. If you say to some, a neuroscientist or somebody, what are the two main causes of suffering? I mean, we'd write 14 novels, 14, volumes. So Buddha's view is kind of very articulate, very clear. He's presenting it. Don't believe him. You might be wrong. Check him out by experiencing it. So then if you're applying that, and the boyfriend is mean, and I tried to work on it. So I realized I did nothing wrong at that moment. I was being a nice girl and my boyfriend was miserable and he was mean to me. So now I think, okay, why has this happened? Because instinct, ego is rising, anger is rising, saying, how dare he do that to me? I don't deserve it. So I argue with that concept. That's a concept. That's why we have to hear what anger is saying. So I have to argue with it. That's why if it's an invalid concept, see, this is the point. Anger is a concept that isn't in touch with reality. So then what anger is how dare he do that to me? I don't deserve it. Well, straight away, you argue with that concept because the Buddha is saying, no, Robina, you got it wrong. It's like technically wrong. Deserve is a heavy word, but I'll say it without the heaviness. We do deserve it. If you sowed the seed in your ground and the weed ripens, it's your weed. So in a sense, you deserve it. But don't go flail, I'm kill myself, I'm bad. That's neurotic. But in the simple sense that it's your garden, life is your garden. I like that analogy. So whatever arises in that garden of yours, you sowed it, you planted it. But anger says, how dare he do that to me? I don't deserve it, which implies I didn't cause it, doesn't it? This is the analysis you've got to do. Well, I didn't cause it then. That's correct. I was sitting there just minding my own business. But there has to have been a seed in my mind from a past action that now ripened. So as they say in the laws of karma, if you get the result, you must have sown the seed. I mean, this is the logic that's so difficult for us. We scream and yell and shout and don't want to argue with it. This is how you practice. You hear what anger is saying, the pain of it, and you argue with it. Well, okay, if karma is true and I'm trying to apply it, it follows that I must have sown the seed. It follows I must have created that cause. It follows that I just got the result. So then what do you say to yourself? Well, okay, I have to try and live with it. Sure, it wasn't right what he did. It's true. It's an unethical action. Saying that I created the cause for it to happen doesn't mean that he did something good. No, he didn't. He did punch me. That's inappropriate. That's never denied. It's just that karma tells me why it happened to me. It's an answer. And that, if you think about in our culture, there is no answer to why is this happening to me. This is why we go mad. This is why we go mad, because we don't have an answer. Why me? But this is Buddha's answer. So you work with it. It doesn't work overnight. You got to work with it every day. Work with it, and slowly, slowly, that becomes your response. So then the anger gets less. Therefore, you suffer less. And therefore, because you're more in charge of your life, you can then be reasonable and see that this is the boyfriend's completely ridiculous. I don't want to keep putting up with this. There's no benefit in this relationship because you're no longer a victim. You can now make wise choices. Honey child, I'm out of here. Perfectly reasonable. Or if you feel there's something worthwhile in that relationship, you feel there's something useful that you can grow in that relationship, you choose to stay, and then you keep working on your mind. You've got two options, basically, stay or leave. That's the essence of it. Stay or leave. And my friends in prison don't even have two. They have no choice. They have no choice but to stay. But the choice they do have is to change their mind. That's what my friend Sunny did. She changed her interpretation of this nightmare. That's Buddha's expertise. She's not a Buddhist, she's just a nice hippie, but it made sense to her. That's how you argue using karma to explain why it is happening. And therefore you're arguing with the misconception that is anger. So anger is not a misconception insofar as your boyfriend didn't really punch you. He did. That's fact. But anger is this overlay, this extra layer of interpretation. He did hit you, fact. Therefore, how dare he do it to me? I don't deserve it. Not fact. You argue with that. And then, like we talked before, when you've lessened the anger, you still see the events. You see people punching and raping and murdering. That doesn't change. But now you know why it is happening. And that's what keeps us sane. Mostly we suffer because we have no answer to why. That's a nightmare. That's why we get so freaked out. So at least we've got Buddha's answer here, and that's what the basis of practice is. And it's hard. Of course it's hard. It argues against everything that instinctively arises. And then second, to see the relationship, as I said before, between, psychologically, between anger and what underpins it. That anger is the response to the instinctive assumption of attachment that says, I only deserve the good things. So that's not a valid concept as well. See, deserve is a powerful word for us. So for example, if you've got a bank account, you don't look in your bank account and see £0 and say, how dare there be no pounds in my bank? I deserve pounds. Why wouldn't you say that? Because you know it's your bank. You know that what's there is what you quote unquote deserve, insofar as what's there is what you put there or didn't put there. So you own it. That's what it means. So karma's like that. When you own that whatever arises in your life is what you created, then you own it, the good and the bad. It's a very different view. The other one's a view of an innocent victim that plays no role in it, and that's the opposite to emptiness. Opposite dependent arising. There can't be anything that occurs that's not part of what you did, that you're not part of. You're part of the scenario, you know. It's dependent arising. So this is how you argue with these misconceptions. You argue with the misconception of innocent victim, and you argue with the misconception of attachment, which is the root one under the anger, that is the assumption that I only deserve the good things. So equally, you know, you don't look in your garden. Who put weeds in my garden? I don't deserve weeds. You would never say that because you know the garden is yours. And if the weeds are there, they are your weeds. If flowers are there, they're your flowers. I think it's an amazing analogy. But we feel in life that our life is not our garden, that someone plonked us here unfairly with no sort of reference to us. We have no role in our life, and then bad and good things happen unfairly. No wonder we suffer with that philosophy in our bones. And that's the philosophy of ego. And it's a mistake, Buddha says. It's not accurate. It's not moralistic, it's practical. So you've got to do this inner work. That's the being your own therapist, this type of thinking every day. So you've got to have your wisdom thoughts, like I think of my roommates. You've got lots of wise, intelligent, useful roommates, love, compassion, intelligence, understanding cause and effect, understanding the mind, there's wisdom in part of you. They argue with the poor, self-pity, deluded roommates, the ones who are bursting into tears and freaking out and feeling innocent and it's not fair, I don't deserve it, and I didn't ask to get born, those ones that are anger, attachment, jealousy, pride, low self-esteem, self-loathing. They're inappropriate. So we have to argue with them. And the more wisdom argues with ignorance, what happens to ignorance? It dissipates and eventually disappears like a puff of smoke. That's what Buddha says. We can get rid of all of them because they're not valid, because they're misconceptions. We can prove this. If you ask me what's 1 + 1, and I'll say, oh, 3. You say, Robina, don't be silly. And I sort of made a mistake. I'll say, oops, you're wrong. Of course, I agree with you. You're absolutely right. 1 + 1 is 2. So now listen to this. 1 + 1 is 3 is a concept in my mind, isn't it? It's a concept, a thought. I had it. Then without much effort, I changed it. I remembered that was wrong. And I then reverted to the true concept. I agree with you. 1 + 1 is 2. Now I have to be certain, not, oh, you think it's 2? Not sure. It's got to be certain. When I'm certain 1 + 1 is 2, what will that do to the other concept? This is the point. The other concept has disappeared into a puff of smoke. There's not an atom of it left. So that's exactly what happens when you finally realize emptiness. You finally, in the subtlety of your shamatha mind, you finally what happened?
Sorry.
Oh, it's her busy friends all writing to her. So what happened is, all the much of work we have to do internally, debating, analysis internally, using dependent arising to argue with ego's misconceptions. And finally, on the basis of shamatha, you then get to the deepest level of your mind, you do your dependent arising, and then one day or other, the penny will drop. And you will know utterly and irreversibly for the first time that there never has been, isn't, and never could be the kind of I we think has been there, a fantasy I, a dependent a non-dependent arising I. No such I can exist. And when we see it for the first time nakedly, that there never has been, isn't, and never could be, that view of dependent arising has just conquered the misconception. So the thought 1 + 1 is 2 conquers the misconception that 1 + 1 is 3. So when the certainty of the truth is clear, the lie has gone, disappeared like a puff of smoke. That's how you become enlightened. So arguing with karma argues with the first cause of my suffering, why in the first place I get punched. And second, arguing with anger deconstructs that concept and you get to see it's not a valid concept. And then you realize it's underpinned by the subtler concept of attachment and you argue with that. This is how you deconstruct all the misconceptions. And slowly, slowly familiarizing yourself with the truth, with what is true, that wins the day eventually. That's how you be your own therapist every day. That's how you find sanity and stability. We've got to do it. You can't just say it, you've got to do the analysis. So anyway, let's talk now about, let's talk first of all about the second kind of suffering, which is very, kind of, we can't get this unless we analyze it. And then I want to talk about karma and how we purify. So we'll see if we can fit it all in, okay? So the first kind of suffering is easy enough. It's when the bad things happen. It's pretty straightforward. And that's the only suffering that we tend to identify in our culture. So then you've got the second kind of suffering, which Buddha calls the suffering of change. And that's a bit weird to us initially, but let's look at it. And this is more subtle. So what, in fact, for us, what Buddha refers to as the suffering of change, a more nuanced, subtler level of suffering, is actually what we refer to as happiness. So if we take the second noble truth, which is the causes, and we take the delusions, let's say we take attachment as the basic cause, then what the first kind of suffering is, which is when the bad things happen, which is when anger arises, that's when attachment doesn't get what it wants. But now we take the second kind of suffering, the suffering of change, which we refer to as happiness. What that is when attachment does get what it wants. So we think that is happiness. But before we go there, let's look at the word happiness. This is a huge one that we don't really look at, you know, we need to understand what that means. So I talked about two categories of states of mind in this model of the mind in Buddhism, the psychological model. Those first two, the neurotic deluded and the valid virtuous ones. Then you have the third category, and actually they call them neutral, but that's kind of throws us because we think it sounds like they're not important. But what it means is they're neither negative and neurotic, nor are they virtuous. These have very specific meaning in Buddhist psychology. We don't like this in modern psychology. It sounds judgmental. They've got very specific flavor. So this third category, I like to call them the mechanics of the mind. So what are they? So first of all, there's attachment, anger, jealousy. Then there's love, compassion, kindness, the first two. Now we've got intention, attention, concentration, good memory, discrimination, alertness. There are many of these, and they are literally the mechanics of your mind, and they are neither neurotic and deluded, nor are they virtuous, but they're crucial to have. They're utterly necessary. You'd be an insane person if you didn't have them. So this is the point. Whether you're a murderer or a meditator, you need concentration. You need alertness. You need, to do anything, make a cake. You need what's called mindfulness. Our biggest problem in the West is we've got 47 different variations of that, definitions of it, but basically we've got all these bells and whistles on it. From the Buddhist perspective, it's one of the many in this third category, and it's simply good memory. It's simply the ability to bring your mind back to the thing you're concentrating on, making the cake, driving the car, watching your breath. So it's a technical, mechanical part of the mind. We put all the bells and whistles on it, and we actually treat it like a virtue. But thieves need mindfulness, as Lama Yeshe puts it. We've got very real, like in French, for example, they call it, translating the French, they call it full awareness. This is a complete load of rubbish. I mean, it's a mechanical part of the mind that when you're distracted, the mindfulness remembers what you're doing. You remember you're making a cake, so you bring yourself back to the cake. You remember you're trying to kill your mother, so you bring yourself back to kill her properly. You forgot what you were doing. You remember you're driving, so you bring your mind back. That's a mechanical part of the mind. That's the meaning of it. So thieves need mindfulness. It's not virtuous in its nature. Anyone can do it. A murderer needs it. You think of you think of those people who sit there mainly shooting from a distance. They're totally trained. Sniper. They need incredible alertness, incredible discrimination. Discrimination is happening every millisecond, and it's the ability to discriminate between this and that. In just the outside world, you'd be insane if you couldn't do that. Square, round, group, pink, this, that, car, distance, a million things a second. It's working. We utterly need that to function. And then as a practitioner, you need it to distinguish between delusions and virtues. In its nature, it's not virtuous. So it's underpinned by a virtue, then it becomes virtuous. Mindfulness underpinned by bodhicitta or emptiness or renunciation becomes a virtue. Otherwise, it's just an idiot thing to do. Helps you kill better, helps you make cakes better. So all these third category, the mechanics of the mind, I like to call that, they are crucial. So this is it. There's only these three kinds of states of mind. There's no fourth category. Of the millions of states of mind, there's no fourth category. So what's fascinating, in the third category, one of them is called feeling. This is mind-blowing to us, but not in the way we use the word like an emotion. Feeling, there are only three kinds: pleasant, unpleasant, and again, this neutral. So this is a different aspect here. So neutral is like, don't even bother with those. Don't even think about it. Don't even go there. Forget them, okay? Let's look at pleasant and unpleasant. Well, another word for pleasant feeling is happiness. Happy feeling, joyful feeling, ecstatic feeling, rapturous feeling. I mean, who's had them? I haven't. But they're all levels of happy feelings. So when we say the word happiness, look at what we think. Because we're completely convinced that attachment is the cause of happiness, we also even think the cake is the cause of happiness. Sorry, we think the cake is the cause of happiness. And so totally do we conflate the cake with the happiness that we even think the cake is the happiness. So when you are tell me about your happiness, Robina. Oh, this amazing cake. I can't tell you how delicious it was. So we make these utter mistakes. Happiness cannot be a function of flour and chocolates. Suffering is not a function of a punch. That's the physical. Yes, there are unpleasant feelings. So mind experiences feelings. They're not a function of an external thing. On the basis of the body, there are sensory feelings and there are mental feelings. That's right. So the mind experiences happiness, happy feelings, and there's only happy or unhappy. So this is the logic of samsara. Because we are junkie, attachment is a junkie, attachment is a delusion, and its job is to find the object such that we are convinced when we have contact with it, happy feelings are triggered. That's our method for getting happy feelings. But we think the cake is the main cause, and we even think the cake is the happiness. When you tell people your memories, you don't remember the feeling, you remember the event. So we're completely off the wall, you know, misinterpreting. So nothing wrong with wanting happy feelings. The Buddha, one way of saying the whole of Buddha's teachings, we all want happiness and we all don't want suffering. Join the universe. Because all Buddha's saying is, this is the suffering of change, okay? All Buddha's saying is, hey guys, hey, I found a method. I found a method to get happiness that doesn't change. So let's look at this. So right now, with attachment and experience and habit, we believe the best way to get happy feelings is get a cake, a boy, a handbag, a nice sound, praise. That's our method, isn't it? This is the method of samsara. And the thing is, Buddha's not arguing. It does trigger a happy feeling. There's no argument. When you taste that cake, when the cake meets the tongue, definitely a happy feeling in the mind is experienced. Fact. But all Buddha's saying is, in comparison with the happy feelings he has discovered that we can have using his methods, it's like pigs eating hot shit in comparison. He doesn't say that. I'm using an analogy. All right. I remember in Tibet, you go to the toilet, there's these long slats of wood and about 20 feet down, and the wild pigs, you know, waiting for the nice warm hot shit. I mean, get my point. So the only happy feelings we know on the basis of this heavy duty bag of bones and our senses, based on intense berserk attachment, it's like the happy feelings triggered by an alcoholic drinking that wine or a junkie injecting the heroin. And that's not being rude to people. So in a sense, attachment is a junkie. It's the junkie mind. We're all junkies, we're all addicts. It's a question of degree. So it does trigger happy feelings, but this is the point. So Buddha simply calls it the suffering of change. So it's true, it's a fact, but we're so depressed to hear it, it's like annoying. We know perfectly well, when your stomach's empty and all the conditions come together and everything's nice and you're happy and perky and the cake's delicious, it definitely, meeting the cake, making contact with the object, definitely triggers happy feelings in the mind, both sensory and mental. Fact. Now, you've got to ask the question, why do I need to eat another piece of cake? Because we know upon reflection, the best happiness is always the first mouthful. Think about any contact with any sensory object. The first contact is the most delicious. But attachment, you see, is never satisfied. So even as you're having that mouthful, the attachment is totally dissatisfied and is then thinking of the next mouthful. I remember one girl talking about Tinder. She was so depressed because she said, I mean, it's an easy way to get boyfriends and girlfriends. I agree. I had to go around the streets looking at people and grabbing them. Tinder, you just press a button. You're making a date. It's much easier. It's much harder work then. So anyway, this girl, she was a bit depressing because she just finished having sex with this nice boy. She's getting dressed. She looks over at the bed and there he is on Tinder getting the next girlfriend because he's not satisfied. One boy who does sex, what do you call it? Sex, like alcoholics, that one, anonymous. He said, 20 girls a day. And as he's on one girl, he's thinking of the next one. That's how attachment works. Even that one mouthful, it's so delicious. The pleasure has come, but already we're craving the second mouthful. We know that. And we're hoping satisfaction will come. We're hoping the craving will stop. So we think we haven't got enough yet. So we have another mouthful. And we're still hoping that'll bring the happiness. But already if you analyze later, it's not as delicious as the first mouthful. We know that. And then what happens 4 pieces later, if you eat another one, you'd vomit. So basically what Buddha's saying is that happiness, the happy feelings we get now are happy feelings. But they don't last. It's not complicated, but we get so annoyed to hear it. Well, we know that, mate. What choice have we got? But we're so used to this process, we don't analyze it. But the only way to hear this is then you've got to be, and Buddha doesn't tell us immediately. He makes a lot longer for us to hear about boring old nirvana. He wants us to suffer first and then get the answer. I think it's good to tell us the answer first. Are you hearing me? You're with me? It's really helpful to understand the answer. So Buddha's saying, hey guys, I've got a method. I've got a method to get such happy feelings. First, you won't believe it. And second, sweetie pie, they will not change into suffering feelings. Because that cake, because the next day, you forget all about the fact that the cake that caused your happy feelings in the beginning is the same cake that caused you to want to vomit 5 pieces later. But we conveniently forget that. And we try again the next day. Maybe bashing my head against the wall will work this time. Boom, No. We'll be doing it for eons, Buddha says. So all Buddha's saying is he's found a method to trigger happy feelings, which when you read about the nature of mind and Mahamudra teachings is so delicious, that joy, bliss, ecstasy, rapture, happiness are the natural state of a mind unencumbered by delusions. So he's saying, you guys think happy feelings come from contact with cakes, driven by attachment. No, happy feelings come from giving up attachment. That's Buddha's answer. That's the simplest level, not even talking about emptiness yet. So Lama Yeshe in Mahamudra, and he's always like this, he was outrageous. The Lamas never talk this way. They give you all the technical explanations of how you do shamatha, but they don't tell you the results. Lama does. You read his chapter in Mahamudra about some of the amazing experiences of just getting single point of concentration. He said it would make you so excited you wouldn't want to waste a single day of this life. He's trying to encourage us. And what he's telling us is this is the nature of our mind. This does not exist in neuroscience. It does not exist in modern psychology. That the capacity of the mind, even to be temporarily free of delusions in shamatha. You haven't stopped the delusions yet. You haven't realized emptiness yet. Even just temporarily, the joy that you experience is unimaginable, Lama Yeshe says. And anybody who's even had a half a meditation experience, they all will say that that joy you experience is utterly different from sensory experiences, from happiness, from contact with objects. Venerable Rene, the Swiss monk we all know, I'm sure, who's been meditating for 45 years, I interviewed him in 1995 in Mandala about his 2.5-year retreat in Ursaling, our center in Spain, in the Sierra Nevada, near Granada. And he said he did 2.5 years doing single point of concentration. And he said he maybe got to the 5th of the 9 stages. He said he said different things. But one thing he said was there was no question that the joy, the happy feelings that his mind experienced were so superior to any happy feelings he'd experienced through his senses. We're talking technical here, not religious, not moralistic. So we all want happy feelings. And this is the tragedy of samsara. We're totally addicted to believing they come on the basis of contact with an object, driven by the junkie called attachment. That's our method. We don't have another method. No wonder we despair. No wonder we get depressed. We try so hard to get happy feelings, and it is completely exhausting. We know they don't last, but look at this. We want them to last. Like when you fall in love, one of the biggest beliefs we have, and this is the most shattering one, is that we really believe, now I've found happiness. Finally, I found happiness, meaning we believe it will last. The Buddha tells us everything's impermanent. I always quote Nicole Kidman, whom I love. I'm not trying to be mean about her. When she was with Tom Cruise, she said, I read an interview with her in Vanity Fair. At the end, she said, "We will be together until we are 80. She said that with utter conviction. Because, why? Because when attachment gets what it wants, happy feelings, lovely family, joy, pleasure, it's valid, nothing wrong with it. Because we can't stand the thought that it will end, we impose another lie on top and we believe it will last forever. We believe it with absolute certainty. This is why we're so shattered when it does change. And that could be in 50 years or in a year. It's going to change at some point. You will die or he will die. It'll even end then. Then it's shattering because your misconception has been deflated. So when we just hear in the second scope about how suffering is, attachment is the cause of suffering, it's the way they do it is, I find it's too hard, because all it does is rub your nose in it. But you don't get the answer yet. But just to hear what some delicious methods to look forward to, you don't mind then. Do you understand my point? It's all there. We've got to delve into the literature and find it, you know. So, you know, then we think what happens is we think we're guilty, and then we get guilty and we think pleasure. Even pleasure sounds like a naughty word, doesn't it? Happy feelings sounds sort of okay, but pleasure? Lama Yeshe used to say, the more pleasure, the better, dear. He's trying to wake us up out of our self-pity rubbish, you know. We feel guilty about happy feelings. And this is what's interesting. The point is this. In relation to Kerry, whoever he is, my boyfriend, there he is. 1, first category, neurotic, deluded attachment. 2, valid, reasonable, love. 3, mechanics, feeling. And we get them all jumbled up together. We have to know the function of attachment, the function of love, the function of feeling. We sort this out mechanically, technically, we can begin to interpret our life. It's like learning botany. Now you know how to grow a garden, you know. Feeling, happy feeling, is neither attachment nor not attachment. It's not love or not love. It's a distinct other part of our mind. But because we all experience things as one big lump, we don't distinguish the bits and pieces all playing their roles, you know. So joy is not a delusion. Happy feelings are not a delusion. That's a ridiculous idea. And all Buddha's saying is I found methods to get them so they don't turn into unhappy feelings, which is what happens to our happy feelings now. Our happy feelings now turn into unhappy feelings because we keep waiting for more happy feelings to come and all you know, even unhappy feelings. So one person I know is a student, and he sort of said, well, tell me the downside of, I can't see any, I can see that with most things, but what's the downside of sexual pleasure? And I said, I don't want to be too blunt here, dear, but, you know, here's the answer. Keep imagining, you know, that girl you think is so divine, and she is divine, and you do experience incredible pleasure. But I mean, don't just go to sleep. Have sex with her again. And don't wait any time, have it again. And don't wait, have it again. And again, and again. Guess what? By the morning, you'll find her body so repulsive, you'll be exhausted and won't want to look at her again. It's the same as the cake. We all know this, but it's so blunt we can't bear to think about it, you know. Do you understand? Buddha's simple logic is, if a divine body is the main cause of those happy feelings you have, then the more you have contact with that divine body, the more blissful and blissful and blissful, off the charts, will be your happy feelings. We know scientifically it's the exact opposite, but we can't bear to hear it. It sounds brutal and unkind of Buddha, you know, but it's our experience. But because we don't have any other methods, we just can't stand to hear it. We would rather leave it there, you know, and just keep bashing our heads against brick walls. This is a gross level of attachment. Lama Yeshe said that we've got renunciation because the first stages of the wisdom wing, which is junior school and high school, low scope, middle scope, the first level of realization from that, which is learning about attachment and the suffering of attachment. Lama Zopa says you've got renunciation of suffering and its causes when just the thought of another moment of attachment is so repulsive. It's like being in a septic tank. Now we hear that and it's shocking, but we have to realize we have to be humble about it, because really by the time you give up attachment, you've practically realized emptiness. It's so primordially deep inside it. It's so utter. It's so pervasive. So please don't be rough with yourself. We've got to understand it and go one tiny baby step at a time. But if we don't understand, like if you don't understand a little bit of botany, you can't even grow one flower. So how can we get one moment of proper happiness if we don't understand the mechanics of it? This is Buddha's teachings, you know. We have to sort of put it all together, all the nuts and bolts of it together, understand it logically. We have some enthusiasm then. So the suffering of change. So all pervasive suffering, or all conditioned suffering, they call it. I mean, even just speaking simply, it's a bit like using the analogy of a junkie. So the first kind of suffering is, the assumption is that attachment's a junkie within us, So the first kind of suffering is when you don't get the junk. It's like a nightmare. The second kind of suffering is when you get the junk, you get the heroin. And the third kind of suffering is being born in the first place in a body of the five senses, occupying a world made of heroin, driven by the junkie mind that craves the heroin just to survive. That's all pervasive suffering. We're locked into it. The five sense objects, which is the physical world, are the heroin, basically, of the five senses. That's it. So and attachment is the energy that drives us to get the different objects in order to get some happy feelings. So we get rid of the first kind of suffering by practicing the first scope, stop harming sentient beings. We stop the second kind of suffering by giving up attachment, practicing the second scope. And we stop the third kind of suffering. We get out of samsara altogether when we realize emptiness. The Hindus, the system that Lord Buddha was involved in, educated in, this genius, amazing Indians well before the Buddha, you know, as His Holiness says, always quote, with these ingenious Indians more than 3,000 years ago, who were the ones who began the investigation into the nature of self. They discovered all these methods. They found methods to stop the suffering of suffering. They found methods to stop the suffering of change, but they didn't find methods, Buddha says, to stop the suffering of the all-pervasive suffering. The peak of samsara, the Buddha has found, is still ego grasping. So he diverged in his own direction on the basis of his own direct experiential findings about the nature of self, the ultimate nature, about emptiness. So let's look briefly at karma and then how we purify it. And then what we'll do is have a quick tea break. And then after that, I'm going to be teaching a bit about refuge and lay vows for the people who want to take refuge for the first time. And again, if anybody wants to renew and you've thought about it and you'd like to do it here in this room with this person, then you're more than welcome. But now I'll be just discussing those. And we mightn't go to 5, I think. We'll maybe go to 4. So let's now talk about karma, how we create it and how we purify it. This is junior school, first level. I mean, karma is the most subtle teaching of all, but the application of it is the first level of practice. The application of the fundamental nuts and bolts of karma. So the first scope practices, the first scope, junior school and high school, this is the thing we have to remember, but we never remember in the West. We kind of feel weird about it. We are the beneficiaries of abiding by the laws of karma and working on our mind and giving up attachment. The whole emphasis of this is all related to the vows related to that level, which are called the vows of individual liberation. So all of those practices are the practices that we do to stop our own suffering. They help me get out of samsara. We are the beneficiaries of not killing and not stealing and not lying and working on and giving up attachment. We are the direct beneficiaries of that. This is like the intense internal, like retreat mode of practice. We are the beneficiaries. We feel guilty about that in the West, like it sort of sounds inferior. But you cannot possibly go to the compassion wing and develop real compassion until you've understood your own suffering and the three kinds of suffering. Because right now, I'll go to karma, but right now, the only compassion we have is for the people who've got the first kind of suffering. We only have compassion for the pussies and the doggies and the few children, you know, and they have to be innocent victims. So limited, it's a joke. When you've really got renunciation of all levels of suffering for yourself, you then look around the world and you go, oh my God, we're all in the same boat, and you have compassion for every single person. The pedophiles, the rapists, the torturers, the Mr. Boris Johnsons, if you don't like him, or whoever you don't like. In America, it's either you hate or love Mr. Trump, you know. So whoever's suffering, whoever's causing themselves suffering, who's ever harming others, you have compassion with for every single one, because you understood the Four Noble Truths for yourself. So the main emphasis of the first level of vows is to help you stop suffering. The main emphasis of the next level of vows, the bodhisattva path, is to continue to work on your mind. That never changes. But the emphasis now is to break down the barriers between you and others in order to be able to help others. And then finally, the six perfections is where you actively help others. There's levels of morality, the morality of restraint, and that's both the bodhisattva vows and the lay vows. You're mainly refraining from harming. The motivations are different according to the scope. And then there's the morality of benefiting others, which of course implies wisdom, you know. As His Holiness says, compassion is not enough. You need wisdom. And wisdom is from the nuts and bolts of abiding by the laws of karma and working on your mind. So karma, like I said, karma is this natural law for the Buddha. Buddha's not an equivalent of God. There's no equivalent of God in Buddhism. You don't need creating. As His Holiness says, karma is self-creation. And that's the part that's shockingly different. Our mind is beginningless and endless. It's a product of cause and effect. How can you have a first moment of your mind? Not possible. You cannot point to anything in the universe that didn't have a previous moment. You simply can't. So therefore, for the Buddha, there's no such thing as a first cause. This is a big discussion in Christian philosophy. Capital F, capital C. The Catholics have a deep philosophy about how there can be a first cause. Buddha utterly and totally disagrees, and they argue with it, debate with it. That implies it's permanent, unchanging, and has causeless and has inherent existence, and nothing like that can exist. So mind is beginningless and endless, as nutty as it sounds to us. Matter is beginningless and endless. Universes are beginningless and endless. As long as there are sentient beings, there'll be universes because they're connected. Matter and minds are connected. So we keep creating universes, you know, hell realms, spirit realms, animal realms, human realms, God realms, formless realms, form realms. We create all of it. And we create enlightenment as well. We are the boss. We don't need a boss. You know, like having a boss is like a conspiracy theory. There's always somebody behind all the suffering and behind all the happiness. We are. That's it. We're looking in the wrong direction. We're the boss, Buddha says. So one way karma, our actions ripen. Buddha's saying every millisecond what we think and do and say sows seeds in the mind, programs us, turns us into the person we become. So everything we think and do and say sows seeds in the mind that will necessarily ripen in the future as happy experiences or unhappy ones. Yes, neutral ones too. And you could argue the subtlest beings and the deepest sense of absorption, the deepest experience of absorption in the formless realms, they're having neutral feelings. So forget those in general. We want the happy ones, babe, and we don't want the suffering ones. But everything we think and do and say will either ripen as a happy experience or an unhappy one. That's it, very simple. And the unhappy ones, both of them have the four kinds of results. A type of rebirth is one. The mind within that rebirth is the second, the tendencies. The third is the experience at the hands of others in general, the third kind of karma. And the fourth is environmental. All of these are created by us. So if we take this as our guide, first of our basis for understanding the universe, understanding suffering and happiness on the basis of not wanting future suffering, then I decide I'm not going to kill, I'm not going to steal, I'm not going to lie. 10 little things the Buddha exhorts us to try and use as our basis for living our lives. 10 little instructions, 10 pieces of advice to refrain from these things which are harming others, but because I don't want the future suffering. And again, like I always point out, this is the fundamental difference between believing in a creator and the Buddha's view. Jesus says a sin by definition, this priest told me that, Christians say sin by definition is doing what God said not to do. Well, Jesus and God and Buddha both say don't kill, but Buddha's reason is different. He would say it's a natural law. The main thing, a negative action is a natural law. Check out, do research. No one wants to get killed, stolen from, lied to. That's a natural law. That's what defines it as a negative action, because people don't like it. It hurts them. That's the core. That's what defines an action as negative, and one that harms another. But the Buddha's reason for exhorting us not to do it in the beginning of practice isn't because it harms others. It is because my doing it programs my mind, so seeds in my mind that will ripen either as a lower realm rebirth, my tendency to keep killing, my getting killed, and the environment making it, not as harming me. That's it. Very simple, not complicated. I don't want that. Clear. If my mind will continue, I do not want those experiences. Therefore, solution, stop killing, stop stealing. This is junior school practice, hardly complicated. So you start to harness your crazy energy of verbal and physical. So the main result of that is the rebirths. The main result, and an action that is a complete action will drop seeds in your main bank vault. And there'll be millions of these seeds, and such at the time of your death, you want one of the virtuous karmic seeds, particularly non-killing, to be triggered, because you want another human birth. You don't want an ant birth, when you can think about it, worm, all these beings in the depths of the ocean, darkness and depth of the ocean, kangaroos, birds. We often think animals are happier. Lama Zopa said one time, someone quoted me years ago from the 70s, if we could just for a moment have a direct experience of the mind of our precious little dog, the mental suffering would be beyond bearing. The mental suffering would be so unbearable. And that's the suffering of ignorance and the intensity of their delusions, because they can't access their virtue. Their mental suffering will be so unbearable, we would never want to waste another second of this precious human life. Now, that's outrageous to us. Nobody sees their animals like that. We can't even see the suffering of a human mind, because all we see is the outside, So the human life is one we want, isn't it? That we have to create the causes. But this is the thing now, the way to really create the causes for a decent human life, being good is not enough. Just being good, Lama Zopa says, is not enough. We have to create that virtue of non-harming in the framework of living in vows of non-harming. Buddha loves his vows. Psychologically, they're so delicious. They even say in the text that vows are like a subtle energy visible to clairvoyance. Something powerful about a strong decision to refrain from killing, stealing, lying. In other words, a strong decision to identify yourself as a non-harming person. On this planet, that is tremendous. So Lama Zopa said, you could have a person doing bucket loads of practice, but not having simply a vow not to kill, and another person merely keeping nicely their vow to kill. He said, the power of vows is such that the second person is creating infinite more virtuous karmic seeds, dropping infinite numbers of karmic seeds into their bank vault and purifying their mind infinitely more than the first person because of the power of vows. So on the face of it, this doesn't make any sense, and we have to analyze it, understand it. And I like to talk about vows because in the sense that they're simply things we agree not to do. That's what a vow is. But we do this all our lives. When you learn to drive a car, if you had to write down all the things you've agreed not to do, there would be hundreds of things. But you don't call them vows. You don't think someone's trying to squash you. The driver in the sky is going to punish you. You think, I must do this so I can be a better driver. Well, same here. But you're not trying to become a better driver. By living in vows, you're becoming a better person. You're molding yourself into the person you want to become, a non-harming person. How amazing. So vows are so logical. You decide, I will not harm any sentient being. I will not steal. I will not lie. And they guide you, like your vow, like your decisions when you drive a car, they guide you. You know you vow not to put the foot on the accelerator at the same time as the brake. And you internalize that so totally, you'll never do it. It protects you. If you don't know how to drive, you'll do that and you'll wonder why you crash. So you have a vow in your mind. You have a vow not to turn the wheel left if you're turning right. We don't think of it this way, but that's exactly what it is. We learn them rigorously and properly with adult mind. But with vows, we get panic-stricken and nervous. Someone's trying to squash me. Someone's going to punish me. We're so infantile. As soon as it comes to religious philosophy, you know. Vows are so amazing, so intelligent. So this is the point. This is the difference. When you create karma, the key factor involved that makes a karmic seed drop into your bank vault isn't doing the action of killing the mouse. It's the mind involved in doing it. So you could have 2 people or 3 people, use 3 examples. There's 4 things that have to be in place when you do an action, good or bad. One is the object of the action. So in the killing, it would be a mouse, let's say, for example, a mouse. The second is your mind involved, and there are several things there, but the 2 key ones are 1, intention, not meaning motivation. This is a neutral state of mind. This is a mechanics. Intention is like the meaning of karma. It's volition, I will. Everything exists on the tip of the wish. Without intention, you would not move an inch. Intention drives everything we think and do and say, but we're not aware of it because it's instinctive, it's programmed in us. So it has to be the intention, I will kill the mouse. But then what gives it its flavor that causes it to be negative or positive is the motivation. So typical one is aversion, how disgusting, mice being in my house. So 1 is the object, 2, the mind involved, intention and motivation, coming so totally together, we think they're the same thought, but they're not. 3, the action. 4, result, dead mouse. That's a complete action of killing, roughly. There's more to it than that, but that's simple enough. That'll drop a killing seed into your main bank vault, and then it will multiply and multiply, and then will ripen eventually as countless suffering rebirths. Because seeds multiply, fruits multiply. I think that's what happens in botany. Same here, energy increases, you know. Now, let's say there's another person. 1, there's a mouse. 2, mind that's thinking, I will kill it. No, there's no thought because they don't see the mouse. Motivation, there can't be because they don't see the mouse. So there's no mind involved in it. 3, their foot stands on the mouse. 4, dead mouse. You could argue practically no karma. They say in the Lamrim there's some kind of result, but there's practically none. Why? Because mind is what creates karma, and the body and speech fulfill the mind's wishes. So that's not a complete karma, no way in the world. And we see we do lots of actions without intention, without motivation. It's not getting us off the hook. We think of it as, oh, you mean it doesn't matter what you do because you didn't mean to. That's not what's being said. It's a technical point again. So the mind involved is the key thing, and not even the intention and the motivation. So a 3rd person, let's say, has a mouse. 2, intention, I will kill the mouse. Motivation, compassion. Poor mouse is suffering, I must kill it. Poor vets spend their lives doing that now. 3, you do the action. 4, dead mouse. What karma is that? Well, fine for you. You meant well. Motivation, your compassion was sincere, but you didn't have wisdom. As His Holiness says, compassion is not enough. As Lama Zopa says, meaning well is not enough. You've got to have the wisdom to know with confidence that at that moment you kill the mouse, you are confident that that mouse will get another decent human rebirth and meet the Dalai Lama and have a nice practice. Who's got that wisdom unless you're clairvoyant? So mind your own business. Do not play Russian roulette with the mouse or your grandma, and help them die peacefully instead. So you need wisdom. You mean well, you'll be fine. You're off the hook. But kindly now ask, did I help the mouse? Just because you meant well, don't be so rude. You meant well. But what about the poor mouse? Well, you probably put the mouse from the frying pan into the fire, because you don't have the wisdom to see the mouse's mind. It's a technical issue, not a moralistic one. But we think, oh, meaning well's enough. That's for your sake. Yeah, you're okay. But did you really be confident your grandma, when she took her last breath, is off to the Pure Lands or off to another decent human mummy? No, you can't be certain. So do whatever you can to help them die peacefully, to die well, hearing mantras, make them safe, make them calm, let them die in their own pace, and help them create lots of virtue before they die. If you have the wisdom to know, that's different. Lama Yeshe, this wonderful story. Buddha says we can't begin to benefit sentient beings until we have clairvoyance, you know, and you get clairvoyance with shamatha. We've had it countless lifetimes, Buddha says. We didn't use it enough to realize emptiness. We've lost the plot, you know. So there's a wonderful story about Lama, said to be a holy being, got clairvoyance, which is low-level realizations in Buddhism, bodhicitta, emptiness, the works, you know. And Harry, our American friend in Courtin, back in the 70s, I think, was a young monk who was sick, one of the Sherpas. So he wanted to help the Sherpa monk, so he found a doctor. Then Lama, he told Lama, I found a doctor, and Lama said, it's okay, he doesn't need a doctor. So Harry trusts Lama. So he saw the monk got sicker and sicker, and he eventually went up to the mountains and he died with his family, you know. So that sounds like Lama Yeshe is very cruel, doesn't it? He let the monk die. Well, Lama Lundup, the abbot, explained to Harry, well, of course Lama has clairvoyance. Clairvoyance in Buddhism is a natural consequence of developing your mind. It's not some hippie trippy, you know, you have a flash of a moment when you're an Egyptian princess 47 lives ago, the way we think in our culture. Even good people with clairvoyance. It's nothing like what we can possibly, the clarity of it that can be developed here. Lama talks about that in Mahamudra, one of the consequences of getting single point of concentration. Unbelievable clarity, not just vague, but crystal clear, seeing exactly past, future, and the minds of others. And as you increase, this increases. So you can't help benefit sentient beings. This is an example. So there's this monk died. So Lama said, of course, Lama had clairvoyance, one, as well as compassion and wisdom. So he only wants to benefit the monk. His only purpose is to benefit. There's no ego left. So what happens is he sees clearly that the karma the monk created was so heavy, and it would have been fixed. Let's say he saw what the karma was. So by getting better in this life, giving him medicine, he would have got better and his life would have been really nice. But he would not have purified all that karma, and his next life, much, much worse. So by seeing clearly out of his compassion that it's better for him to help him get, you know, support him, take care of him, help him die peacefully, he purified all the karma. Next life, fantastic. Now, who has that wisdom? We do not. We're so short term, you know, as long as we feel we mean well, we think it's fun to rush in and make a mess of other people. Half the time we make a mess, we don't have any wisdom. And wisdom comes from this first level of practice. And half the time we leap in to help to kill our little dog or cat is because we can't stand the suffering. We have the panic attacks. Their anxiety is so high. Our own attachment is making a mess, you know. Anyway, so karma. You, with a good motivation, don't create much negative karma. But what did you actually help your grandma? Which means not just now, get a decent human rebirth. That's the only way you're going to help them. So if you're not certain that what you do, not certain that killing them now will help them, don't kill them. There are many ways, and Lama was full of this advice in his book, How to Face Death Without Fear. Countless ways we can support a dying person, dying baby, dying grandma, dying aunt. So many ways you can help them to die peacefully. And then when they die peacefully, that triggers a virtuous karmic seed that does ensure they get a decent human rebirth. So the point I'm making here is the motivation is so powerful that you can kill someone with a pure motivation, relatively pure, with no wisdom. You don't create much negative karma, but you didn't help your grandma, which is the whole purpose of the action, wasn't it? So we've got to think these things through. So, okay, there's different points I'm making here is one, the key factor that determines whether an action we do is negative or positive isn't the action, it's the motivation. But the wisest action is the best one, both compassion and wisdom. Then you'll really learn to benefit others. So, okay, then karma has these 4 results. Now, this is the point as well, the benefit of living in vows, and then secondly, of purifying. The difference is inconceivable. So I always use these 2 examples, the perfect examples, with 2 little boys. This is like 30 years ago, nearly 25 years ago for one and 30 years ago for the other example. 2 little boys, happens to be little boys. One is the son of one of my friends, who's a Buddhist, Deichen. And she talks about how she was taking the lice out of his head. And he was in tears of compassion. Mummy, mummy, don't hurt them. It's their home. He wanted to leave the lice alone. And since that time, he's probably 40-something now. He's never killed a living being. So from that action, we can deduce, using the Buddhist view, logically, that he didn't have a tendency to kill. And why he didn't have a tendency to kill is because in the past lives, he not totally, but purified not only the lower realms, which is the main result, he got a human birth, but he also purified the other 3, which are the 3 residual results, the tendency to do it, experience of having it done to you, and the environmental. So by living in vows of not killing, you not only stop yourself going to the lower realms, but you purify those 3 residual results. So you wake up in this life, human life, no thought to kill, don't get killed, and won't get sick and harmed. They're the 4 results of non-killing. You'll have all of those. Now look at the human realm now. 7 billion humans all got the first kind of karma. So we've all been in the lower realms. So then your second one, look at the tendencies. Most humans have a tendency to kill. Now, why is this? Because they haven't purified the tendency to kill. We've all been in the lower realms in the past. We've been animals and other creatures and lower realms. We've completed the result, the fully ripened result of killing, but we haven't purified the tendency. We haven't purified the experience similar to the cause. We haven't purified the environmental result. So we have a tendency to kill, which is the worst. We get killed or we die young, which is the second, and we have the environment which causes us to be sick. That's the difference of living in vows. It's not just accident. So you want all 4 results. So you live in vows. Vows are so stupendous, so powerful psychologically. You can't get ahead of the game without them. As Lama Yeshe says, meaning well is not enough. Just being a good person. Sorry, being just a good person is not enough. So in this room right now, not one of us is probably killing anything. This is a mouse under our bottom or something. So listen to this. We're nice people, aren't we? We're being nice people. And we think we're nice people because we're not killing. But excuse me, no being is attacking you, and therefore there's no reason not to kill anybody. There's no reason to kill anybody. Or even, sorry, start again. At this moment, we are not killing anyone. But is our mind involved in that? No. Therefore, we are creating 0 karma of not killing. And just to get another human rebirth, we need a bank vault full of delicious, rich, delicious karmic seeds of non-killing, lived in the context of keeping vows of not killing in our bank vault before we die. So being a nice person, we're resting on our laurels from past life in having a nice life now and not being attacked by anybody, ants or cockroaches or anyone else, and therefore being forced to say, I must not kill. We don't even meet them. So we're sitting back on our laurels thinking we're nice people, and we are, but that's just the fruit from the past of not being harmed. But we have to create more karma of non-killing by living in a vow of non-killing, and that's the difference. As Renunciation says, and this is Buddhist teaching, having a vow not to kill, 24 hours a day it is in your mind stream, you are ticking over bucket loads of delicious non-killing karmic seeds and putting them into your bank vault without even thinking it, without motivation, because vows are so powerful. And second, just the keeping of vows puts atomic bombs under your past tendencies to kill. Then you'll wake up next life, human birth, no thought to kill, you won't get killed, and environmental, you won't get sick, because they're the 4 results of killing. That's the power of vows. It's a technical point. Only reason I'm a nun, what am I boring on nun for? So I like the idea of vows. It makes so much sense. I'm so excited living in vows. Sounds hilarious, isn't it? I'm confessing. Then you've got the bodhisattva vows, and you have the tantric vows. They say, if you keep your vows reasonably for about 17 lifetimes, you will get enlightened just by the power of vows. Buddha loves his vows, and Lama Yeshe was a past master at talking about vows, It's not religious, it's technical, it's experiential, it's psychological. You look at the fisherman, the other story. I only had one story, didn't I? Oh, the other story, yeah, the other one, the sad one. The fisherman, he had a human birth too. This woman came to me in the 90s at Courtin in tears. She just heard Lama Yeshe talk about karma and she was devastated. She said, my boy, he died 5 years before, he was 29, he'd been a scuba diver, he'd been a fisherman all his life. So she said, where's he born? I said, I don't know, but go and ask Islam Konchog. Well, I said it nicely. I wasn't offhand. So anyway, I'll tell you the result in a minute, what he said. So anyway, the story there is the difference. They're both little boys, cute little boys with really nice little bodies and nice rebirth and nice mummies. So they had good environmental karma. They had good experience similar to the cause karma, good mummies and daddies and families, good environment. But one had no tendency to kill and one had a tendency to kill. Now, their mothers did not teach them. So the little boy who had a tendency to kill, he didn't discover this until he met fishing. Suddenly, it's like a memory coming back. Because remember, everything's stored in the mind. That's why we like anything. That's why we don't like. Because we see it as soon as we're children, we recognize the karma's there. So he had this imprint to kill. He'd been in the lower realms, exhausted all that karma. He gets a human mummy, wins the lottery, but he hasn't purified the tendency to kill by living in vows. So he sees the condition. This is the logic. Instantaneously, it triggers incredibly delicious feelings. Because on the meeting of contact with an object, feeling arises, and in his case, delicious feelings. And the extent of a habit is the extent of your delicious feelings. So why contact with bodies we call sexual, why that triggers unbelievable joy is because the extent of the habit. Why for the torturer, I mean, I can think of some example. I remember reading about people who got, one guy in America, who called himself BTK, bind, torture, kill. He was a nice Christian gentleman, but he had this private life, and he had a tunnel, and he had these caves underneath that he built especially. He would kidnap people, more than one at a time. He'd abuse, he'd torture them, and he would get orgasms, he said, from seeing them suffer, and then he killed them. He managed for 30 years until he got caught. So why he got pleasure, he didn't know why. His mother didn't teach him. He knew he had a conscience, but he couldn't stop because the habit was strong. Look at us with apathetic, can't even say no to cake. God, can you imagine having wished to kill or torture or rape little girls every day? Can you imagine the torture for that poor person's mind? The habit. Because the extent of your habit equals the extent of the pleasant feeling. That's the tragedy. So this fisherman, he's a 3-year-old boy, 5-year-old boy. Instantly he meets the condition. This is contact in the 12 links, isn't it? Contact with the object, and then feeling arises based on the karma. So pleasant feelings come, blissful, he can't believe the happy feelings. And then what happens? Next millisecond, attachment kicks in and paints a divine picture of it. So he's locked into samsara. Of course he's going to go fishing again. Why? We want pleasant feelings. He got pleasant feelings. What caused it? It looked like the fishing. So, and then attachment makes it look delicious. So he's locked in, and that's how samsara continues. And because he didn't have a vow not to kill, so because of his past habit, he hadn't purified the residual result. Now for him, he spent his life. And this is the point about vows. It's like he took a vow to kill. It's like he vowed to kill. He defined himself as a fisherman. Hear this point. It defined him. It was his nature. It was his identity. Everything he did in his life was in terms of getting his fishing done. I'm not being critical, it's just analyzing. So then he also had the other karma of dying young. He died scuba diving because fishermen love the water. They love fish. Fishermen don't hate fish. It's not aversion, it's attachment. When he died scuba diving at the age of 29. So she said, where's he been reborn? I said, I don't know, but go and talk to like Krishna Makontrog. Now, these amazing yogis, they can see exactly. But they mostly don't tell you. But he was very direct, and he could see the benefit to her mind. She said, where's he been reborn? He used to call himself Salmon. That's how much his attachment was. He's in love with fishing. And before that, I'll tell you one more thing. You know, this is the thing. His mum, she never liked going fishing. She didn't like him. She tried to be loving to her boy. But she went fishing one time. So this is the thing. He had a tendency to kill. It made pleasant feelings. Attachment made it look delicious, which means he was as blind as a bat. What he saw in that boat when he saw the flapping fish dying in agony was just fish. It was pleasant to him. He was not being brutal. He wasn't a torturer. He wasn't getting pleasure from seeing the fish die. That torture was very conscious. He wanted them to suffer, and then he got his joy from it. But this fisherman was pleased, but he wasn't so as brutal. He didn't intend to torture the fish, but in fact, fishing is torture. They die this agonizing death. They can't get the water. They don't want air. So they're flapping because the poor things don't have a voice. They can't squeal like a pig can. They don't have legs so they can jump out of the water. All they can do is flap their body. He never for 1 second ever saw suffering because his attachment painted a picture that blinded him completely. And that's why we harm others, even from attachment. We just see what we want, so we harm others. We're as blind as bats. His mother didn't have attachment, so she was naked. She could see the suffering immediately. So contact from past karma, the intent and extent of the habit, you meet it again, it triggers a memory, it's like that. Feeling arises, pleasant feeling. Attachment kicks in, makes it look divine. You've locked in, that's it. Keep doing it, of course you will. Because we will only ever do what we think is the cause of happiness. That's how we're driven, that's what drives our lives, attachment to pleasant feelings. Cakes, handbags, husbands, houses, warmth, coffee, tea, the simple ones. We're not torturers. We believe the philosophy of attachment. and good feelings. We misunderstand that entire mechanical logic. You know? So we have to have compassion for sentient beings. We're as blind as bats, all of us. So living in vows is like no option, you know. It's a miraculous way to create virtue, a miraculous way to purify your mind. It's 24 hours a day because of the power of vows. And then the other thing to do to add to your practice is purifying. Lama Zopa says we're insane not to purify every day. It's like we talked briefly yesterday, you know. The 4 R's. First step, regret, acknowledge. This is the one was tough one, talking with Tony yesterday. We can see we don't get this clear enough. Regret is not guilt. Regret is not saying I shouldn't have done it. Regret is not saying if only I didn't do it. Regret is not saying I'm a bad person. That's not regret, that's guilt. Regret is, oh my goodness, I ate sugar. Quick, what'll I do about it? You can't stop that mouthful you just ate. You can't stop that action you just did that called killing. But the sooner you grab it and notice you did it, the sooner you can rectify it and applying the 4 steps. As soon as you've eaten that sugar, that's just the analogy, then you know it'll bring you suffering called diabetes. You're on the case and you immediately know you've got to fix it and apply the antidote. So it doesn't continue to suffer, it doesn't continue to grow in your body and then cause you terrible diabetes in the future. So what you do in this first step, regret, you take the few actions of today, you badmouth your mum and you kick the dog or whatever. You know, first the actions of body and speech that harm others. And you acknowledge it. I did do that, and I did do that, and I did do that. Not wriggling and trying to get out of it, not blaming the other person. I did do it. Old habits. And you know, Robina, you're talking to yourself. It's not religion. I regret it because I don't want the future suffering. I am sick of suffering. That's the basis of regret, is karma. I am sick of suffering. I don't want this old habit. I don't want to do this ridiculous rubbish. I don't want the habit now, and I don't want to have the future suffering results. I do not want suffering. I do not want suffering. That's the basis of regret. It's kindness to yourself. Then, of course, you can then think of some of the things you've done in this life, just remind you. And then you think, and whatever I have done since beginningless time to harm sentient beings with my body and speech, you know, I regret from the depths of my heart because I don't want the future suffering results. That's regret, very clear. It's compassion for yourself. Then you think, well, whom can I turn to? Where's the doctor? Whom can I rely upon to give me decent methods? Well, that's the second step, reliance. The first part, there's 2 parts, is you delight in the Buddha. We say take refuge. I just think you should cheer. I've got an amazing doctor. Wow, I can't believe I've got this Buddha. He's got incredible methods. I'm so happy. I found a doctor who can give me the methods because I will heal myself. That's the difference between Christianity and Buddhism. You must ask God to forgive you because God's forgiveness is the medicine. Not in Buddhism. Buddha is a nice guy. He would forgive you. That doesn't heal you. You use Buddha. You do the work. You do it. You do the work. So the second step is reliance. You remind yourself, you visualize above your head, say bodhisattva, the practice we do, the Buddha. Then the second step is compassion for others. They call it reliance because here the way they describe it, now in this second step, we're trying to get compassion. So what do we need in our life in order to conjure compassion? Suffering sentient beings. So they talk about it, how we rely upon. We need suffering sentient beings. You can't have compassion if you never meet suffering sentient beings. That's why Lord Buddha's father kept the boy out of the way, kept Prince Siddhartha. He never let him see suffering because he didn't want to make him want to see it and understand it. He wanted to avoid seeing suffering because eventually Buddha saw it and so he realized it's ridiculous. So he went and found methods, you know. So here we now have compassion for those who have harmed. And if we're brave enough, we'll have compassion for those who have harmed us. Why? Because they will suffer in the future. Compassion is based on karma, and renunciation, compassion for yourself, is based on karma. You have to understand it. The third step, you apply the remedy. You apply the antidote. Here, anything's the antidote. Anything that's opposite to the action, you do it in your day, it's perfect. But here, the very powerful medicine that all the lamas would praise is when any practice you do relating to the Buddha. So here we visualize bodhisattva, which is a tantric aspect of Shakyamuni, above our heads. And then we visualize, we imagine nectar coming. We say the mantra, the Sanskrit sound. We wonder, how can this purify? Well, first of all, it's your mind. You're visualizing Buddha, but your mind is doing it. And as Lama Zopa says, the more strongly you think it, the more you purify. As Lama Yeshe says, the power of purification. Now, first of all, he said, we create negativity with our mind and we purify it with a positivity in our mind. So the strength of your regret, as Lama says, the power, purification is the power of regret, the power of reliance, the power of the remedy. And the fourth step, the power of the resolve, the determination to not do it again. That is what purifies. Our mind does it, not Buddha. We do it. So the third step, you say the mantra, and mantra, Sanskrit. So in Tantra, they say sound is the wind energies. Sound is the wind, and the purest sound, they all say, is the Sanskrit. We've got to think about that, of course. So by saying Sanskrit sounds and configuring these different mantras, that is, it purifies your mind and purifies your wind energies, which is your body. And blesses whoever hears it. So you say the mantra and you visualize, purifying body, speech, mind. Then fourth step, you make a decision to change. You reiterate your vows. I will never kill. I will never lie. I will never steal. And you get better and better and better at it. It's not just wishful thinking. It's strengthening that habit in your mind. So then, of course, you don't lie to yourself, as Renunciation says. You take some of your habits that are quite strong, maybe even vows that are hard to keep. So you give yourself a timeline. Be very sincere with yourself. This practice, I like to think of it as personally me talking to myself. Don't just hear it as some kind of religious thing with bells and dorjies and things. It's you going through this process, being your own friend. And you feel a loss if you don't do it, if you do it properly. You just do it boringly with a few mantras and say, oh, I've done my mantras. That's not enough. You've got to engage in all four steps, because each of these four steps purifies each of the four ways that karma ripens. So you need to do all four. So regret, this is delicious. Regret, the first one, that purifies really specifically the one called experiences similar to the cause. So let's say you're being abused by somebody verbally, someone harming you, someone lying to you, someone harming you at work, someone accusing you of something and you haven't done it. We know we go mad when we get this. We just wish they would change their mind. But when you remember the karmic one, you go home, you go sit down and you decide, whatever it is I must have done in the past that is now ripening as my suffering, I regret having done that from the depths of my heart, because I don't want this present suffering. That's pretty clear. Well, then don't be surprised it starts to change. Karma is dependent arising, and it will definitely change in the next life. No one will ever lie to you, ever steal from you, ever kill you if you purify. First, regret. That purifies experiences similar to the cause. Refuge and compassion seems to be purify the environment, environmental karma. They say the very ground you fall down on, which hurts you, is the very ground you rely upon to stand up. So like sentient beings, for example, you know, we harm them, so we rely upon them by having compassion for them. Somehow they say purifies environmental karma, which is how the physical environment, which include people. Look at COVID. All the human beings now, human beings at the moment are the part of the environment that will kill us. Not the food, not the birds, not the rats, other humans. Think of that. That's fascinating. They're part of that's environmental karma. You can't even kiss your boyfriend anymore. You'll die. Humans, not the dirty rats, not the ugly cockroaches now. It's other humans are the environment for us, and contact with them causes suffering. That's intense, and it's the whole world, you know. And environmental karma takes the longest to ripen, like millions of lifetimes. So the whole human race, in one way or another, got the environmental result. And of course, the second one, the third one, the experience similar to the cause, which is dying. That's the result of killing. Two results of killing. Environmental result, you get sick and the environment harms you. And the third one is experience similar to the cause. You die young. Heavy duty. That's environmental karma. And the other one. So the second one, reliance purifies environmental. The third one, the main practice, the visualization, the mantras, everything, that purifies the lower realms. And the fourth one is obvious. If you vow never to kill again, guess what? You won't kill anymore. It purifies the habit. So that's why that little Buddhist boy, the boy who brought to them Buddha's mummy, not only had a human birth, the fruit of the fully ripened result, he had a tendency not to kill. He vowed to not kill and he purified it. Third, he didn't get killed or die young. Well, I haven't heard he's died yet. He might be dead. I don't know. He has still got the result of not having killed. He's not getting killed yet, or he hasn't died young. Look at the planet. Babies die, 2-year-olds die, 15-year-olds die, happy people die, healthy people die. Their petrol tanker morality runs out, the result of killing. Even fetuses. I always say this. My sense is if we did surveys, I wouldn't be surprised that the number of humans who get the lottery and get into a human body in the first place, who then die before they're born, I bet that is bigger than babies who get born. I wouldn't be surprised. We don't do that kind of research, though, do we? That's the fruit of their past killing karma. The baby I aborted when I was 23 in London in 1968, I felt I was lucky because the National Health had just given permission to cover abortions. I felt so fortunate, you know. I walked into the Charing Cross Hospital, had to see a psychiatrist in this black, it was a very weird room. He had black walls. It was so odd, the psychiatrist. And I had to give a reason why I thought I deserved an abortion. So I said, my father did something to me or something, and they believed me and signed the document, and I got a free abortion. I felt lucky, you know, because everything was so easy, which is also part of how karma works. This is the interesting point now. This little baby who came in my womb, I keep calling her she, but I don't know what it was. She was 12 weeks when I killed her. And the doctors and nurses killed her for me. Very kind, not kind. I was so heavy. But I remember, first of all, I always tell this. Some women tell me they have this experience. This shows the karmic one, the relationship. There's this person who had a karmic connection with me. No doubt the boy I sat and hopped into bed with, I don't know about him. I didn't tell him. He was Australian. It was in Earl's Court, and he earned £1 an hour. And he was an architect. Now, I remember. I remember thinking I remember my wage was £13 a week at the time. I worked in a little car hire, a little office in London, in the West End, in Swallow Street. All these details are ridiculous. I'm just telling you. I'm padding out the story. I was 23. I just arrived in London and I got pregnant. This boy, and I was beginning to become a hippie, and hippies just do what hippies did. I thought, well, you have sex with boys. So I thought, okay, I'll have sex with this boy. I was being quite friendly, you know. So I remember the second I said that second, I knew. I didn't know the words then, but I knew a consciousness had come into my body. With absolute certainty. Many people say that. I always quote this. A friend of mine, her daughter and the daughter's husband were staying with their mother while they were getting their house built. And the daughter came down for breakfast. Oh, I'm pregnant, Mum. When did you find out? 40 minutes ago. She knew something came into her. Everybody says, a number of women in this room, I bet you, some of you, men as well, maybe. It was very interesting. That's when they usually say the conscious goes in there. The egg and sperm come together, the condition ripens, the little mind comes whizzing, and she leapt in, you know. Now, she had the karma to get a human body, non-killing, the first track. But she had the karma to be killed by me, experience similar to the cause. And this is the point. The karma must have been very strong. I'd never had that thought before or since for any living being. Maybe I killed a couple of worms or something when I was little, maybe. I don't know. It was crystal clear, and everything made it easy. So she had the karma to get killed very easily. The National Health gave me permission. It was free. There was a bed. Then I was a bit depressed after because that poor little thing, she suffered so badly, they didn't cut her out properly. So they had to give me another week in the hospital. The nurses felt sorry for me and gave me a spare room. So I had to do another D&C. So that's suffering for the poor baby, you know. But she had the karma to be born in my womb. I had the karma to kill her because she killed me. Very clear, I knew she was there. And all I know is I didn't even think of it as killing. I didn't even think the word abortion. I just knew I didn't want what would come out the other end in 9 months' time, you know. Crystal clear, no argument. And that was the clarity of the thought in my mind because of the karma between us. So it's like, you know, when women have incredible guilt, guilt over-exaggerates your role. But when you realize we're equal participants in these scenarios, that baby and I had this karma together. Due to their actions, and my tendencies, we came together and this thing happened, you know. It's dependent arising. So yes, have regret, but not guilt. Guilt says I'm a bad person and I caused all the suffering. No, I didn't. That person in my womb was a major player in their suffering. It's important to think this because we love to have guilt. I remember my mums love to have guilt. I remember my mother, 7 children in the family. She worked so hard, amazing mother. Difficulties in the family with my father and everything. And she'd get profoundly depressed sometimes. I remember one time talking, and I got so mad at her. She talked about guilty. I am responsible for all the suffering. If only I'd done that. If only I'd done this. In other words, she owns the whole family's suffering as hers. I mean, that's so rude, you know. And I remember getting really mad at her. Excuse me, Mum, I played some role in this. Back off, you know. Are you with me? That's the trouble with guilt. It's neurotic and over-exaggerates your role. It over-exaggerates your badness and your role in everybody's suffering. But everybody's a participant in this. We all have the karma to be together, you know. So we've got to identify our own piece of it. So that was a regret. I have that regret. I definitely regret because out of my ignorance, I didn't know what I was doing. So all those seeds are growing in my mind. I don't want to get killed in the future or go to the lower realms or be aborted. So I regret it because I don't want the suffering. And then I have compassion for her. And then I purify. And then I vow not to do it again. It's a very logical process, you know. So the fourth one purifies the habit. Powerful one. So each of those 4 steps purifies each of the 4 ways that karma ripens. So as Lama Zopa says, we're insane not to do it every day. But not just say a mantra and say, oh, I've done my mantra. It's not enough. Engage psychologically in each of the steps. So with living in vows and purifying every day, you can sit back and put your feet up and eat popcorn and watch Netflix all day. You are creating so much virtue and merit. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Because the power of vows, and the power of the holy beings, and the power of your practice. This is fundamental practice, and it grows up from that. You know? Renunciation of attachment comes from that, and bodhisattva comes from that, and emptiness comes, and you have the lot. But you have all levels of practice, levels of practice. You can't miss out on any. You know? If you miss out on some, the rest can't grow. The later parts can't grow properly. 20 to 1. 20 to 3. What time do we start? 2, 1. Cool, blimey, it's gone so quick. 2, I'm sorry. Okay, questions, people. I mean, I've said a few things. I want to talk about emptiness as well because it comes from all this, but we'll see how we go. Any questions, people, sweethearts? We're going to talk about, for those who want refuge, we'll talk about that the last bit of the class. It won't be long. Are there any questions, people?
Yes. Hello,
yes, Fernando, sweetheart, talk to me.
So there's a comment and a question from Marta Lucia. She says, I have a really bad relationship with my daughter. She remembers passages of her life totally different, and according to her, I was a really bad mother. However, I remember my relationship with her very difficult from her early age. I know I made mistakes like every parent and recognize it. I have apologized, tried to reach her. She's now an adult. She's 39 years old and 9 years not speaking. I finally realized that I have to let go and trust the process because the last exchange was very painful. I just decided to change my mind as well and wish her happiness. But how do you deal with regret and guilt? It is affecting my body and health. I have stomach problems. And she also made the question, hold on. Or is it karma from previous lives with my daughter? Can you post that question? So yeah, those are the questions.
Okay, fine. I mean, really, in a way, I've answered that by talking about my example of the relationship I had with the fetus in my womb. It sounds more abstract, but it's exactly the same. So there's, of course, there's karma. I mean, there's not possibility for you to run like a magnet to another person's physical body and grow yourself in that body. That's the most intense karma you could have. So clearly, as we were discussing, sweetheart, all the teachings should be answering your question, isn't it? You've got strong karmic connection with this person who is your daughter. You remember it one way, she remembers another, but she, of course, doesn't see any of her own problems. That's our big problem in life. She sees no problem in her mind. She only sees you as the problem. This is so typical. This is the tragedy. So when you understand that, you'll know why she's thinking this, although it's breaking your heart, but you want her to be happy. So what you're doing is brilliant. Try to let go of it for your own sanity. But the thing is, then you say, how do you deal with regret? Well, regret is a wholesome attitude. So what you've got to think is, well, you're not perfect. You must have done some things, you know, you're not perfect. You have to have done some things that maybe weren't the best, but you do the process of purification, like I've been talking. And you accept that you're a human being, you made mistakes, but she can't take responsibility for her problems because she's blaming you, but nor should you take responsibility for what she thinks is wrong. That's her role. So you've got to realize we all play our role. So you've got to see your own mind, regret deeply the things you've done that might not have been perfect, but do not think, absolutely do not think that you are the cause of her hating you and the cause of her not talking to you. That's her doing. So it's very intricate to understand your role and to let her leave her role alone. And that's up to her if she will ever look at it. So yes, want her to be happy, but stop beating yourself up is the most important point. You're over-exaggerating your role in this suffering. There's no question. And we all do that. I hope that helps. Any questions here? This is really intricate because we get it all muddled together, you know. Delusions get all mixed up. Delusion's job is to sort of like jump into the object and get all intertwined with it. We've got to back away, try to see our role and the other person. It's really hard to see this because we get all involved. That's the trouble with delusions. They get all intricately caught up, you know. That takes time. It's hard because we want to be loved. Of course you want your daughter to love you. It's so hard, sweetheart. You have to be brave though. Any other questions, people? Yes, sweetheart. Go on. Yes. Good, darling. Go on.
So I had a dog that was 12 years old, and I obviously didn't know any better at the time. And I took the dog to the vet.
That's right.
And the dog got put down.
Killed is the better word.
The
Just
dog got
remind
killed.
ourselves. That's right.
So obviously I know that I didn't know any better. I thought that I was doing the right thing at the time. So to go forward and say I'm taking the vows and I vow never to kill again, and I mean that, what would I do, say for fleas example?
No, just a minute, but you haven't finished the whole story though, and first even asking that question. You've got to also purify it.
Yes.
You've got to purify that. You've sowed a seed. Let's just assume we do sow seeds in our mind in everything we do.
Yeah.
So you don't want those seeds to get bigger and grow, do you?
No.
See, that's why you do the purification practice.
Yeah.
You've got to do the purification practice. Do you hear that?
Yes.
So that's that. So now, what about the fleas?
So I do the purification.
Tell people about the flea story. Tell us about fleas.
So I know that fleas, they want warmth and they want food, just
They're
like
sentient beings
us.
like you and me. They want happiness.
They want happiness, and I know they don't deserve to die just because
No, deserve
of
not the
existing
issue.
or
They're
whatnot.
sentient beings and don't want to suffer.
Yeah.
And where are these fleas? You've got to tell people the story. Where are these fleas living?
So they'll jump on your dogs or
And
your
they're
cats.
jumping on your dogs.
No, because I use flea prevention.
No, wait a minute, darling. You're not telling people the whole story.
Right,
You're acting as if
okay.
they know it already. So she's got dogs.
Yeah.
And she has fleas jump on her dogs because that's what fleas do.
Yeah.
But go on, tell us what you do.
So each month I put like a chemical on the dog, and then if fleas go on the dog, they die.
Okay. So the question is?
Is there anything I can like do or say or think when putting the treatment on the dog so that I could
No, I understand,
do it
darling.
in
So
the
what's
right
this?
way?
So let's just look at it carefully. I mean, we can look at it carefully and analyze what the actions are and what's going on. So we have to do that. First of all, like we said yesterday when we discussed, you and I privately, the bigger picture is this: just by walking down the street, just by existing, the big picture in Buddhism, we are killing billions of sentient beings. I mean, just our body is a walking zoo. Under our arm is a zoo. In our mouth is a zoo. So billions of beings living in our body. Don't tell me that they're not going to be happy little beings. We'll be killing them all the time. Maybe some creatures can't stand carrots, you know? So, I mean, we're constantly harming sentient beings. We're breathing them in. Look at driving. I remember I always quote this. One time I was in Liverpool. I always quote this one. I was on the Facebook. I put a picture of me buying this kick-ass cheddar in this Liverpool cheese shop. All the fundamentalists of vegans got really upset. You know, how dare a Buddhist nun eat cheese? And I didn't want to be political, so I checked up. I always wondered how many bugs die on the road, you know? So some fellow, sure enough, you Google it, he's done the homework, trillions of little bugs just on the number plate of one car. You can't number the number. So no matter what we do, we are harming. We've got to get the bigger picture. But there's no intention there. You don't, I mean, Lama Zopa in his big vehicle when he had it in America, he'd have mantras and mandalas and words all over it. So the bugs got squashed on that mandala. He would get a blessing, he would say. So you do what you can to mitigate. Now, argue with yours, it's not the same. Lama Zopa did no intention to kill. He knew the bugs will come and he put mantras there to help them, but he never had the thought. But you know, to protect your dog because you're attached to your dog and you're not attached to fleas. So you kill the fleas and you know it kills them.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to look at that. I'm not going to spoon feed you. We're just discussing it. We're just discussing it.
I did some thinking and I thought that, you know, the fleas existing on the dogs cause so much suffering
to the dogs, not to the fleas.
No, and I know that they are like prolific breeders too. So if I just left them alone, more and more would come and it would create more suffering.
Who says that's the only option? Who says that's the only option? You're assuming that. This is the point. I'm not going to spoon feed you to kind of, because what we really want is to be gotten off the hook. She wants me to say, it's all right, you can kill the fleas. I'm not going to say that to you. You're a big girl. You can think about all these things because if everything is sort of like Oh, you go like a bit like you're going to the doctor. Well, I'm so attached to sugar, I can't give sugar up, doctor. Can you please give me permission to not get diabetes? She can't do that, but she might tell you ways to mitigate it, given that, you know, whatever. So I'm not going to say anything. We're just discussing it. We have to analyze it. That's what all we're trying to do. So one of the things I think is very amazing, we're very intelligent. So you've got to start with a wish, the thought. And the thought has to be, because you're a good girl, you want to be holy, you're practicing dharma, you don't want to kill sentient beings, do you? No. You don't want to harm sentient beings, do you? Now, why don't you start with that and then look into how you can prevent fleas without killing them? I mean, I guarantee you the world, I know you've done homework, but don't assume there's no choice. And that's how we do, oh, well, I can't help it. It'll suffer so terribly, my poor dog, and the fleas will proliferate, and they're going to cause more suffering. And then sort of like you're taking responsibility for too much. Yeah. Honey, you can't stop, even if some fleas might not care about the chemicals. You can't stop, we can't control the universe. All we can do is try to have the purest motivation and truly wish not to harm sentient beings. This is why His Holiness the Dalai Lama, when he gives refuge to big groups of Westerners, he doesn't even give the vow not to kill bugs. He just says, don't kill humans, because he knows nobody would take the vow otherwise. So he gives us an opportunity to create merit. Now, I can't do that. I've just got to do it the way I've been given it. You understand? Yeah. So we've got to look into this, darling. People talk about their mice, the cockroaches, the bugs that eat your house, the white ants. It's the same thing. So there's various answers. One is, I guarantee clever people who don't want to harm beings, I wouldn't be surprised if people have come up with methods. So why don't you look at that freshly? Because you don't want to kill. You've got to start with that. You can't say, I don't want to kill, but I can't help it. No. You can't say that. Yeah. It's being childish. You've got to start with a sincere wish not to kill and then see what you can do. Do you understand my point? That's the first piece. But the other thing that's really interesting is this. Karma is cause and effect, so it's an example of dependent arising. So when you regret and do all the first part do the first one of living in vows, from now on, you protect yourself from killing. And even just living in vows and then also purifying, regretting killing, vowing not to do again, having compassion, that will change the scenario. Then you could even say, don't be surprised that no fleas come, because you're changing your karma. The karma of the dog might be, no matter what you do, it might have the karma to kill fleas. But things change. It's dynamic. Karma is dynamic. It's not set in stone. So if you sincerely live in your vows and you sincerely purification, that will change the dynamic, and don't be surprised that no fleas will come. Yeah. You hear my point? I do. So look into it and try to be responsible and accountable, because it's a natural law. It's not punishment, not reward. No one can get you off the hook. It's your mind that makes it different. So let's look into it as an exercise. Yeah. Do you understand?
Okay, thank you.
All right, darling. What else, people? Something else?
There's another question here.
Yes.
Sorry. Caitlin Young is asking, I work in hospice and they are given medications. They are given medication to give the comfort to their discomfort. It can be argued that the medication, morphine, etc., enables their death. In my mind, I have an intention of supporting the process of death. I'm not clear in thought of intention. The person is on their way to death at the stage I enter. What is a mantra I can say during the process? I don't know if I read it well.
No, I understand. I mean, this is the problem in the world today, isn't it? More and more it's becoming reasonable to facilitate death. We're killing people now. There are some countries that have laws. We, many of the medicines, it hastens death. You hear it more and more and more. So it's getting into dangerous territory, isn't it? It's like, trying to be God and make decisions like this. And it's complicated because hospitals are busy, nurses are busy, doctors are busy, there's not enough beds. So there are all these tensions, causing, and then of course, because we think death is the end. So we think it doesn't matter at death, but actually as Lama Zopa says in his book, How to Face Death Without Fear, the point for a Buddhist is fundamentally different. He says, if you want to help anybody in this life, when they need you most is exactly then at death. And how is to help them die peacefully and virtuously. So a virtuous karmic seed is triggered, and that occurs about before you stop breathing, so that the person goes through the death process very happily and they program themselves to get a nice human body. So the real way to help is to help the person die peacefully. So of course, drugs, we think, oh, look, she looks so calm. It's one of the biggest misconceptions because we don't understand subtle mind. You know yourself, you can be asleep next to your hubby quiet, and you can wake up and tell her about the worst nightmare, but you didn't look like you were having a nightmare, because that's the subtle mind. And you can drug physical pain, but you can't drug the mind, because the mind works at a subtle level as well. And even more powerful, if the person's freaking out, their dreams will be nightmares, you know. So we got to find methods to help the person's whole mind. So one of the things about death is trying as much as possible for the person to be conscious, to be aware, not totally drugged out of their brain on morphine, you know, because you lose the plot. I know one time I had this hideous kind of weird pain I used to get, an arthritic pain. And I went to hospitals. I mean, one place I went, they just stuck some steroids in. It was delicious. The pain went. But another hospital, a bit more pure, and they refused to give me steroids. They gave me morphine. And I was just, it was like night, I was hallucinating. I had no idea what was going on. I couldn't have stood the thought of dying at that point. My mind was demented. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong. Drugs, we need drugs to calm the pain down, but the mind works at subtler levels. So the real one is to help the person's mind. So even when the mind is unconscious or in a coma, mantra is the one thing that can hugely help. That's the thing that's a miracle. You can't tell them to do much, they're gone, but you can play mantra, and the subtle mind can be aware of mantra. There's so many stories. I mean, I always tell this story about my friend in Australia who was out of her brain, and she's totally in a coma, in the ER, and I'd go in every night and I'd say prayers in her ear, and then every now and again, because he was a student of Songtse Khyentse Rinpoche and Sakya Trinzen, and I'd ask their students to ask the lamas to pray for her. And every now and again, I'd say, Judy, Songtse Khyentse Rinpoche is praying for you. Judy, His Holiness Sakya Trinzen is praying for you. So she came out of a coma after weeks or something. She's all perky and happy. She said the only thing she remembered, this husky voice, no, it was me, a blue lady coming through the window, saying exactly those words. Judy, Songtse Khyentse Rinpoche is praying for you. Another friend, Jeffrey Hopkins, that professor, I interviewed him in Mandalay in 1995. He got Lyme's disease, where you lose your mind, you go bonkers, you know. And he was in the depths of a coma, and he said the only thing he could find in his mind, I think it was Manjushri's mantra. I remember he said, Ling Rinpoche said to me, never forget this mantra. He said that saved him. So you hear people with subtle mind, that's where you can have out-of-body experiences. You're completely unconscious. Your subtle mind can be aware, and they can consciously see things and hear mantra. So mantra is the most precious gift to give. It brings the Buddhas. So give them mantras, please. Whisper in their ears, like walk around the room pretending you're singing a song. Oh, mani padme. Oh, like chatting away. You know, no one knows his prayers. Whisper in their ear. Oh, mani padme. Oh, stuck and whisper in. You know. You okay? The person hearing, I hope that helps.
She says also, I provide spiritual assistance as well, and I try to create peace in their minds by specific methods. For example, I get to know their family and patient, and I try to cultivate a peaceful environment. For example, one patient has had such loving memories of freshly smells of cinnamon buns and freshly cut grass, play his favorite hymns and something like that.
Okay, the main thing is help the person be peaceful, but also to be virtuous. Peaceful is not enough. They've also got to have virtuous imprints in their mind, like prayers and mantras. That's what helps them when they die, catalyze a positive karmic seed to be triggered. Then they'll get a decent human rebirth. That's the point for dying people, for Buddhism. I think it's time for a quick tea break, don't you think? Quick tea break, and then come back, and then I don't know, I think we'll talk about emptiness before we go. Discuss emptiness, all comes on, all part of the purification practice. You don't purify everything until you realize, and don't purify to get to the root. You don't pull up the root until you realize emptiness. So we need that just briefly, and then we can do the refuge bit for those who want it. Other people can go; they don't need to stay. We can do a dedication and things before we do the refuge one, if people want to. It's up to you. So 15-minute break, 20-minute break for tea. All right. And if you have to go now, please go. See you in a minute, you people. Okay. So are there any questions about karma? Yes, sweetheart. Yes.
So could you explain to me how those mantras work? Because right now I see like it's something you have to have faith on.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Yeah. Okay, so can you see if you decide to sit down there, if you decide to sit and have some positive thoughts, like sincerely think, I want to help people, I want to love people, I want to be kind. They're thoughts, right?
Mhm.
They're sounds, aren't they?
Yeah.
Do you think that would bring any benefit? To
Yeah.
whom? To you? First of all, you, isn't it?
Mhm.
Well, mantras are the same.
So it will be the same, just having positive thoughts.
It's a positive thought. It's saying positive words that relate to, okay, the mantras, I mean, they're a bit abstract. I mean, Om Mani Padme Hum is Sanskrit. And it's the mantra of the Buddha of compassion. So the Buddha of compassion, by visualizing the Buddha of compassion, you see, you imagine compassion, you imagine what you buy into the idea that that visual image represents compassion. Do you understand?
Mhm.
Now, if you visualize a murderer every day with a knife, you see the meaning of it, don't you? It has meaning, doesn't it? And you're buying into that view every day, and then you increase those thoughts, don't you? The same with the visualization of Chenrezig. It's a sense, it's like an image of the Buddha from like 2,000 years ago, but you buy into it. You can't see it evidently that's compassion. It's like this one white guy with 4 hands, and it's a bit weird. But you take from that tradition what they say it represents. So you think it represents love and compassion. So you identify with that love and compassion. So the mantra is a representation in Sanskrit of that same energy.
Okay.
So it's just, you learn, it's like a language. You learn the language and then you buy into the meaning. And then your mind is doing it. So that's how you grow from it.
So just having positive thoughts about it will have the same effect.
Right?
So like thinking positive.
It's not even, no, it's more than thinking positive. Thoughts count. The Buddhists will say every thought you have programs you in that. You get that?
Yeah.
Or not? No, you sound doubtful.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Excuse me, darling. Have you got a profession?
Yeah.
What is it?
Web designer.
Who?
Web designer.
Okay, good. You learn lots of thoughts. You didn't know how to design webs before you designed webs, did you?
Yeah.
And you read all the words first, and it was like double Dutch. Sorry to the Dutch people, but it's always rude words for Dutch people. It's so weird, isn't it? You didn't know what it meant, did you?
No.
So you started learning the thoughts, didn't you? I said, well, and that caused you to start to do things that meant that were the expression of the thoughts, didn't it? So you program your mind with those thoughts, didn't you?
Yep.
And you just turned into that shape of a web designer. Well, honey, thoughts create you. So having thoughts about compassion, thinking that image represents compassion, you cultivate compassion. It's hardly rocket science. And mantras are Sanskrit that represent compassion. So saying them, you're thinking, I'm developing compassion.
But then you should understand the words.
I just told you the meaning of it. It's a foreign language.
No, but
you learn it. You don't need to speak. I don't need to speak French to be told that tasse means cup. I can remember it if I'd like, but I can learn eventually if I memorize it. I will learn that. But just by saying, please pass me a tasse, a French will pass me a cup. So words have meaning and they program you. So if you know that a sound that happens to be in Sanskrit means compassion, and you buy into that meaning, then it will have that effect on your mind. It's not rocket science. It's not faith. Well, it is faith. You believe that web design thoughts will cause you to be a web designer. It'll prove when you can design webs, that's the proof of the pudding.
Mm-hmm.
When you have these thoughts and you start to see you become more compassionate, that's the proof of the pudding. It's kind of logical, but we don't think thoughts matter in our culture.
Okay.
Are we communicating a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. What else? Nobody. All right. Well, I don't know what to talk about. What else besides refuge? I don't know what to talk. Who wants? I mean, I want to know anyway. Who wants to take refuge? Who wants to renew their refuge? Anybody besides the 2 who are taking it? You 2 here. Or if you want to renew, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Good little people. I'm joking. So listen, I've got a feeling. Do you want me to now just talk about refuge, and that means we dedicate, and the other people can go home? I mean, you don't want to hang around for refuge, do you? Some of you people, you want to go home, right? Some of you have to cross over the road to 2 whole hours. Because England's a small country, so 2 hours is a long time, isn't it? I'm used to being in Australia or America, and 2 hours is your suburb where you live, you know. Here's the other side of the country. You practically fall into the ocean if you go too fast. And it's very funny, isn't it? No, so why don't we? I did want to talk about emptiness just because I thought, touch on it for a minute. We'll do that, and we'll finish, and we'll dedicate, and those who want to go home can go home, and then we'll do the refuge for those who want. It won't take long. It'll be another 30 minutes. Okay, good plan. All right. Okay, so then all of this really is actually leading to emptiness. We know from the path, you start off abiding by the laws of karma and control your body and speech. But the implicit teaching there is dependent arising, because karma is cause and effect, and it's an example of the first level of dependent arising. So although it's not explicit at the beginning, it's leading you to it. In the same way that you study math and you're heading towards being a physicist, you don't realize in the beginning when you add 1 + 1 is 2, that's leading you to physics. Physics, isn't it? But you don't know it initially. Same here, all the path is organized in a coherent, organic way, logical, progressive way. So the first level of practice is just be a nice girl and don't harm. Why? Because I don't want future suffering. But the implicit teaching is dependent arising. And you find that when you start to practice, when you really start to apply karma, the effect that it has on you is you become more accountable, you become less victim, you blame less, you get angry less, you get jealous less, you get attached less. That's the implication. And you start to realize the benefits. And then that means is it starts to loosen the grip of ego grasping, which is the direct function of realizing emptiness. So it's implicit there. It already leads you. And then you get to the next scope where you start to work on your mind. And the main teaching there, the explicit one, is to see the disturbing nature of the delusions, and that should be enough energy for us to want to give them up. But implicitly, which is how we've been talking the whole weekend, we're going to start realizing that these disturbing emotions are rooted in being misconceptions. You don't really look at that actually until you get to emptiness, but here we're already discussing it. So this is already leading us towards the real teaching when we finally get to the 6 perfections and we start to get concentration and emptiness, where we start to directly look at how the root delusion is the one we're trying to unpack and unravel to see how it's a misconception. The other branch delusion is exactly the same, but that's not the explicit teaching in the middle scope. But we start to get that as we keep working on attachment and the delusions. We start realizing that they're fantasies made up by our deluded mind. So that really leads us to this. So then we get to the final one. So we get to the bodhisattva path. And now we cultivate compassion. We're going in a different direction, you know. We keep working on our mind. That never changes. So now the point is we continue to lessen delusions, but now the difference is this one. In the first stage is effectively the main cause of suffering is attachment. So we're trying to counteract attachment. But here it's framed differently. It's framed that we're trying to counteract self-cherishing or self-centeredness or selfishness. You know, that's so in a sense, and we hear a lot about it. The Lamas are always talking about, but this is the reference for the bodhisattva path. And why do we refer to self-cherishing as opposed to attachment? Because self-cherishing is the opposite of bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is this paradigm shift we're aiming to accomplish, where literally others become more important. Others are who we cherish. So that's the key emphasis all throughout the bodhisattva teachings. All those 11 techniques, the combination of the 6 causes and 1 effect, and the combination of lojong, saving yourself for others. All of these techniques are to help us gradually lessen the neuroses and specifically help us gradually transform our mind into cherishing others more than self. So it's a very specific approach, you know. In the end, you're continuing to work on your delusions. That never stops. It's the same job all the time, but the emphasis is different. And the other thing is that the first level of practice is very specifically the pratimoksha vows, the vows of individual liberation. And the purpose of those, as I've said, is to stop harming others because you don't want future suffering. You are the direct recipient, the beneficiary of those vows. But of course, as Lama Yeshe says, the rats and roaches will also be happy because you leave them in peace and they'll have a party, you know. But the direct beneficiary is that oneself. The bodhisattva vows, they're still the vows of restraint. They call there's different levels of ethics. The ethics of restraining from harming, first level completely. Bodhisattva vows even are still that. You're still refraining from harming. But the major difference here is the motivation counts. In the first lot, motivation does determine the level of your delusions or your virtue, but here there's not much wiggle room. You just don't kill, don't steal, don't lie. Here, there's much more space. And it implies, of course, a more advanced practitioner. So the bodhisattva vows are all, you know, there's 18 root vows and 46 secondary vows. And the 46 secondary vows are all framed in terms of how to help you cultivate the 6 perfections of the bodhisattva path. So the whole bunch in relation to how to cultivate generosity, a whole bunch in relation to how for you to create patience and so on and so forth. So these are all don't do this and don't do that. Vows are by definition don't. They're decisions to refrain from something. But here, they're much more, if you like, sophisticated. They're more spacious. They're more powerful. So these vows, first of all, are rooted mainly in the motivation. So, you know, the goal is you don't do that, but you only break it if the motivation is wrong. So the logic is you don't break it if you have a good motivation. Whereas there's none of that wriggle room in the first level, because here you're more spacious and more advanced, hopefully. And also these bodhisattva vows are so much more powerful because they supersede the lay vows. You can't dismiss the lay vows, but they are more powerful. So there's even a vow in the bodhisattva vows that you break an earlier vow if it's genuinely for the sake of others. So this is what we've got to understand if we get to the bodhisattva path. Because, you know, when you hear about all the great bodhisattvas, and this is not comfortable in our culture, where they can do heavy duty things. I mean, look at Lama Yeshe's action. He consciously said, don't get the boy a doctor. He could be sued in our culture for doing that. But he had the wisdom to see it was not beneficial, and he had only compassion. So therefore, the action he did was utterly perfect. But even more than that, you hear the stories. Always the famous one about the Buddha in his past life, when he was some captain of some boat or something, high-level bodhisattva, which means still not highly, or not Buddha yet, but still unbelievably developed. You could argue, you know, the ego is practically gone, delusion's gone, unbelievable compassion, unbelievable wisdom and clairvoyance. So there is this captain of a boat, and he sees with this utter clarity and wisdom the mind of one of the 500 merchants, and he's going to kill everybody and take everything for himself. So that the point here is that this incredible compassion, this previous life of the Buddha had, the captain, for this dude, compassion for him, the perk, of course, compassion for the 499 other people, but mainly unbelievable compassion for this fellow, because he's going to kill everybody and therefore suffer for eons in the hell realms. I mean, so this compassion of this person who was the previous life of the Buddha was stupendous. And all he wanted to do was stop this person from doing the action, just so he wouldn't have all this suffering realm. So he thought, I would rather go to the hell realms instead. I would rather take upon that suffering for myself. That's the ultimate in this technique that's called Tonglen, where you happily want to take upon yourself the suffering because you can't bear the suffering for that person. I mean, this is outrageous, you know, that's what culminates in bodhicitta, this highly advanced view. So sincerely then from his heart, because he saw clearly what was going on, he decided he'd kill the guy himself, stop him from doing it, and happily suffer himself. So, you know, if you're on that boat, I'm sorry, you're not going to see some guy with a halo saying, I'm a bodhisattva, I'm allowed to kill. No, you see a dude kill somebody, you know. We don't know who anybody is, so we cannot judge. This view in the bodhisattva path is pretty outrageous, actually. And if we don't understand this, forget Tantra, we really get confused, you know. So they say in the Hinayana teachings, they say there was still some semblance of negativity there. The Mahayana view says, as Amazopa says, not an atom of negativity. And this is the point about the motivation. Not only his wisdom, but his motivation was so utterly pure that not only caused him not to have any negativity, it hastened his enlightenment. So this is also proving emptiness. Where is there an intrinsic negative action? There is no such thing. It's a dependent arising. So this is the Bodhisattva teaching. It's pretty outrageous. And those vows are much more amazing, much more powerful. And you can't play with those vows, you know. And the other thing is, it's interesting, you break them from a different point of view. So like, you know, let's say David rings me up and says, come for a meal, Robina. And I'm just being lazy. Oh, I can't do, David, too difficult tonight. And I'm just being lazy. I break a bodhisattva vow because I'm preventing him from creating merit. So in other words, these vows are forcing us to think of what's best for the other person. The first set are just protecting us from being naughty, protecting us from creating negativity. These vows are forcing us to think of what's best for the other person. So you can't play with these. These are powerful, forcing us out of our own. So I would happily, even if I just had my dinner and I've got no good reason to say no, thank you, David, how kind you are. Or even something like, you know, I mean, we don't think this is self-centered. It's our ordinary culture. Let's say I'm gluten-free and you pass me a piece of bread at dinner. No, thanks, I don't eat it. No one thinks that's rude. It's not rude. We all understand it. But in a sense, I've just prevented you from creating the merit of offering me a piece of bread. Well, of course I can accept your bread, but who says I have to eat it? Oh, I've got allergies. Oh, I can't eat this. Oh, I can't eat that. Shut up with your own private business. Accept the bread and leave it there. Maybe have a crumb and thank the person for their kind piece of bread. But we're so self-centered because we think health is so precious, you know. Oh, I can't eat that. Oh, I've got an allergy. Oh, no, I can't do that. Even one time, one of the lamas I know and his attendant were invited for lunch in London, I think. And the person thought that they ate meat, so offered meat. And the attendant said, no, I'm a vegetarian. And the Lama said, you eat that meat. Small, I mean, sometimes I'm sorry to be rude if we're precious, if we're vegetarians and vegans, we get a bit precious, I think. You won't even eat an OXO tube. I mean, excuse me, you're killing animals wherever you turn, you know? Billions of animals die just to grow a pound of rice. We think, oh, it doesn't matter, it's collateral damage, because we think we're so holy because we don't eat the flesh. I'm not being rude here, but I am. But think about this. It's a much bigger view, you know? If your grandma gives you a little lamb chop, if she doesn't know you're a vegetarian, eat her damn lamb chop. I mean, that's shocking for vegetarians. I know that. And vegans. But think of them, we'll get very fundamentalist, I think. There's more to it than merely what's good for your damn body. An animal's already dead. You didn't mean to kill. You don't want to kill. You're not creating any non-virtue whatsoever. I mean, it's shocking to say that to vegans and vegetarians. Do you understand, isn't it? Yeah. But think about it in a different way. It's good for to think about it in a different way. You do what's best for the other person. Okay, if you die, that's fine. You know, maybe you don't do it. If you're brave, you wouldn't mind dying. So bodhisattva, so finally you make this paradigm shift, you got this outrageous bodhicitta. I mean, insane, over the top, crazy, unbelievable beings. When you start to listen, especially when you start to listen to Lama Yeshe teaching about bodhisattva, you know, unbelievable. Can't imagine such levels of unbelievable power and wisdom and compassion. You can't believe it. It's so intense, so outrageous, unbelievable, you know. And this is the key point to understand. You know, the key, all those 11 techniques are the two separate, and they do them together. Preventative has the two systems together that culminate in bodhicitta. And the first one is equanimity. So they gradually get to, you know, equanimity, love, compassion, great compassion, and then bodhicitta. Well, great compassion is the unique characteristic of the bodhisattva path, you know. It's not just a nice extra compassion, it's actually a technical term, mahakaruna or something. What is it? So this is the difference. Compassion is empathy with the suffering of others. Oh my God, look at that suffering. Great compassion is, as His Holiness would call it, universal responsibility, personal responsibility. What can I do to fix it? It's like, it's my job. We can all have compassion, but this one when you really home in, and this is the unique characteristic of the compassion of the bodhisattva. Oh, my mic. You mean my shouting isn't enough? They can't hear. Can you hear me on the Zoom? They can all hear me. Look. They can all hear me. Excuse me. So anyway, the thing is this compassion. This is the difference from the Hinayana and the Mahayana. And I'm not trying to be sectarian. People kind of think you're insulting the Hinayanas. It's not that. They're all Buddhist teachings, you know. They're all Buddhist teachings. So the difference is stupendous and unbelievable. So the key thing is this. This is what's interesting. Well, key thing. They're all key. On the Hinayana path, the Theravada path, junior school and high school, the wisdom wing. If you're going to graduate at high school, graduate at the middle scope. You would then control your body and speech, go to junior school, abide by the laws of karma. Then you get then you start working on your delusions, understand empty, understand attachment, have renunciation, get shamatha, realize emptiness. Because shamatha and emptiness, which are the end of the 6 perfections, but they're not in their nature Mahayana teachings. Shamatha is in fact a Hindu teaching, not even Buddha. Buddha took it from him, the Hindus, they don't mind. It's a Hindu teaching in its nature. Okay, it's got Buddhist characteristics now, but it came from these genius Indians. Then emptiness is not a Mahayana teaching, it's a Hinayana teaching. That's how come you can achieve liberation. Because you know, it's not a Mahayana, but they taught in the context of the 6 perfections for various reasons, you know. So here on the Hinayana path, if you're going to graduate there, you'd finally get your shamatha, you'd realize emptiness, and you would, at some point in one life or other, you would have achieved your liberation from suffering. And then when you die, you would disappear into puff of smoke. Well, they say you disappear completely gone, but you disappear into a state of bliss, the Mahayanas say. The difference, and so then now, what is it about there? So what are they like? Once you've gotten rid of delusions, once you've got shamatha, once you've realized emptiness, you'd have no delusions left. You're gone, attachment gone, ignorance gone, anger gone, depression gone. But what would you have left? What do you think? Unbelievable love, unbelievable compassion, unbelievable virtue. Naturally, there's nothing left. They're the conventional nature of your mind. And of course, bonus, you'd have unbelievable bliss and joy. Unbelievable bliss. So if you're on the Hinayana path, your goal from life to life is I must get out of samsara. I must achieve liberation. I must achieve liberation. So you program with that goal. You've got bucket loads of compassion. But when you die, your goal, your programmed goal and your bliss override the compassion and you zap into bliss. And then a few eons later, they say, Buddha comes along and taps you on the shoulder and says, okay, babe, come onto the Mahayana path now, become a bodhisattva, become a Buddha, and become a Buddha, become sentient, help sentient beings. I remember one Lama in Australia said, the giving up of that bliss is the worst suffering in the universe. That's interesting. That bliss is so intense. So this is interesting. Just, you know, I've read in different, I forget my source now, but if you look at why in the Mahayana path on the Lam Rim, shamatha and emptiness at the end of the Mahayana path, not in the middle scope where they belong. Because if you get such bliss before you get bodhicitta, it's goodbye sentient beings. I'm sorry. So if you're on the Mahayana path, you go through the same stages, you get renunciation, you might even realize emptiness before you even get to bodhicitta even. But if you're aiming for compassion, if you're aiming for the Buddhist path, if you're aiming for the Buddhahood, then when you die, your compassion overrides your bliss and you come back on the Mahayana path. So that's great compassion, this unique, extra powerful one of the bodhisattva who's personally responsible. If Lama Zopa says, if I alone will do it, if I don't do it, who will? That's the level of responsibility, the powerful, brave attitude of the bodhisattva. So when you read all the bodhisattva teachings, they are not the methods to get out of samsara. It's very simple. They're not there in the low scope. The low scope, you've got to stop delusions, stop harming others, get emptiness, and bye-bye. That's easy in comparison with this one. The bodhisattva path's insane. I know I sound insane all the time. I can't cope with the bodhisattva teachings. They're too much for my mind. I can handle emptiness. Emptiness for me, I'm comfortable. Bodhicitta, I can't believe it. You start to hear Lama Zopa talk, it's too much for the human brain, you know. They're over-the-top crazy people, bodhisattvas. Bodhicitta is unbelievable, you know. This unbelievable compassion that you actually get. The emptiness doesn't change. Emptiness is emptiness. You get that, you get it. Huh?
Why would you give up bliss if you realize emptiness and you go into the boat?
Sorry, why would you what?
Give up bliss. The giving up of that bliss.
Yes. If what?
Once you've realized emptiness.
If you've realized emptiness.
Yeah.
But if you're on the bodhisattva path, I meant, I said it wrong before. You'd have to be on the bodhisattva path. The only reason you would go beyond, the only reason you want to come back is you've got compassion.
What? Yes. Yeah, what would be the cause for that bliss to not be there once so you've achieved?
It will be there, but your compassion overrides your bliss. You've got such compassion for sentient beings that the thought of going into subtle bliss and not coming back for sentient beings would never occur to you. If you're only focusing on getting out of samsara, which is a very powerful method, you've got to have it, it's renunciation. And then you get this incredible bliss, which is just unbelievable, inconceivable bliss. Then when you die, you've got compassion already, but your bliss overrides the compassion because you haven't focused on getting compassion. It's like a byproduct of giving up delusions. Whereas on the bodhisattva path, you're proactively cultivating compassion, and then that would override your bliss.
So when the Arhats have achieved their liberation, and you said that the Buddhas, after a few eons, tap them on the shoulder, and the giving up of that bliss is an unbearable.
That's right, exactly.
They're giving up. Yeah, that's what they're giving up, that bliss, even though they've achieved.
They're manifesting in bodies again. Come down to ugly old samsara with penises and vaginas and toilets.
But they don't lose the awareness of emptiness. What? They don't lose the awareness of emptiness.
Of course not, darling. You can't lose that.
So the experience is, well, huh? So the experience is it not blissful? Even though.
Which experience?
The person who has realized emptiness.
Emptiness and is in nirvana. They're in nirvana. They're in a subtle state of bliss with no aggregates. They're in a subtle state of bliss.
Okay, so
then.
So the taking of the aggregates.
Yes.
Even though they've realized.
Yeah, that's how they talk. That's how they say it. Oh, Tony, I can just only quote.
It's giving up. It's giving up a bliss.
It's giving up that subtle state where you're not interfered with by bodies and other sentient beings and squeeze your brain again to get bodhicitta, I suppose. You know, even though you're out of samsara. Yeah, yeah. So it's interesting to contemplate that. Your points are good. I agree. Do you understand? It's interesting, isn't it? Geshe in Queensland said that. Remember? So okay. So now where were we? Okay, yeah, so why? So then if you've got emptiness and shamatha at the end, then you can't forget sentient beings, because your compassion is so tremendous. Nothing will deter you from wanting to help sentient beings. But you know what? You can lose bodhicitta. You can't lose emptiness, but you can even lose bodhicitta. At whatever level, I don't know, but you can lose bodhicitta at certain stages. So you've got to have both wings. Bird needs two wings. So all these teachings are leading you to emptiness, you know, leading you to the six perfections, and the final two is emptiness. The last one's emptiness. And everything's organically leading. It's not separate. We often hear emptiness as a separate little trip, you know. It's all indicated by all the other teachings, but implicitly. And even working on compassion. I mean, compassion is not a direct antidote to ignorance, but it can't help chip away at it. You can see that. If you keep putting others first, you're smashing ego grasping. It's sort of obvious. It's not a direct antidote. Wisdom is not a direct antidote to get bodhicitta. And compassion is not a direct antidote to get emptiness, but they help each other. It's obvious, you know. So anyway, so this emptiness, what are we leading to? We're seeing cause and effect in the first level, and that's a great example of dependent arising, which is the best logic, as Lama Yeshe says, to prove emptiness. And then we get compassion, and we see the delusions, and we realize they're all misconceptions. So we're getting ready and ready and ready. And then we get this compassion to some degree, and that lessens the barriers between self and others, which is smashing the separateness that's driven by ego grasping. And then the six perfections. So basically from life to life, the bodhisattvas, after they've got bodhicitta, bop along from life to life, collecting merit by connecting with sentient beings, helping sentient beings, connecting with sentient beings, making karmic connections with sentient beings, growing the compassion wing. And then in their meditation, getting shamatha and meditating on emptiness, they are growing their wisdom wing. And then the culmination of these two is Buddhahood. And of course, you bop into Tantra on the way and you speed the whole process up. So the king of logics, as Lama Yeshe puts in this, paraphrasing Tsongkhapa, to realize emptiness is dependent arising. It's a way of grounding, so we don't lose the plot and fly off into the nihilism or fly off into the, you know, the eternalistic view. So Tsongkhapa, you know, his brilliant praise to the Buddha for his amazing teachings on dependent arising. There's lots of logical reasons we need to use to smash ego grasping, to smash the fundamental wrong view, but dependent arising is said to be the most amazing, the most powerful. So it's framed in the context of the two truths. There's different ways of understanding the two truths. One is that there's the one lot of phenomena in the world are ultimate truths, which are emptinesses, and one lot of phenomena in the world are the conventional truths, which are the rest, everything else. But there's other way here is that every phenomenon that exists has these two ways of existing. So basically, Buddha's telling us, like I said before, that the delusions in our mind are the way we suffer, because they're not in touch with reality. So we start to control our body and speech, loosen the grip, start to understand cause and effect, less and less ego grasping, get to the delusions, less and less ego grasping, get to bodhicitta, less and less ego grasping, and now we do the job easily, ready for it, primed for it. So we know our minds well, we understand what delusions are, we understand cause and effect. So the three main levels he teaches dependent arising, many ways in which things exist dependently. But these three, and each of them is an argument against the prevailing views that he was brought up with. The first is, I mean, I'm kind of conflating some of the first two a bit, but you know, there's three levels of dependent arising. One is, so all the teachings on cause and effect are arguing with the view that there's a permanent, a me that's a self or a soul that's a self that's uncaused, you know, that's clear. Nothing in the conventional universe can, in the whole universe as we know it, the objects of the five senses and the mind itself, there's nothing that doesn't have a cause. There's nothing that's not the product of cause and effect. So the very first argument of dependent arising is everything exists in dependence upon causes, instead of this feeling of being some intrinsic, inherent, permanent me, you know. Meaningless. So the karma already helps us understand that. The second level of dependent arising, let's discuss that one, is that everything exists in dependence upon its bits and pieces. Everything has bits and pieces. Everything that exists has bits and pieces. Everything that exists has parts. So when we study Buddhist philosophy, you learn various terms for which that which exists. Phenomenon, object of knowledge, existent, established base. It's 5, I think, maybe more, I can't remember. 5 synonyms for that which exists. And why this is so important is because Buddha's trying to get us in touch with that which exists, because right now we're living in la-la land, cognizing phenomena that literally don't exist, that are non-existence. The cake on that plate that looks to you like delicious intrinsically is not the cake on the plate. It seems to you to be that cake. It's not that cake. So we're trying to establish that which exists, and we're trying to cognize that which exists. And in fact, it's so delicious. This is the power, the role of mind in Buddhism. The definition of an existent is that which can be cognized by mind. So it's axiomatic that that which is cognized by the mind, a valid cognition, is by definition that which exists. It defines it as existing. I mean, this is the absolute centrality of mind in Buddhism. It's mind-blowing. It's not like the Western science. I mean, nothing wrong, I'm just saying, difference. So we're trying to establish that which exists. We're trying to see reality. Then that's the cause of happiness. So the second discussion, let's look at that one. So the first one is there is no I. Okay, I, what is I? What's the definition? I, a person, I, a being, a person. They're all synonyms. Self, I, person. They are synonyms. They're the name given to, an ordinary sentient being. Well, no. All sentient, all beings are I's and selves and persons. A Buddha is an I. A hell being is an I, or a person, or a self. A dog is a person or a self. It's a name given to a bunch of elements conjoined with a consciousness, basically. So first, we believe there's an I there that's not caused, with this permanent lump of uncaused stuff. Mistake. We argue, and karma is a great example. Second one, the tasty one, is this second one, is the parts. We believe with absolute certainty, absolute conviction, instinctively in the bones of our being, that there is in here, among all these bits and pieces, as my friend Pende says, walking hand in hand with all the other bits, a very special bit called I. So I love using the analogy of IKEA. Let's say Kerry looks on a computer and he finds a really nice product called Kerry at IKEA, and he goes to buy one. Well, he's very disappointed. He gets a bloody box, isn't it, with bits and pieces, 2 legs, and then they're quite specific. IKEA know how to build a Kerry. They're not just putting 4 legs and 5 fingers and 9 hearts. They know the bits that a Kerry is made up of, so his box consists exactly of the parts that are needed to build a Kerry. So now Kerry has to construct this Kerry. So as he's putting together all the bits and pieces that make up Kerry, the legs, the knees, the toes, the pee-pee, the kappa, the liver, all the bits, the millions of bits that make up a Kerry, he keeps waiting unconsciously, but instinctively, but waiting for the special little container that has the label Kerry on it, has the label I on it, has the label me, self. And he'd be very shocked. When he's completed the construction of Kerry, there will not be a piece called that. This is the reverse analysis we have to do. I mean, Buddha didn't have IKEA, you know, so you can't use that as an example. But normally you're looking in normally what Buddha gets us to do is look into the already built-in Kerry to try to find the piece that's called I. And he says you won't find it. So first of all, one of the arguments here is, so what Buddha's telling us, finally, is that you don't need a piece called Kerry. It's an unnecessary addition. It's an unnecessary piece. You don't need a piece called Kerry. The bits do fine functioning as what we label the thing called Kerry, but we over-exaggerate it. We want a piece called Kerry because we say that our words tell us that. Kerry will say, like the rest of us, I have a nose. So this is where one of the arguments, they say if there's something existing, one of the many logical arguments we have to use, you know, if something does exist, it's one thing or there's more than one. So look at this example. So I will tell you, where's my hot water here? I will tell you that, you know, a simple example, I will point over here and I will say, I have a cup, a thermos and a table. So if there's nothing else there, you'd look very quickly with your eyes and you would immediately verify the truth of what I just said. You would do that. And what you would find is 4 independent, separate phenomena. A cup, a thermos, a table, and an I. You'd quickly verify that. And then you say, Robina spoke the truth. So if that's a true statement, simply, conventionally, without complications, you would find 4 separate, independent phenomena. And if you can't, then I didn't speak the truth. We know like this, it's normal. I'll tell you something slightly more nuanced. I have a hand and a nose. So you hear this, so you look over here with your eyes, without analysis, you will prove it to be true. You will prove it to be true. But if it's a genuinely true statement, you will have to find 3 phenomena that are separate and independent. You have to find a nose, you have to find a hand, and you will have to find a piece called an eye that is not the nose and is not the hand and is not all the other bits. And this infuriates us. You will not find one, Buddha says. And in fact, you don't need one. Kerry doesn't need a separate piece called Kerry because the bits do fine functioning as what we call Kerry. And that's the subtlest meaning, merely labeled. But we've got to do the second analysis first to really get clear, you know? So this is the point. If there were a separate piece called I in here, walking hand in hand with the nose, the hand, and all the other thousands of bits, which is what we instinctively think, then if there is a piece called I, then, okay, before that, let's say my hand gets cut off and there's a lot of blood and pain. My nose is going, phew, I'm glad it wasn't me. The nose is off the hook. The nose is not feeling pain and the nose continues to breathe. It's not dependent upon a hand. It's separate and independent from the hand. It's very straightforward. If there were a piece in here, in that IKEA box, labeled I, that's independent and separate from the other pieces, just like all the other pieces are independent and separate from each other, you know, they all go together, but the foot is not the hand. The foot walks, the hand holds. So the function of hand is to hold. That's not impeded or affected by foot walking. I mean, thinking that way, simple. So if there were a separate piece called self, just like the nose is sighing with relief, I'm glad it's not me, so would the eye. Phew, I'm glad I'm not in pain. But we know that's not true because, as they say, there is an I, but not findable, not separate, not independent. It's more subtle. You can't pinpoint it. We, with our dualistic mind, want to pinpoint everything. We want to make it separate and absolute. There it is, and there it is, and there it is. You can't do that. That you will not find an independent piece called I. But it doesn't mean there's no I. And that's the problem. When we first hear this, we then throw the baby out with the bathwater and become nihilistic and say, oh, well, there's no I. We fall into the abyss of the great mistake, Tsongkhapa says, you know. So there is an I that is not the other parts, but is inextricably linked, inseparably linked to the other parts. You can't, and so finally it is a label, a name. It's a name. Kerry is the name we give to all those parts working together, functioning exactly as Kerry. Cup is a label we give to the parts functioning as cup. It holds your tea. But we, without kind of concrete mind, we want to find. So when we hear Buddha say, on the one hand, ultimately, finally, you will not find one atom of anything here that makes me I, that gives the meaning of I, not one thing. So when we hear that, we immediately hear there's no I, and we throw the baby out with the bathwater, we fall into the abyss of the great mistake. That's our first mistake, the first wrong view, Buddha says. We go to the extreme. And then when we hear Buddha tell us, after all, but there is an I, Robina, a dependent arising I, a I that arises in dependence upon causes, an I that arises in dependence upon parts, and finally an I, labeled by the mind. So we say, oh, well, there is an I after all. Make up your mind, Buddha. Is there or is there not an I? We can't work it out. We go crazy, squeezing our brains, you know. So as Nagarjuna and the other holy beings all say, once we begin to understand, we have to train our minds in this way, that every time we hear there is not an atom of any I there, that tells us there is a dependent arising I. And every time we hear there is a dependent arising I, it tells us there is no intrinsic I. There's no independent I. So we've got to hear that these two truths come together, and the final togetherness of them is the middle way. When you're finally a Buddha, these two truths are cognized simultaneously. Until then, they're still separate. But they each point to the other. This is the meaning of the middle way, and this is the meaning of these two truths coming together. Once we're on track like that, we're in the right direction, even just intellectually. And the thing is, you can't have emptiness of an independent I. You can't have emptiness of an independent I without a conventional I, because emptiness of independent I, emptiness of independent I is the characteristic of the conventional I. So you can't have one without the other, therefore it can't be nihilistic. That's why in Heart Sutra, Buddha says form, he uses the aggregates, of starting with the 5 aggregates. And the first of the 5 is form. And he says form is empty. So spell it out. And they could put any word there, cup, I. So let's put I. In I is empty. Self is empty. So you could say dependent arising I, wherever there is a dependent arising I, you will find right there that it is empty of being independent of inherent existence. It's empty of independent existence. So in it, a dependent arising I is necessarily empty of independent existence. And then he says, emptiness is I. Emptiness is form. So wherever there is emptiness of independent existence, right there you will find dependent arising form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is nothing other than emptiness, and emptiness is nothing other than form. You can't have emptiness of independent I. You can't have emptiness of independent I without a conventionally existent dependent arising I. You can't have one without the other. So you cannot fall into the abyss of the great mistake, and you cannot rush off into internalism, because each implies the other. So you never lose the I. You never, they say when you start to have a bit of a taste of emptiness, you panic. The I's gone. You can never go. Don't worry about it. Nothing to worry about. So emptiness implies the existence of a conventional phenomena, and the existence of a conventional phenomenon implies emptiness of independence of that dependent arising phenomenon. It's just words. We've got to get used to the words. It's all learn the language. And slowly you put meat on the bones, don't you? So you've got to have the right words first, otherwise you're in trouble. That's why we can't make up our own trip here. So what's the point of all this? Well, this is, the characteristic of all delusions is fear. This is very surprising in modern psychology. The characteristics of all delusions is that we are in fear because we're living in constant stress, trying to fulfill fantasies, and we never succeed. So when you realize emptiness, as Lama Zopa says, there is no fear. So I always tell that story of Lama Zopa up in Laudo. I've told it 1,000 times. There's a little boy who recognized the reincarnation of the Laudo Lama. This reincarnated, this Nyingma yogi, Lama Yeshe, great Nyingma tantric yogi, who passed away in the mountains in the Laudo cave, and then he was little Chupten Zopa, wasn't his name then. He was born to one of the benefactors, the mother, and then as a little boy, his sister said, he behaved always very differently. He behaved like a tulku, and he kind of had played games. He'd always play the role of a lama, and he'd have pujas, and he'd make mud pie dorjis and mud pie bells and mud pie torma cakes. And he'd say he's inviting his benefactors, and he'd list all the people of his benefactors of his past life. So his mum figured, and it better check up on who he is. And he'd always disappear. He was a little boy. The baby he'd crawl. They find him crawling up the hill where they knew the Laudo cave was. And from the time they could talk, he could talk. he'd be trudging up the hill. Come home. No, he'd say, that is my home. So kind of, like these tulkus recognized who he was. He wanted to get back and carry on the job, So eventually he was recognized as this tulku. So he's given off to some manager somewhere in a monastery. That's what they do with these ones. So there he was about 8 in 1952 or so. He told the story, and he tells it different ways, but one way I heard it. He's in this monastery with a manager or something, or some place, and there's a big, big river. These very torrential, those rivers up there, very fierce, And there's a rickety bridge, and he wants to go visit these weird people he sees on the other side. Pale eyes, straw-colored hair, white people. He wanted to meet them. So I had this bowl of potatoes. You can't go empty-handed, but he fell in the river with his potatoes, So of course he can't swim. They don't teach him that. So this is how he told the story roughly. He said, the head, not I, came up for air. The head did. Be precise. Anybody who realizes emptiness talks like they understand that. It's part of the analysis you do. You don't say, I am Robina. You say, I'm the person known as Robina. The head. They even talk about the mind's a very good. Anger does this, and love does that, and jealousy does this. We say, I. It's too intense. This helps you be more precise. The head coming up to the surface for air. And of course, you could see his manager having a panic attack running on the bank. Then he said, the thought occurred that the person known as the Laudo Lama is about to die. Not I, but the person known as the Laudo Lama is about to die. And then he said, now he told us, when he told the story, I didn't know anything about emptiness, but there was no fear. And I always like to make this comment here, because when in our culture, because of our view of what's real and what's valid, we assume a normal person, a reasonable person, if they're attacked or drowning, tremendous fear will arrive. And we've done the analysis that says that you need that fear in order to know what to do. The assumption being that if you don't have the fear, you're as thick as a post and you sink to the bottom of the river. Oh, well, I'm drowning. It doesn't matter. That's completely extreme for the Buddha. This is this instinct for survival. That's ego grasping for the Buddha. That's why we have a panic attack, because we've got ego grasping. We have this intense sense of an I that's having a complete panic attack because we think we're drowning. But this is the outrageous thing. If you have realized emptiness, there is no fear. He said it, there was no fear. Now, this is the interesting point. We think without fear, he'd sink to the bottom of the river. But he didn't. What you would have seen as a little boy frantically trying to get to the top to get air. But his mind would have been as clear and as undisturbed as if he's walking on the street. This we can't comprehend. When there's no ego grasping, when there are no delusions, it is an impossibility to have fear, and it's an impossibility to have suffering. I mean, I find that very appealing. I'm really looking forward to it. I love that story, I tell you. So the other thing we get confused about is the word emptiness. Let's just look at that briefly. It's really important to understand the word. So I said back before, didn't I, that there are various things that exist in the universe that which can be cognized by mind. They're by definition a phenomenon. Whatever can be cognized by mind exists. It's a thing that exists, right? So there are two kinds of things. There are things that are impermanent, cows and toilets and minds and anger and love and, knees, for example. They're impermanent phenomena made up of causes that change from moment to moment. They exist, but there are some phenomena that are more subtle, more abstract. Alex Berzin refers to them as abstract phenomena, but the Buddha refers to them as permanent. It's got a very different meaning. We get confused. It means not changing from moment to moment, not the product of cause and effect. So all they mean is abstract phenomena. So for example, I always use the simple examples, like if I'm colorblind and I see pink here, we can see with regular eyes that what does exist, in fact, is yellow. So you're going to fix my eyes to help me. But all the years of my life, when I've seen yellow, I've seen pink. So I'm programmed in seeing pink, aren't I? So when you fix my eyes and you show me a yellow cup again, I'm expecting pink. But I will get a shock because my eyes are now correct. And I'll say, oh my God, it's not pink. Wouldn't I say that? If you're looking for your keys in the drawer, you believe your car keys are in the drawer and you're rushing out. You see your keys in the drawer. You believe absolutely in the presence of keys in your drawer. You open the drawer. Oh my God, where are my keys? Do we understand that experience? So the object that you just cognized is the absence of keys. What you just cognized here was the absence of pink. That's a real existent phenomenon that only exists for the person who expects it. If you see yellow and don't expect pink, you don't see the absence of pink. That's silly. You see yellow. If I didn't expect keys, I'd open a drawer and see nothing there. So this is why emptiness does not refer to nothingness. When you see finally emptiness, what you're seeing is not nothingness, but you're seeing vividly the absence of an independent I. It's a rich, delicious, powerful, real phenomenon. The only person who will see the emptiness of the I is a person who believes it's an intrinsic I. The only person who will see the emptiness of pink is a person who believes there's pink. The only person who will see the absence of keys is a person who believes there are keys. So this is assumed, you know? So we all believe in the presence of an independent I. Buddha says it never has existed, isn't existing, and can never exist. And finally, the penny drops in the subtlety of your meditation, and you see for the first time a direct perception, a direct cognition. You see nakedly for the first time what always has been true. There has never been, isn't, and can never be an independent I. You see the absence of that I, and then you see subtle dependent arising. They say you realize subtle dependent arising after you've realized emptiness. You see the two truths. So emptiness is not nothingness. Emptiness is the absence of something. And it's a vivid, powerful phenomenon for that person's mind. I mean, you look in the bank and you think there's £5,000. You believe it, you know, you put them there. You get the shock of your life. My God, where's my £5,000? You see zero, but what you really see is the absence of your precious £5,000. Hear that. Hear that. If I look in your bank, I'll see the truth, nothing. I'll say nothing there. You'll panic. You don't see nothing, which is nihilism. You see the absence of your precious £5,000. So it's a very rich, delicious thing that you're seeing. You're seeing the absence of what you thought was there. The absence of what you thought was there, pink. The absence of what you thought was in the car, drawer, keys. These are simple examples. And finally, the absence of the I that you thought was there but has never been there. So Zamazopa says for the regular yogis, it's like terrifying. For the greatest yogis, it's unbelievable bliss. Finally seeing reality. So emptiness is not nothingness. It's the very simplest point. When we get the two truths together, we'll understand that. Otherwise, it's just you're falling all over the place into nihilism. That's rubbish. So how about some questions? Then we can do refuge.
Venerable Robina,
yeah.
We have a question from Kevin, and Rafa wants to let you know that he's taking refuge, so that's why he raised his hand.
Okay,
so,
good.
Kevin, do you want to make the question yourself?
Yes, Kevin. Still muted, Kevin. Unmute, honey. There we go. Good job. Yes, yes. Good, speak to me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, darling.
Oh, good. My question was relating to karma, actually,
Uh-huh.
not the emptiness.
Uh-huh.
What I wanted to know really was, if I killed someone 500 lives ago,
Uh-huh.
How do I know when that karma is going to ripen? I don't know, do I?
You don't know, of course. And you don't know when a seed will ripen if you don't know botany. So you won't know when it's going to ripen if you don't understand karma and have clairvoyance. So it's quite advanced. So the question is?
Well, I just want to know what. So, in my next life, something like that.
Honey, child, this is why you got to, sweetheart. This is why, Kevin, taking this view, if we choose to take it, you live in vows every day, so you stop creating more negative karma, and then having the vows puts atomic bombs on the seeds you've already planted, and then you do the 4 opponent powers, which increases the purification of those seeds you've already planted, and the key job there is to prevent them from ripening. And then eventually you get ahead of the game and you finally realize emptiness and you cut all the seeds. That's the whole point. You've got to keep ahead of the game.
Yeah.
The main job of living in vows and purifying is to keep the seeds under control and weaken them so they don't ripen as suffering, Kevin. That's the main point.
Oh, I see. But
and when you finally realize emptiness, then you cut the root.
Right. But there's still seeds ripening now, isn't there?
Well, yeah, of course, because you haven't purified them all yet.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Robina.
Are you sure? No, you don't sound very convinced, Kevin. Keep talking. Honey child, well, listen, dear, listen. It's like you're in the life now, and all the seeds you planted recently, planted in past years in your garden. You didn't know you planted them. You didn't understand botany, and suddenly you wake up to realizing there is a law called botany. So of course you've got seeds in your garden that are ripening right now. So once you learn the principles, you better learn botany so you can prevent the things you don't want to grow. You can prevent the things that are, you pull out the seeds before they ripen, and you start to grow the things you want to grow. You're in charge of your garden now. Same here, babe.
Right. So I must not water them, I suppose.
What?
I must not water the seeds.
You must not what?
Water the seeds.
No, not just not water them, darling. Put atomic bombs under them. Live in vows and purify. So that stops them in an extremely radical way. And then you've got space and time to grow all the flowers and practice virtue. You just get ahead of the game.
Oh, yeah, okay. I hope I can grow a good garden.
Yeah, of course you can. All the methods are there. Just, if you like Buddha's methods, use them, baby.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Who else?
Now we have Christian E, who wants to make another question. Do you want to make it yourself, Christian?
Good, talk to me.
Christian? Well, somehow she's not speaking, but there's another question by Jiv.
I apologize.
Christine, go
for a moment.
Christine,
for a moment. Thank you. Good morning, Venerable Robina. My question to you is, can you please, expand further on what you were discussing as it relates to vows, and 2,
no, darling, that's too broad. Sweetheart, that's too broad a question. You have to ask me specific questions about vows. I talked about them earlier. Were you here earlier?
Yes.
Okay, good. So what do you mean by expand?
How would one within the community take lay vows?
What, sweetheart? What, dear?
How would someone within the community take lay vows?
Well, like we've discussed, and like I'm discussing today, that's what people are going to do after this session. We're going to take refuge and take the lay vows. I'm going to lead the ceremony. We've been discussing that.
Thank you, Venerable.
So if you wanted to be involved, you're very welcome, but you've got to be clear about the person. You want to check up that you'd like to take them in this particular environment with this particular person, Christine. We'll do refuge first, and then we'll do the vows, darling. So if you want to be part of that, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Venerable.
All right, sweetheart. Okay. Who else?
We have one last question by Jiv Rash that says, what's the sequence of the seeds ripening, and do all the bad ones ripen first or the good ones?
No, it's whatever you've sown. Whatever seeds are in your garden, which ones you've nourished most will ripen. So if you nourish most the seeds, the flowers, they will ripen. If you nourish most the seeds, the weeds, and they will ripen. It's a logical thing of just natural. That's why gardening is a good analogy. Okay. All right. Okay. So I think, so to conclude all this day, in a sense, we've touched on all the main parts of the path, but we've looked especially at how delusions, how to distinguish between delusions and virtues. And the key there is to know about the mind and how they're all driven by being conceptions. And then we looked a little bit at the way samsara functions with feeling and the virtues and non-virtues and blah, blah. Looked a bit about karma, how we purify it, vows. And so, yeah, so we've touched a bit on all these, and then all that leads finally to unpacking and unraveling the root delusion, the subtlest one, that believes in the intrinsic me, and we try to counteract that one by thinking about dependent arising, the king of logics to prove emptiness. So that's it, people. So for those of us who want to finish now, then we just think we're going to offer a mantle or something. Was that the plan? We're going to, I think they're going to, we couldn't find the stuff before. So now they found the stuff and they want to do a mandala offering the actual physical one, which is the universe, and offering the representations of the enlightened body, speech and mind as a thank you to the Buddha for the teachings. We'll do like that, okay? And let's do short mandala, Kerry. Just sing short mandala, darling, that's all. Tell people the page. The short mandala, and we'll just offer the little things quickly. And we're offering all the contents of the universe to the Buddha as a thank you, and then we're offering representations of enlightened body, speech, and mind. So it sows seeds for us to, for us to achieve these ourselves.
This is on page 22 of the White Prayer Book.
Mm-hmm. This is representing the universe. Enlightened body, when we achieve that, to be a benefit to sentient beings. Enlightened speech, so that's the main gift of the Buddha, the power of speech. And enlightened mind, which is the source of all of it, represented by a stupa. Okay, good. That's it. We're done. We're cooked. We just think we dedicate, in it's English word, simple, keeping simple. Dedicate means all these seeds we planted, every thought we've had, since we began, it hasn't gone astray. It's stored in our memory. We've sown karmic seeds. We're so delighted with this rich 2 days. And we make this dedication, just like we motivated. We're going to listen to these teachings so we can become a Buddha to benefit others. We dedicate now thinking all these seeds we planted, may they ripen as my Buddhahood, so then I can benefit others. That's the point. Just reminding ourselves to offer all the results of all this marvelous merit to other sentient beings. And then we think, make compassion, bodhicitta, grow and grow in the hearts of all. And then we think if we have our spiritual teachers, our spiritual mentors, our guides, our lamas, our gurus, may we quickly become like them. They're our living examples right in front of us of what we can become. So stay close, hang on to their coattails, and they'll drag you to enlightenment. We'll become just like them. So maybe never develop even for a moment wrong views towards the deeds of our most precious gurus with faith and respect, gained from seeing their goodness. May their full inspiration flow into our hearts. Chang Chub, Sem Chog Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ke Gyuchig, Ke Panyampa, Me Pa Yang Gong Ne Gondu Pa Ba Shog. That's it. Thank you, precious ones. So goodbye to some of you and hello to some others of you. Was it Ronnie Barker said that, didn't he? Something like that. Goodbye to from him and goodbye from me. Yes. What's happening? Oh, you can talk. Go on. Okay.
Thank you to our special guest this weekend. Thank you so much.
Special guest. I'm a special guest.
In your schedule.
Okay, thank you, darling.
I think it's been like 2.5 years since I had a visiting teacher.
I thought you were going to say it felt like 2.5 years I've been here. It's true. That's right.
And this is a great time for us to have you here because just when we're coming out of restrictions a bit.
I know.
So thank you so much for
pleasure.
coming and spending so much time with us.
Thank you, Kerry.
I also have some thank yous for volunteers. I've got some little gifts actually, but a lot of them are not here. So I thought maybe I'll give them tomorrow if you could just have a
good idea. We can do that tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow, yeah.
But thank you to Venel Damtra, who's just here as a new SPC. Thank you for making sure this event runs smoothly. For Jeannie Hay and for Mikey, who are in the shop, they've gone now already, but they did a great job in the shop this weekend. For Tanya and to Ewan, who has helped in the cafe this weekend.
Well done. Thank you.
To Craig Skeet, who's been doing sound and photography, who's just here for us. Thank you so much for volunteering for that. For Caroline, who's been helping out all weekend with us. Thank you. She also does some cleaning of the gonfal with us. That's really helpful.
Multitaskers.
For Fernando, who's suddenly appeared on Zoom to help out as a Zoom host for us. We have some technical issues, as you may have noticed. So thank you, Fernando. In Mexico, who's been ungodly hours for helping us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fernando.
For Roy, who's been on reception, who had to leave a bit early. So, and thank you for all those people who I didn't mention who've helped us. It's a big team effort this weekend. If you want to help in more volunteering ways at Germany, we have some roles that would be good to fulfill. Like we have a school visit coordinator for short of, some bookkeeping and he's doing, maybe some Zoom hosts. So there's some ways you can help off-site and on-site. So if you want to get involved more in what we do here, please come and see me or any of the team. And that's all. And this remains me to say, please come back and teach us as soon as you can. Thank you so much.
Okay, Kerry, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Okay. Okay, people. So some of you want to go, you can go now. We'll have a 5-minute break, and then those who want to take refuge, come on up close. Those who knew right in front, and those who want to renew from behind. Okay. And of course, anybody who wants to stay, you're more than welcome. You're not being thrown out. Just giving it 2 minutes. That's all. Yeah, I'll be